Deep inside the forest of demonic plants in the mysterious shadow domain, a deep green swamp was bubbling. The air congregated into a cloud above the swamp with the scent of the primeval era. At the center of the swamp, an enormous pink bud was standing. It shivered slightly like the immaculate heart of an ancient god. Countless vines fell from the interconnecting branches above the bud and dripped transparent dew onto the bud. In a dance of colorful brightness, they were soon absorbed by the bud and decorated it in a translucence. Suddenly, the bud quivered. The layered petals stretched out in all directions like a blossoming lotus. Li Yao was sitting at the center of the lotus. He took a deep breath and slowly woke up from a deep training of 3 days and 3 nights. His appearance was not very different from before, yet it seemed to have been completely renewed. The sharp, aggressive demonic energy in his left eye had been concealed without a trace. Although scarlet brightness was still beaming out of the eye, it no longer gave the feeling of brutality and ruthlessness. On the contrary, there was a certain vintage and mysterious air to it. Li Yao slowly warmed up his new body. In the mysterious shadow domain, through the tremendous research files that the Fire Ant King had on cells and strengthening drugs, and with the marvelous place of training named Ancient Lotus Pond, Li Yao spent 3 days in cleansing his veins and rebuilding his physical body by activating a series of primeval cells. Almost all the cells that made up his internal organs had been updated. Right now, his internal organs were even stronger than before, and their absorption efficiency was far higher. He was now able to breathe freely in multiple kinds of lethal gas. His recovery ability had been multiplied, too. Most importantly, his second brain had been deeply developed. Before, human beings had often speculated what would happen if somebody's brain was 100% developed. But that was simply impossible. The brain was the greatest energy consumer inside the body and could only function continuously with enough rest. The only outcome of 100% development would be brain death. Therefore, even cultivators could not keep their computational ability at the highest point 24 hours a day, which would be equal to roasting their brain above a fire. But right now, after Li Yao's second brain was developed, it was like that a dual-core system had been installed into his body. When his first brain was cooling down because of the consumption of computational ability, he would be able to activate the second brain to continue calculating seamlessly, which allowed him to train without disruption 24 hours a day. His training efficiency would be greatly improved, laying a solid foundation for him to break into the nascent soul stage and above. Besides, Li Yao smiled and extended his left hand. A transparent crystal slowly protruded out of his palm. The mitochondria were burning crazily, making streams of demonic energy appear, jumping and condensing above the crystal. Different from the past, his left fingers were shivering rapidly, attracting the floating spiritual energy in the air and triggering spiritual waves like ripples nearby. The spiritual waves and the demonic energy spread out and slowly melted together. Outside of the deep purple fire, circles of ivory spiritual waves were dancing like glamorous electric arcs. The spiritual fire and the demonic fire interweaved with each other into a double helix like a pair of gene strands. It was hard to tell whether that was a fatal weapon or a piece of stunning artwork. I've made it. I have utilized demonic energy and spiritual energy at the same time and kept them in a stable form for a long time by adjusting their vibration frequency and their magnetic field structure. This is a classic restriction system of dual magnetic fields. In the past, at a given moment, I could only use one type of strength. I could utilize either the spiritual waves or the vibrating demonic energy. I could use either the strength of cultivators or that of the primeval cells. But right now, although my absolute strength has not been improved yet, I can now wield the 2 types of strength at the same time, which will be a significant improvement for the abundancy of my combat patterns and the sustainable combat ability. Although I haven't melded the 2 types of strength perfectly yet, I have already figured out the basic direction to take. Li Yao laughed and released the double helix made of demonic energy and spiritual energy. Sensing the brand new strength slowly flowing through his body, he was filled with unparalleled confidence and unstoppable conviction. Although there was still a long way and many obstacles ahead of him, nobody was going to stop him from walking down the path he chose. He would slay all evil that stood in his way. Even if the ultimate one demons in the past had turned into deities, he would drag them down from the splendid heavens one day and blow them to smithereens. That was his belief and determination. Li Yao roared and dashed out of the ancient lotus pond, in a streak of brightness. Floating in the sky of the mysterious shadow domain, he looked down at the overwhelming forest below his feet. At the front, on a vast ground in the middle of the forest, hundreds of members of Skyfire were having a training session. They were divided into two teams and charging at each other in the battle formation of a regular army. There was one other team who were sprinting at a high speed on the track with obstacles around the training ground. Seeing that Li Yao was floating in midair and the air was rippling around him, there was reverence and admiration in everybody's eyes. Chief Instructor. The hundreds of warriors all stopped their training and bowed to Li Yao. In order to avoid awakening the honor and hatred of the past in the warriors, and to facilitate the communication with the leadership of the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Blood Demon Sector in the future, there were no armed forces under the organization that had been temporarily defined as a reading club. The only thing that existed was a sports team. Of course, a sports team, where almost 1,000 top-tier experts, brutal soldiers, and cruel assassins were gathered was certainly inimitable in either the Heaven's Origin Sector, the Blood Demon Sector, or the Flying Star Sector. Li Yao's role in the sports team, on the other hand, was fitness coach. His official title was fitness coach, but everybody was clear that, as the best expert of Skyfire, he was the unquestionable chief instructor. Moreover, in the Skyfire Reading Club, Li Yao had been elected as the president to lead the organization. Faced with the challenge, Li Yao did not hesitate or back off. In terms of capability, he was in the superlative height of the core formation stage, and he was a master of refining. Moreover, he had grasped the ability to trigger the primeval cells freely through the mental devil. His combat ability was even higher than that of the Fire Ant King and on par with the best experts of the Blood Demon Sector such as Elder Nether Spring or Jean Tuyi. In terms of identity, he was an ultra-level federal hero, the contactor between the Flying Star Sector and the Heaven's Origin Sector, and the first to discover Chaos Ba Yenji's hidden star box and the origins of the demon race. In the newly founded Skyfire, of which the Fire Ant King, Han Tuhu, Sua Chaolong, and many others were members, who was more qualified to be the leader than himself? In his heart, Li Yao was fonder of studying in seclusion, sneaking and assassinating. He did not like, nor was he good at, being the leader of an organization. But he was very clear that, every time he advanced into a new stage, the responsibility and challenges that befitted the stage would be waiting for him. Most of the time, the lifestyle of follow your heart was hypocritical, even bordering on cowardice. Now that he was the only one who was able to hold the long sword that could chop apart the dark forest, he would certainly try his best to be the best swordsman. Hiu! Li Yao fell to the ground like a meteorite, trigger a round of airwaves like a hurricane. He eyed the warriors of Skyfire. The athletes were divided into three groups dressed in sportswear, all of which was designed in different colors and styles but happened to be very similar to combat suits. There was also the logo of Skyfire on their chest. Under the vaporized blood and sweat, the burning fire right above the dark forest was even more dazzling. The captives who had survived Elder Nether Spring's terrifying experiments were mostly very tough. After several days' thorough treatment, they were all back to their feet again. After the life-and-death battles in the Netherworld, they were even stronger than in the past. They were not divided according to the Blood Lion Battalion, the Flying Tigers Legion, and the Blade of Chaos. Instead, the three forces were entirely regrouped and mixed into three brand new teams. Every team was given a new name. Furious Flame, Wild Tide, Electric Shock. They were the 3 squads under the Skyfire. Every squad was mixed and matched by the Silver Blood Demons, the Chaotic Blood Demons, and the Federal Soldiers. New suits, logos, and flags had been designed, too. A unified flag, suit, and name could trigger a new sense of honor and community as soon as possible, especially during high-intensity competitions. It was the truth that had been proven by countless armies and forces. The 3 squads were competing among themselves day and night. The losers of the competitions would receive the punitive, if not hellish, training that was devised by Li Yao and 20% as hard as his own training. A federal soldier was allowed to despise the demons who were his teammates or even to attack them, as long as he could endure 20% of Li Yao's training difficulty. At first, many federal soldiers of demons indeed hated each other and were unwilling to cooperate in the competitions. They were even hamstringing each other. However, after they were disciplined by Li Yao in person several times, especially after Li Yao accidentally discovered that the sap of a certain demonic plant in the mysterious shadow domain was particularly suitable to feed the purple ring sword ants, and the purple ring sword ants who got the new nutrition grew into the size of grasshoppers. Everybody quickly came to the understanding that human beings and demons were of the same origin and that unification was better than division. They could not have tried harder in the competitions. The survivors of the Blood Lion Battalion, the Flying Tigers Legion, and the Blade of Chaos were all 1 in 10,000 elites. Their average capability was much higher than that of the regular army of the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Blood Demon Sector. Li Yao did not want them to become a regular army of an enormous size, either. On the contrary, he wanted them to become a mid-sized rapid response troop and a special force that could carry out special missions. He did not know the first thing about the military affairs, but Han Tuhu and Suo Chaolong were both super experts in the regard. He was responsible for providing training techniques and drafting training plans. Han Tuhu and Suo Chaolong were responsible for supervising the new tactics and teamwork. The Fire Ant King offered various kinds of strengthening drugs to trigger their potentials. A brand new force that was unseen in the Heaven's Origin Sector, the Blood Demon Sector, or the Flying Star Sector was gradually taking shape. As I have repeatedly said, don't call me Chief Instructor. With a gloomy face, Li Yao walked to the hideous-looking trainers. After every step he took, the ground below his feet would fluctuate like the surface of an ocean. The trainers split apart like a building being torn apart in an earthquake. Li Yao frowned. Skyfire is just a reading club made of civilians, a community of history fans. We are all readers here, and when we are tired of reading, we gather up and do some physical exercise. What is this chief instructor all about? I am merely helping you guys with your physical training when I'm free. You may call me Chief Coach. However, although we are all readers, we occasionally are obliged to excavate the relics of the past 40,000 years while studying the history, some of which are quite dangerous. Besides, I am hoping to unearth the real relics of the Pangu clan of the primeval era with the elites of you one day. Therefore, it is also important for us readers to keep our bodies healthy. I've been in seclusion for 3 days. I hope that you trained yourself like rabid dogs as per my requirement. Li Yao extended his finger and snatched one of the crystal balls from the facility area of the training field. Glancing around, Li Yao said casually, Furious Flame, Wild Tide, and Electric Shot, you may go up together. In 3 minutes, if anyone can touch the ball, I will be defeated, and your training will be cancelled tonight. Otherwise, you are all clear that the Fire Ant King's strongest ability is to refine ant-type demon beasts, aren't you? 3 days ago, I gave him a batch of purple ring sword ants and asked him to refine them. It is said that they will be built into super-dominating purple ring sword ants, which are 10 times more poisonous than the usual purple ring sword ants. If nobody touches the ball in 3 minutes, you will get to taste the feeling of super-dominating purple ring sword ants. Is there a problem? One of the trainers raised his hand. Chief Coach, are weapons allowed? Li Yao smiled. You can even use Tuyi lightning railguns if you want. 3 minutes. Starting from now. Sha. 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 The crystal ball was rotating fast on Li Yao's fingertip. He kept his left hand in his back while he roamed among hundreds of ferocious trainers. The hideous trainers, who were enough to cause a nightmare if anybody saw them, were now sweating hard and having nightmares themselves. Damn it. Regular purple ring sword ants were already a pain in the ass, and now super dominating purple ring sword ants were coming. Many of them shuddered greatly. More people, on the other hand, were gritting their teeth viciously. They thought that, although they were certainly no match for the chief coach, there were hundreds of them after all. Hundreds of players versus one. It was unlikely that they could not even touch the ball, was it not? Let's go. Looking at each other in silence for a second, somebody shouted in the crowd. The members of the Furious Flame Squad, the Wild Tide Squad, and the Electric Shock Squad all bulged in size and roared thunderously. Demonic energy and spiritual energy were vibrating, and flying swords and sharp claws were all unsheathed, as they lunged at Li Yao. There are hundreds of us. Can't we even touch the crystal ball? It is good enough as long as one of us touches the ball. Don't swarm up. Keep attacking in different waves and make best use of our advantage in numbers. Furious Flame Squad, compress Chief Coach's zone of activity. Block his path with your body if you must. Electric Shock Squad, attack remotely and drain his physical strength. Wild Tide Squad, engage in melee combat and try to take over the crystal ball. After the tutelage of Han Tuhu and Suo Chaolong, two first-rate experts in tactics, the warriors of Skyfire had absorbed the classical examples of battles of both the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. Very soon, they picked the most suitable strategy and surrounded Li Yao one layer after another. Endless wild tides seemed to be indeed flooding toward Li Yao. However, block my path with your body? Try it. Li Yao was rather excited. The demonic energy spurting out of his pores formed glamorous stripes around him under the interference of spiritual waves. His body suddenly split apart into 9 streaks of brightness that darted toward to 9 different directions like shooting stars, blowing away 9 warriors of Skyfire and knocking over dozens of more. The Skyfire warriors were quick enough to respond, too. Their battle formation was stabilized quickly after a moment of dispersion, and they tried to lock Li Yao again like an enormous shackle. Not bad. Come again. Li Yao even had the leisure to lick his lips. The crystal ball seemed to have been stuck to his fingertip. His left hand turned into a cluster of gray mist and swallowed the attacks launched by more than 10 Skyfire warriors. Pa! A Skyfire warrior who was more than 3 meters tall and had a thick hide resembling that of a rhino was kicked away by Li Yao. Deep purple bruising was already emerging on his thick hide while he was still in midair. The blood seemed to be spurting out at any moment. Boom! Another Skyfire warrior pressed his temples so hard that his fingers almost stabbed into his brain. He was triggering powerful telepathic thoughts and piercing a flying sword into Li Yao at more than 5 times the speed of sound. But Li Yao extended his left hand and grabbed the flying sword when it was some 10 meters away. After a brief impasse, he clenched his fist, and the flying sword was shattered. Hew! 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 The pieces of the flying sword turned into dozens of streaks of brightness and revolved briefly before they suddenly exploded and darted into the bodies of more than 10 Skyfire warriors like bullets, wrecking their defense. The training ground was enshrouded in dust, with screams and shouts everywhere, as if a clouder of lions and tigers were fighting against a tyrannosaur. Li Yao narrowed his eyes. While he shattered the flying sword, his right index finger was still supporting the crystal ball, but his little finger snapped out, triggering an airwave that turned into a rushing blade of wind 7 meters away. After a vbam, the tip of the saber in the hands of a Skyfire warrior was cut off. The Skyfire warrior looked at his shortened saber in bewilderment. Before he came back to himself, he was hit right in the face by the second bullet of compressed air and did not smash the ground until he had rolled around 10 times in midair. This is what I'm talking about. Li Yao's every cell seemed to be having a massage after a hot shower and a bottle of cold drink. The switch between spiritual energy and demonic energy is much smoother right now, which allows me to remain engaged in a high-intensity combat for longer. The cooldown of the techniques has been significantly reduced. The high development of the second brain has improved my efficiency in calculating the situation of the battlefield by at least 34.1%. I have more tactical options in a complicated battlefield now. If I were faced with Xiao Xuance's Grand Illusionary soldiers again, I might be able to take down 1,000 of them by myself. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 2 minutes and 10 seconds. As time went by, almost 100 Skyfire warriors were lying awry on the ground. Li Yao's demonic energy and spiritual energy were being consumed fast. The first drop of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he was breathing more rapidly than before. Li Yao calmly recorded the rate of the consumption of his spiritual energy and his cells, as well as the changes that happened to his internal organs, every second. He was very satisfied about the dropping speed of his combat ability. He was a man, not a god, after all. The Skyfire warriors were mostly above the building foundation stage. A lot of them were in the core formation stage, too. They had also been endowed with all kinds of weird techniques. Any nascent soul stage cultivator or demon emperor would find it tricky to deal with them. Li Yao was most content. Through the Skyfire warriors, he seemed to have envisioned what the brand new federal army would look like in the war against the Imperium of true human beings in the future. Schwa. Finally, Li Yao was pushed to the limits. After fingers, tails, hairs, and other bizarre organs brushed past the crystal ball at a close distance, 10 warriors who had been waiting and observing patiently in the past 2 minutes and 50 seconds suddenly rose up like 10 venomous blades unsheathed. The 10 of them were the well-acknowledged strongest among all the Skyfire warriors. 7 of them locked onto Li Yao's critical parts such as eyes, abdomen, ribs, groin, and knees. One of the lizard warriors who had scales all over his body was even crouching on the ground, ready to attack his feet. The other 3 warriors, on the other hand, lunged at the crystal ball from 3 different directions. There was no stopping them. Swoosh! Having no choice, Li Yao could only snap the crystal ball high into the sky to free his right hand in order to fight the strongest 10. However, the moment the crystal ball left his hand, 2 streaks of brightness suddenly jerked up from the warriors on the ground who had passed out and shot toward the soaring ball. The 10 warriors that were lunging at Li Yao changed their direction immediately, too, and stopped over Li Yao's head, blocking him from the crystal ball. "Chief Coach, you've been fooled." In that moment, all the warriors were exuberant. Regardless of whether they were human beings or demons, they were about to hug each other and cry, not just because they finally could have one night of rest, but also, and more importantly, because they had defeated the frighteningly formidable vulture Li Yao. Boom! Boom! When the 2 streaks of brightness almost reached the crystal ball, 2 dull noises suddenly reverberated in the sky. The crystal ball was boosted to a higher altitude by the explosion of a super tiny crystal bomb, thereby escaping the 2 Skyfire warriors. The second explosion blew the crystal ball into pieces. It was instantly devoured by fire without any remains left. Well, all Skyfire warriors looked at the sky in a daze for a long time before turning to Li Yao half in wrath and half in depression. Finally, one of Skyfire warriors summoned his courage and asked, Isn't this cheating?" "Of course it is. Any problem?" Li Yao opened his hands. "I installed the mini crystal bombs on the ball at the very beginning. It was right in front of you for 3 minutes. Yet, nobody discovered them. Am I to blame? Remember, super dominating purple ring sword ants. Get yourselves prepared. Li Yao smiled. His face could not have been more devastating at this moment in the eyes of the Skyfire warriors. Right then, Han Tuhu dashed onto the training ground. We've made a major breakthrough in the analysis on the memory unit of the main biochemical brain of the Netherworld. Chapter 963 Uncontrollable Evolution. The memory unit of the main biochemical brain of the Netherworld was soaked in a huge, transparent biochemical slot. Billions of bubbles were attached to it like billions of cells, corroding and analyzing it. The memory unit was shrinking like a rotten apple. More than 10 strands of synthesized nerves extended out of the bottom of the biochemical slot and connected to more than 10 biochemical brains of the Blade of Chaos. One of the biochemical brains was connected to a crystal processor. Through the light beam, the information retrieved from the memory unit was displayed in front of everyone. In front of Li Yao, Han Tuhu, and Sua Chaolong, more than 10 light beams were floating, on which a huge amount of information were surging like tides. The Fire Ant King explained their progress. In the past 10 days, we have retrieved valuable experiment data and research files from both the memory unit and the storage chips, which has proved very helpful in cracking the secrets of the legacy of chaos and explaining everything that happened to you. We have also basically figured out the details of the Demon God virus and Elder Netherspring's purpose. The so-called Demon God virus can be interpreted as a virus that targets the genetic locks. It is an exhilarant that facilitates the high-speed evolution of cells. Generally speaking, the gene strands in the cells of both human beings and demons are always kept in a relatively stable state, like they are shackled by an invisible giant lock. Although the genetic lock restricts part of our abilities, it ensures the steadiness of our body and prevents us from mutating too radically. We can say that it is a protective mechanism of our body. Both cultivators and the experts of demons try to tear apart the genetic locks when they are training, but such attempts can be highly dangerous. Once the genetic locks are wrecked, the victims will certainly be mentally deranged. They will either turn into foam because of cellular collapse or spontaneously combust and turn to ash. As for ordinary people and low-level demons, they can stand the consequences of bombarding the genetic locks even less. However, the Demon God virus will completely wreck the genetic lock and awaken the gene segments deep inside the gene strands that are in charge of evolution. As a result, the creature will go through evolution that should have happened in a span of tens of thousands of years in only a few days, if not a few hours. Evolution. What is evolution? It is a common misunderstanding that evolution means higher, faster, and stronger. No. That's not true. Evolution means the adaptation to the environment for the purpose of survival. It does not necessarily mean higher, faster, and stronger. It is also possible to be smaller, slower, and weaker. A smaller size reduces the odds of being discovered by the natural enemy. Slower and weaker means a lower consumption rate of energy and demand on food. Mammals that evolved from dinosaurs lost their magnificent bodies and sharp claws. If a mammal on the land evolves into the whale in the ocean, it will lose the ability to move on the land. In fact, it will be suffocated because it cannot endure its own weight when it is brought to the beach by a tide. In fact, such evolutions are the more successful and fortunate ones. The truth is, evolution has no direction. It is just a series of random choices that are screened by the cruelty of nature. 99% of evolutions fail, and only 1% of them adapt to the new environment. When the new environment stabilizes, the genetic lock will shackle the new evolution and maintain the new form and functions. It has always been so for living creatures over the past billions of years. However, the Demon God virus created a hole in the solid genetic change, thereby allowing human beings and demons to evolve at a crazy speed. Therefore, no matter how hard Elder Netherspring tried, the success rate of his evolutions was still below 5%. The remaining 95% were either killed on the spot or turned into uncontrollable mutants. That is the truth of the Demon God virus. The muscles on Suo Chaolong's face were twitching violently, as if he were back to the days and nights that he would rather not recall. He gnashed his teeth. Why was Elder Netherspring doing that? First of all, the Fire Ant King said coldly, he wanted to find the right direction of evolution. 95% of the evolutions failed, and 5% did not. Then, what determined the success or failure of the evolutions? If he figured out the answer, Elder Netherspring would be able to make himself evolve incessantly into what he claimed to be the perfect third life form that was above mankind and the demon race. Also, the byproducts of the experiments, namely the uncontrollable mutants, were powerful weapons under certain circumstances. Thirdly, we have discovered that the demon god virus of the latest generation could edit the gene segments inside our body. Genes are the most mysterious things of all. Our ancestors billions of years ago can pass on certain information to us through genes. Many people feel scared and disgusted beyond their control when they see snakes and spiders, even though the snakes and spiders are utterly harmless. Experiments have also shown that even the children of snake demons are scared of snakes, too. Their fear will not go until after they slowly grow up. The fear beyond reason is a warning that our ancestors passed on to us through genes. It is our natural instinct. However, from Elder Netherspring's memory unit, we have discovered a group of extremely weird gene segments that can be divided into two forms. Let's call them master gene segments and slave gene segments for the convenience of communication. Judging from the experiment data, people who had slave gene segments would unconditionally have emotions such as fear, admiration, and subjugation toward those who had master gene segments. The emotions are beyond all reason and willpower. They are a natural instinct. You may understand it as a mark that is stamped to the deepest part of the cell. It is an ineffaceable curse. Whoever gets stamped with the slave gene segments will be the peons of the owners of the master gene segments forever. Han Tuhu narrowed his eyes. So, as long as Elder Netherspring plants the master gene segments into his body and figures out a way to spread out the slave gene segments, everybody whose slave gene segments are activated will become his slave and follow his commands as unconditionally as a mouse is scared of a cat? Correct. The Fire Ant King nodded. Although we have destroyed a lot of research facilities in the nether world, judging from the research records, the 6th generation of the demon god virus, which was already completed, has perfectly combined the two functions, namely the crack of genetic lock and the activation of master and slave gene segments. It means that, once Demon God 6 is spread out on a large scale in the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, many creatures will die, many will lose their mind and become uncontrollable mutants who know nothing but killing, and the few lucky dogs who evolve successfully and receive enormous strength will become the most loyal soldiers of Elder Netherspring. That is the future that Elder Netherspring looks forward to. There was nothing but silence. The only sound was the bubbling memory unit inside the biochemical slot. Since the 6th generation of the Demon God 6 is already so powerful, Liao asked, why hasn't Elder Netherspring released the virus and started a large-scale infection? The Fire Ant King managed a smile and replied, I know that the Heaven's Origin sector has an uncanny fear about the biochemical technology of the Blood Demon sector. A lot of fantasies are actually about a mysterious virus from the Blood Demon sector spreading on a large scale in the Heaven's Origin sector and turning everybody into the Walking Dead. To be honest, the Blood Demon sector has indeed done similar studies in the past, but all the projects were abandoned in the end. It is because the large-scale transmission of a virus is not as simple as you imagine, and the strength of the infected might not be as high as you feared them to be. It's very simple. If a virus is powerful enough to kill someone very quickly, it is very likely that the patient will die before they have a chance to spread the virus. If a virus has a long incubation period and spreads in a mysterious way, it often infects the victim at a very low speed, and the symptoms that it can bring will not be severe either. It seems to be an unresolvable contradiction. Faced with a highly efficient government and army, the so-called walking dead are nothing but moving targets. Take the extraterrestrial devils for example. They have been old nemeses of human beings for a long time. The devilized people, who are possessed by the extraterrestrial devils, are millions of times stronger than the walking dead, but haven't they been blown to smithereens every time? If there is absolutely no choice, it is always possible to impose a perimeter around the infected area and blow everything inside to the ground. Any government will not hesitate to do that when they must. The demon god virus has obvious shortcomings. It is vulnerable under high and low temperature. Furthermore, the longevity of the cells of the controllable mutants is too short. Even if no measures are taken to deal with them, a few days of hunger is more than enough to starve the ravenous cells that have just finished the evolution. Also, do not overestimate the power of evolution. Such evolutions are based on the body of every individual after all. An ordinary person cannot be stronger than a cultivator even if they contract the demon god virus and successfully evolve. They can only cause some trouble to society. Nothing more. Only the cultivators who are infected with the demon god virus and evolve successfully are the perfect warriors in Elder Netherspring's mind, I think. More importantly, any virus will be cracked very soon, with vaccines and antidotes, when it breaks out on a large scale. It's true that Elder Netherspring can throw out the virus on a large scale right now, but the best outcome he can expect is to infect a few cities of the Heaven's Origin sector or the Blood Demon sector and to create an epidemic area. A large batch of ordinary people or low-level demons might become 3 to 5 times, or maybe even 10 times, stronger than before. But then what? Is it really meaningful for Elder Netherspring's cause? Li Yao fell into deep thought. That is why Elder Netherspring went through all the trouble of exploring the Mausoleum of Chaos. He wanted to get new insights from the Mausoleum of Chaos to make the demon god virus more powerful and perfect. Right now, it is the 6th generation of the demon god virus, which means he has already developed 5 generations. But the 5 generations must have been too flawed to be put into practice. That is why he set you up and looted the Mausoleum of Chaos. After analyzing the relics from the Mausoleum of Chaos, perhaps he would have been able to develop the 7th generation, the 8th, or even the ultimate version of the demon god virus, one that is unafraid of coldness or heat, easy to spread, and has a perfect balance between conspicuousness and destructiveness. The Fire Ant King took a long, slow breath. That's what I speculated, too. He almost succeeded, but he neglected to account for you. As a result, he went for wool and came home shorn. Not only did he fail to retrieve anything from the Mausoleum of Chaos, even his own nest had been overturned, and his most important secrets have been found by us. Then, what is our problem now? Han Tuhu asked. The Nether World at the North Pole is certainly Elder Netherspring's most important research center. We have crippled it. The research will not begin for another 1 to 2 years. It's quite unlikely that Elder Netherspring has a second research center that is of such a high level. He cannot find a second Flying Tigers Legion or Blood Lion Battalion for his experiments either. Therefore, whatever schemes he had, they are all ruined now. The best he can do right now is stir some trouble, but it will definitely be suppressed very quickly. The Fire Ant King managed a smile and replied, I wish it were as simple as that. My brother is truly 10 times more terrifying than I imagined. He learned my identity as the leader of the Blade of Chaos decades ago, and yet he kept it a secret to this day. He even manipulated me in secret so that every action I took was an implementation of his will. Do you think that his scheme will be disrupted so easily and that he does not have a backup plan? The development of a virus is similar to training. Even if you have enough money and time, success is not guaranteed. Most of the time, luck plays a vital role. If you are lucky, you might make a breakthrough in a year and a half. If you are not, you might make zero progress despite the resources and specialists you dedicate to the project and the decades you spend on it, which is nothing unusual. For Elder Netherspring, even if everything went well and he had truly retrieved the knowledge of chaos from the legacies, would it have been guaranteed that the 6th generation of the demon god virus could be upgraded to the 7th generation quickly? It was impossible. No specialists would have dared to make such a promise. Assuming that the development of the demon god virus doesn't make any progress in 10 years, will Elder Netherspring simply wait 10 years? If it were I, you, or any ambitious schemer, would we wait for such a long time? Absolutely not. He will certainly have come up with a plan with the current 6th generation of the demon god virus as the core while overcoming its flaws as best as he can so that the virus will spread most efficiently. Right now, the Netherworld has been seriously damaged. More importantly, it is no longer a secret. With Elder Netherspring's cautiousness, he must have already abandoned the Netherworld and activated the backup plan. The very backup plan is exactly the topic of our discussion today, which has just been parsed from the memory unit. The name of the backup plan is the Spore Stratagem. Li Yao and the 2 captains chewed on the name slowly. Perhaps because of their bias, Spore Stratagem gave them a rather chilly feeling. The image and shadow behind the Fire Ant King changed, and rows of additional information and data popped up, including the forms of several mutated cells and the pictures of several edited gene strands. He pointed at the data and said, while we were analyzing the memory unit, we occasionally ran into a code name, Spore. At first, we did not understand what it was exactly. Was it a drug, a cell, or a new living creature? But this morning, our specialists finally recovered a shattered document from the deepest part of the memory unit. The document was about a top-secret transportation plan, and the goods to be transported were spores. Then, it finally occurred to us that the code name, Spore, did not represent cells or demon beasts. Spores are people who stored the demon god virus inside their body. Li Yao frowned. Stored? You may consider the spores as the carriers of the demon god virus, the Fire Ant King said. The demon god virus will not show any symptoms or reactions when it is incubating inside their body. They will not look unusual from their fellows. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to find them. It goes without saying that the awakening and outbreak of the demon god virus are under Elder Netherspring's command. Li Yao's eyelids twitched. Can I understand the spores as walking genetic bombs? The Fire Ant King nodded. You can. There was a long silence. Suo Chaolong was sweating hard. How many spores are there in total? Where are they now? Not a clue. The Fire Ant King shook his head. It is a pity that most of the transportation plan was already deleted, including the number, identity files, and destinations of the spores. Judging from the experiment data in the past, there should be at least 100 spores. Before we were sent to the Netherworld, they had already been shipped out. As to where they went and how they will be detonated, no records have been left. You see. The Netherworld is Elder Netherspring's secret weapon research center. The files are all about the weapons that are being developed. But there are certainly no traces as to the usage of the hundreds of kinds of weapons that have already been developed and shipped out. Li Yao rubbed his face until it was as burningly hot as his high-functioning brain. Therefore, although we've destroyed Elder Netherspring's ability to develop a new generation of the demon god virus, he still has at least 100 genetic bombs in his hands, doesn't he? Once he confirms that it is impossible to upgrade the demon god virus, he will activate the Spore Stratagem and detonate the genetic bombs at a certain critical point, right? The Fire Ant King's voice was particularly cold. Not will, but has. It's been more than half a month since we escaped from the Netherworld. The Spore Stratagem must have already been activated during the time. Suo Chaolong gasped. Although the 6th generation of the demon god virus is flawed, it might have unexpected effects if it is released to certain targets. For example, with Elder Netherspring's identity and position, he can certainly convene a meeting where all the demon emperors of the Blood Demon sector will be gathered. By then, he will only need to ask the genetic bombs to be his guards or servants and then detonate around the meeting room. If so, all the demon emperors will be fished up and become his slaves. He will seize the supreme power of the blood demon sector. It is not very likely. Han Tuhu shook his head hard and said calmly, the survival rate after contracting the 6th generation of the demon god virus is no higher than 5%. Even if dozens of demon emperors are gathered, the best outcome he can expect is that 2 to 3 live on while all the others are killed. Without the support of dozens of demon emperors, how can the blood demon sector fight against the heaven's origin sector? Elder Nether Spring is not an idiot. He would certainly not commit such a folly. Suo Chaolong was dazed and deep in thought. Fair enough. Then I really cannot figure out the answer now. Even though Elder Nether Spring has 100 genetic bombs, where exactly is he going to plant them? How can he infect all the experts of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector at the same time? They were seriously lacking the relevant information. It was impossible for them to get a general picture of the Spore stratagem. Li Yao calculated for a moment and then abandoned the futile attempt. He changed his way of thinking and said, in fact, we don't have to waste our time figuring out Elder Nether Spring's next move. The Spore stratagem will be a catastrophe for both the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, and the Blood Demon sector will suffer first. As long as we inform the Pantheon of Demons of the scheme, the Pantheon of Demons will certainly be wary of Elder Nether Spring. Even though the Mausoleum of Chaos has been completely ruined by Elder Nether Spring, it is unlikely that he can wipe out the Netherworld in the North Pole entirely. Besides, the Fire Ant King and Suo Chaolong are also the best eyewitnesses. Just tell them everything and the key files that we have already parsed. That will do. With a bitter smile, the Fire Ant King shook his head. I had the same idea, but it doesn't seem to be a possible approach. Li Yao was dazed. Why not? The Fire Ant King sighed and pointed at the light beam. We don't have undeniable proof to link Elder Nether Spring to the whole scheme at all. Have you noticed that the logo of a pair of gene strands and a saber, which is the battle emblem of the Blade of Chaos, is in the bottom left corner of some of the files? Of course, Li Yao had noticed the battle emblem of the Blade of Chaos, but he thought that it was a watermark that the specialists of the Blade of Chaos left when they were parsing the memory unit. Was it not? The Fire Ant King explained, the logos were not added just now but already in the depths of the tremendous files. Besides, Elder Nether Spring never showed up during the experiments on the captives such as Suo Chaolong and Han Tuhu. We are the only ones who know the code name Netherworld Watch, too. In fact, you will realize if you think carefully that, even if Elder Nether Spring had shown up in front of Han Tuhu and Suo Chaolong, it still would have been meaningless. Li Yao pondered for a moment. A faked setup? Exactly. The Fire Ant King smiled bitterly. Even if Han Tuhu and Suo Chaolong saw Elder Nether Spring, how can they prove that the Elder Nether Spring was not impersonated by someone of the Blade of Chaos? Even if Elder Nether Spring's personal signature were on every page of the files, how can you prove that it is not a lousy setup? Han Tuhu looked at Suo Chaolong and said slowly, it was true that the staff never revealed their identity when we went through the experiments in the Netherworld. As for the soldiers of the Netherworld Watch who had demon cores all over their bodies, it was not like they were holding a flag pledging their loyalty to anybody. They could be Elder Nether Spring subordinates or the members of the Blade of Chaos. As for the batch of members of the Blade of Chaos who were taken captive, how can you prove that it was not a trick to mislead us? Also, the Fire Ant King said coldly, I have no doubt that Elder Nether Spring must have left traces that were associated with the Blade of Chaos when he retreated from the Netherworld, just like the inconspicuous proof that he had left in the memory unit. Since the very beginning, he has known there was a possibility of the Netherworld being discovered and been prepared to let the Blade of Chaos be the scapegoat. Even if Suo Chaolong and I are willing to accuse Elder Nether Spring with a lot of evidence, who will believe us? Li Yao rubbed his fingers somewhat anxiously. He did not know that Elder Nether Spring was as cunning as a slippery loach. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao said, "No matter what Elder Nether Spring is up to, we should reach out to the leadership of the Pantheon of Demons right now. With Elder Nether Spring Spore Stratagem now and the Imperium of True Human Beings Minor Apocalypse later, if the Blood Demon sector decides to wage a total war on the Heaven's Origin sector right now, everything will be doomed. If possible, we must try to contact Jean Tuyi, the Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army of Demons, and start a dialogue. As for whether or not he believes us, we will figure out the question after we meet him. Secondly, as the Fire Ant King said, a vaccine could be developed very quickly after the virus breaks out. Then, we must begin the development of the vaccines and antidotes for the 6th generation of the Demon God virus right now." The Fire Ant King frowned. Since the day the 6th generation of the Demon God virus was discovered, the specialists of the Blade of Chaos have already been working on the vaccines and the antidotes. However, it will still take at least a year and a half. There is no way that we can get any faster. Besides, judging from the experiment data in the memory unit, there are dozens of different branches of the 6th generation of the Demon God virus. We are not clear on exactly which branch the spores are carrying. Viruses can mutate very rapidly. As soon as their form changes, the old vaccine will no longer be effective. It is impossible for us to develop dozens of different vaccines and antidotes in 1 year. The only possible approach right now is to get the Divine Blood of Chaos and develop an all-purpose reduction drug. The Divine Blood of Chaos is a gene-stabilizing drug that the Chaos Demons under Ba Yenji's command developed 40,000 years ago. It can restore the crazily evolving cells to their original state and stabilize them by generating a new genetic lock. We don't know why Chaos Demons developed the Divine Blood of Chaos. Perhaps it was because they wanted to get rid of the identity as demons and regain the appearance of human beings after they discovered the scheme of the Ultimate One demons. Or perhaps it was because only the Divine Blood of Chaos could keep Ba Yenji in the state of shapeless cellular mucus without getting himself killed after he overly triggered the primeval force deep inside his cells and completely broke his genetic lock. It is also possible that, since a lot of terrible monsters, such as Skeleton Dragon, were invented during the research of the Chaos Demons, they developed the Divine Blood of Chaos to manipulate the brutes so that they wouldn't be too violent. Whatever the reason was, Elder Nether Spring got the last dosage of Divine Blood of Chaos that was still active in the world. He then conducted relative research. Elder Nether Spring wanted to develop a reduction drug for a simple reason. The Demon God virus is too dangerous after all. Chances are that it might even attack him and his subordinates. Therefore, it was necessary for him to have antidotes prepared. Otherwise, if the genetic bombs exploded in his nest by accident and he ended up being an uncontrollable mutant before the Spore Stratagem was implemented, wouldn't he become the greatest joke in the history of the Blood Demon sector? On the other hand, Elder Nether Spring certainly did not really want an uncontainable outbreak of the Demon God virus. The reason is simple. What he wants are slaves. If the Demon God virus indeed killed more than 95% of human beings and demons, who in the world could he possibly enslave? Therefore, I think that the most effective approach is to destroy the nucleuses of mankind and the demon race before he shows up in front of the public who are threatened by the virus as a savior with the reduction drug. At that point, both human beings and low-level demons will certainly worship him as a god. Han Tuhu and Sua Chaolong both gnashed their teeth. They looked at each other and noticed the same fire burning in their eyes. The Fire Ant King continued. However, the last dosage of the Divine Blood of Chaos somehow ended up in the hands of Jean Xinyue, Saintess of the Pantheon of Demons and daughter of Jean Tuyi, after all kinds of coincidences. Faced with the Demon God virus, the Divine Blood of Chaos is almost a silver bullet. If we can get the Divine Blood of Chaos and produce a large quantity of reduction drugs after unraveling its mysteries, we will be able to take away the firewood under the cooking pot and settle the threat of the Spore stratagem once and for all. Li Yao's eyes were glittering. Therefore, Jin Xinyue is the key. She is Jin Tuyi's daughter. Let's take a look at our identities. The Fire Ant King is the leader of rebels. Han Tuhu and I are cultivators. Suo Chaolong is the descendant of the refugees from the Heaven's Origin sector. None of us can win Jin Tuyi's trust. Although Jin Xinyue might not have her father's absolute trust either, it is unlikely that Jin Tuyi will unsheath his saber and slash at his daughter the moment he sees her, right? Therefore, if we are to start a dialogue, we will need her to facilitate the communication. Besides, she is aware of Jin Tuyi's thought pattern and the inside information of the Pantheon of Demons. She can help us get into the headquarters of the Pantheon of Demons and infer what actions Jin Tuyi will take in the next step. Moreover, the divine blood of chaos is inside her body, too. What's the progress of the intelligence squad sent to Void Turmoil City right now? After they escaped from the Netherworld, Li Yao had already vaguely felt that Jin Xinyue was the key to the whole event, but they were in a rather awkward situation and had to sneak and lurk. They did not dare communicate with the outside world, nor were they aware of the situation in Void Turmoil City and whether or not it was already occupied. Also, the three forces who hated each other's guts had only just begun working together. They were barely a group, much less a team. A lot of urgent problems had to be addressed quickly. Li Yao had no time to leave the place and find Jin Xinyue immediately. Therefore, he could only choose to come to the mysterious shadow domain first. Then, he spent more than half a month adjusting his combat ability to the peak state. During the time, he also finished the establishment of Skyfire. On the other hand, the Fire Ant King had already sent an intelligence squad made of smart soldiers, who were under the command of Uchiba, to investigate the current situation of the outside world, especially that of Void Turmoil City. If possible, they would also sneak into Void Turmoil City and pick up Li Yao's sister. The Fire Ant King shook his head. To ensure the absolutely security of the mysterious shadow domain, I asked Uchiba to reduce the long-distance communication with us as much as possible. I haven't received any updates from them in the past couple of days. However, if everything goes well, they should be back in a day or two, hopefully with Jin Xinyue. Li Yao rubbed his temples and said, when Jin Xinyue is here, we will make 3 moves simultaneously. Firstly, study the divine blood of chaos profoundly and try to develop the reduction drug as quickly as possible. Secondly, contact Jin Tuyi, the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons, through Jin Xinyue and talk to the leadership of the Pantheon of Demons directly. We will introduce the Spore stratagem and the Imperium of true human beings to them and analyze the advantages and disadvantages of the decisions that they can possibly make, in the hope that the leadership of the Pantheon of Demons makes a sensible choice. Thirdly, Furious Flame, Wild Tide, and Electric Shock, the 3 Skyfire squads, must not go easy on their training. If the communication fails, they might get to play a more important role. For example, find a chance and take down Elder Netherspring directly. Li Yao had always believed that talks and communication were important. However, he did not really care whether the medium of the talks and communication was words or weapons. Right then, the antennae on the Fire Ant King's forehead slightly shivered. He was refreshed and said, "The intelligence squad is back." Uchiba, the master of the Skeleton Island, appeared in front of everyone wearily. There was no one with him. No Jin Xinyue at all. The moment they saw Uchiba, all the 4 of them felt their hearts turn heavy. Uchiba had the bloodlines of rhino demons. What he had been most proud of was the large horn at the center of his big face. The horn was also the most fatal weapon on his body. But right now, the horn had been cut in half, and only part of it was still standing on his wrinkled face. Uchiba took out a few glamorous golden beetles from his pocket. He triggered a stream of demonic energy and released the golden beetles to the air. Bo! Bow. Strange brilliance spread out from the bellies of the golden beetles, which condensed into more than 10 vivid pictures that were the 3D photos of the Fire Ant King and Sua Chaolong. Another few pictures were just words that described the appearance of certain suspects. The ruthless words were enough to sting Li Yao's and Han Tuhu's nerves. They were all arrest warrants. Our organization has experienced a destructive strike. Many bureaus that have been inactive for more than 10 years have been uprooted. Yuchi Ba scratched the fracture of his horn while his small eyes were jumping up and down, as if he could still feel the excruciating pain. The identities of the leader and me have been exposed, too. The Pantheon of Demons has officially issued the arrest warrants and kill orders of the highest degree. Sua Chaolong slapped the table and bellowed, "Why am I on the list, too?" "Because you've betrayed the Blood Demon sector, too." Yuchi Ba pointed at Sua Chaolong's arrest warrant and said, "Your crime is stated very clearly here. Your Blood Lion Battalion was crushed and captured by the Star Glory Federation at the end of the Battle of Dawn, and you surrendered." "You've got to be kidding me." Sua Chaolong slapped the table and rose up, his neck bulging suddenly like a cobra that was about to launch an attack. His fury almost burned a hole through the ceiling while he shouted, "Everybody in the entire Blood Demon sector knows the grudge between the refugees and the Star Glory Federation. The Star Glory Federation destroyed our home, murdered our ancestors, and drove us to the Blood Demon sector. Never has 1 second gone by without us forgetting to march back to the Grand Desolate Plateau and our hometown. How in the world will I surrender to the greedy, shameless, and hypocritical Star Glory Federation?" In an awkward position, Li Yao and Han Tuhu remained silent. Sua Chaolong glanced at them, his chest was still fluctuating. "I am sorry. It's nothing personal. I meant that everybody of the Federation is, it doesn't matter." "We totally got it." Li Yao hurried to interrupt him. "That being said, it is also universally known that the descendants of the refugees of the Heaven's Origin sector and the locals of the Star Glory Federation haven't always been in the best relationship," the Fire Ant King analyzed calmly. "Although your ancestors were driven out of the Heaven's Origin sector by the Star Glory Federation, and it seems to be a good reason to hate them, it is also evident enough that, same as Li Yao and Han Tuhu, you are also from the Heaven's Origin sector, if you change your mindset. You are also a native of the Heaven's Origin sector, of a sort. As the saying goes, water and people from the hometown are the sweetest. It is not out of the question for you to work with the Star Glory Federation, is it?" Sua Chaolong felt that his brain was exploding. "Hey! Don't just throw out random sayings. Who comes from the same hometown as those wretched cultivators?" The Fire Ant King casually said, "I am just trying to understand the event from the perspective of the leadership of the Blood Demon sector. The war that we are faced with is both one between the demon race and mankind and one between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector. Then, since the Star Glory Federation and you are both rooted in the Heaven's Origin sector, is it really hard to imagine forming an alliance driven by the mutual benefits?" Sua Chaolong gnashed his teeth. "What mutual benefits are you talking about?" "For example," the Fire Ant King said, "the federal government could promise that, as long as you help the Federation demolish the Pantheon of Demons, you will be allowed to come back to the Grand Desolate Plateau after the two worlds merge." Sua Chaolong sneered. "You are insulting not only my loyalty to the demon race but also my wisdom. Without the demon race behind me, it would be a miracle if the sordid Star Glory Federation abided by their promise. However, what if your Blood Lion Battalion was indeed crushed and captured?" the Fire Ant King said. "You don't have a choice. You either remain loyal to the Blood Demon sector and die with all of your brothers, or you cooperate with the Star Glory Federation for the lives of your brothers." Sua Chaolong was lost for words. He grinded his teeth so hard that they were cracking. The Fire Ant King sighed and pointed at his own arrest warrant. "Am I not the same? According to the arrest warrant, the Blade of Chaos has also surrendered to the Star Glory Federation and become the vanguard in the Federation's invasion. The reason is also very simple. Since I failed to enter the center of power of the Blood Demon sector and become one of the 12 Demon Emperors, I had always been discontented. Therefore, I established the Blade of Chaos in secret to get more benefits for myself. Fearing that my ambitions would be exposed one day, I decided to go further and joined hands with the Star Glory Federation, turning into a dog of the Federation willingly. Look. Even the liaisons that the Star Glory Federation sent to us have been listed clearly. The Fire Ant King glanced over the other warrants. It is clearly stated that the Star Glory Federation has sent a lot of liaisons to sneak into the Blood Demon sector with Suo Chaolong's help for the purpose of a closer communication with me. The liaisons even include an expert in the nascent soul stage. The nascent soul stage expert obviously refers to Li Yao. As you can see, they have assigned the perfect roles for every one of us. Suo Chaolong turned traitor after being captured. I had been ambitious all the time, and Li Yao had snuck into the Blood Demon sector on purpose to instigate trouble. Now that such arrest warrants have been published, how do we explain ourselves to others when they discover that we are hanging around together? Are we really going to tell them that we are a bunch of readers who love history and we only gather to share books or play sports? This is too sordid. Cold sweat coating his forehead, Suo Chaolong gnashed his teeth. This must be Elder Netherspring's scheme. Elder Netherspring was scared that we would tell the secrets of the Netherworld, the Mausoleum of Chaos, and the Spore Stratagem. Therefore, he made a move first and dug an immaculate trap for us. Right now, a large basin of dirty water has been poured over us. Nobody is going to believe us whatever we say. But it doesn't sound right. The Fire Ant King is Elder Netherspring's blood brother, and the two of you had a close relationship. If the Fire Ant King is proved to be the leader of the Blade of Chaos, even if Elder Netherspring declares that he knew nothing about it, he will certainly be at least partially blamed. Isn't this like a suicidal attack? Where is Elder Netherspring right now? Uchiba hesitated for a moment and said, according to our latest intelligence, because of his relationship with the Fire Ant King, Elder Netherspring was impeached by Master Hollow Wind in the headquarters of the Pantheon of Demons. Suppressed by the other 11 Demon Emperors, he had to submit all his power willingly while the investigation is pending. His control over the Netherspring Kingdom hit rock bottom, too. What? Li Yao, Han Tuhu, Suo Chaolong and the Fire Ant King were all dazed. Seeing the confusion on Li Yao's and Han Tuhu's faces, the Fire Ant King explained, Master Hollow Wind is another Demon Emperor in the Netherspring Kingdom. He is one of the traditional nobles. His family can be traced back to more than 1,000 years ago. His personal capability is only lesser than that of Elder Netherspring. Elder Netherspring and I are only from a secondary branch of a middle-sized noble family of the Netherspring Kingdom. It was with the legacies of chaos that we slowly rose up from the mountains of dead bodies. Naturally, our rise harmed the interests of many traditional nobles. Therefore, many nobles are in fact not very satisfied about Elder Netherspring's reign over the Netherspring Kingdom. They have been merely restraining themselves because of Elder Netherspring's formidability. Of course, it is nothing unusual in the Blood Demon sector. Every kingdom has similar cases. Despite Elder Netherspring's remarkable strength, he rose up by himself, and he does not have many loyal subordinates. Often, he also has to concede to the old nobles and cannot uproot them completely. Over the past few years, Elder Netherspring has summoned the forces of the Netherspring Kingdom and attacked the Heaven's Origin sector crazily. In the Battle of Dawn, the troops of the Netherspring Kingdom were the main force, too. As a result, they suffered heavy losses, which was a major strike on the kingdom. Of course, we know that Elder Netherspring did not care about the cannon fodder at all. It was merely an approach to collect more test subjects. But the traditional nobles got more and more dissatisfied. They thought that Elder Netherspring had gone mad. Why did the Gold Crow Kingdom, the Kingdom of Lion Butchers, and the Sea Dominator Kingdom barely make any contributions, while the Nether Spring Kingdom was the only one fighting desperately on the front line. That was too idiotic. As a result, their dissatisfaction was intensified. Master Hollow Wind is the leader of the traditional nobles, and he has always wanted to replace Elder Nether Spring. Therefore, it is not strange at all that he took the opportunity to denounce Elder Nether Spring. The only strange part is, why would my clever, crafty brother allow such a thing to happen? Why did he expose my identity and pour all the dirty water on my head when he knew that he would invite trouble to himself and get impeached? The meeting hall in the headquarters of the Pantheon of Demons in Heavenly Path City did not have any redundant adornments. The walls were piled up by the simplest green rocks. At the center of the hall was a black desk 50 meters long. Generally speaking, the 12 demon emperors would have their meeting on the two sides of the desk. However, if one of the demon emperors did something that caused widespread indignation and discontent and hurt the interests of the demon race as a whole, to the point that the other 11 demon emperors agreed unanimously that he was no longer suitable to be a leader of the blood demon sector, they would inform him of a wrong time for the meeting. When he arrived at the hall, he would discover that there was no place for him on either side of the desk. There would only be a stool that was slightly lower than everybody else's seat at the end of the long desk. He would have two choices. He could burst into fury and be burnt into ash under the suppression of the other 11 demon emperors, or he could sit on the low stool and lower his head, waiting for his punishment. At this moment, Elder Nether Spring was walking toward the stool at the end of the long desk one step after another. His eyes were deep, and his face was emotionless. Even the tiniest muscle on his face was not revealing any of his feelings at all. He did not stop until he reached the stool. The other 11 demon emperors all held their breath. It was the most dangerous moment. They were all ready to attack. However, Elder Nether Spring only halted for 1 second before he sat down on the stool obediently. He even put his hands on his knees, as if he had accepted the reality and was ready to face the repercussion. The other 11 demon emperors all took a deep breath in relief. Master Hollow Wind, another demon emperor from the Nether Spring Kingdom who had been dwarfed by Elder Nether Spring for decades, rose up. Master Hollow Wind tried to remain tranquil like Elder Nether Spring did, but the delight deep inside his eyes that he failed to disguise made him look like a burning torch. I will now brief the key information that we have collected in the past few days to all the demon emperors here. Master Hollow Wind coughed and glanced at Elder Nether Spring again. He tried to hold back his smile and said solemnly, based on the latest intelligence, the Fire Ant King, Master of Void Turmoil City, is the leader of the Blade of Chaos and the mastermind of the Riot of Bloody Blade. Also, we thought that the Blood Lion Battalion, allegedly wiped out in the Battle of Dawn, should have some survivors, but they have surrendered to the enemy with their commander, Sua Chaolong. What is more dreadful is that a nascent soul stage cultivator from the Heaven's Origin sector has snuck into the Blood Demon sector with Sua Chaolong's navigation. The Fire Ant King, who is the leader of the Blade of Chaos, Sua Chaolong, who is the commander of the Blood Lion Battalion, a mysterious nascent soul stage cultivator from the Heaven's Origin sector. One of them boasts tremendous influence among low-level demons. One of them is very familiar with the coalition army of demons. One of them represents the strength of the Star Glory Federation. A triangle of terror has taken shape with the conspiracy of the three forces. It is now lurking deep inside the Blood Demon sector. Master Hollow Wind tapped the long desk lightly. He glanced at Elder Nether Spring, who was sitting at the end of the desk like a statue, before he solemnly said, "After days and nights of analysis and calculation, we have basically figured out the scheme of the triangle. It is well known that the comprehensive capability of the Heaven's Origin sector is lower than that of the Blood Demon sector, but they are developing faster than us. Therefore, all along, the strategy of the Heaven's Origin sector has been home defense. They traded space for time, and they traded time for the overall improvement of their capability so that they can launch a thunderous counterattack when they surpass the Blood Demon sector. Right now, the arrival of the Flying Star sector has significantly boosted the development speed of the Heaven's Origin sector, which makes them even more desperate for a few years of peace. For the Heaven's Origin sector, their best strategy right now is to stall us at whatever cost to buy them a few years of time. To achieve the purpose, they will certainly resort to all methods possible. This is the reason we have decided to activate the Red Tide plan and start a national war with all the strength of the Blood Demon sector immediately. In a few years, when the capability of the Heaven's Origin sector has soared, we will certainly be doomed. But obviously, the Heaven's Origin sector does not want a strategical war at this moment. With the high-speed communication between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector, for every day the war is delayed, the advantage of the Heaven's Origin sector will grow a bit, and the sacrifices they will have to pay will be reduced a little. Therefore, while they are building an impregnable defensive line in the Giant Blade Pass at the south of the Grand Desolate Plateau, they have also implemented an unprecedented strategical deception. I believe many demon emperors here have heard the rumors of the Imperium of True Human Beings, haven't you? The rumors come from the Star Glory Federation. It is said that, before long, the Star Glory Federation will send out a delegation of diplomats for the prisoner swap. They will discuss a temporary ceasefire and the issues regarding the Imperium of True Human Beings. The purpose of our enemy is as clear as daylight. They are trying to reach a truce with us to buy themselves more time with the groundless existence named the Imperium of True Human Beings. A minor apocalypse from the Imperium of True Human Beings will arrive in 5 years? They have indeed thought the whole thing through. It is a message that can neither be proven true nor false. If we really cease fire now, a minor apocalypse may not come at us in 5 years, but 100 crystal suit legions of the Star Glory Federation, with the help of the Flying Star sector, certainly will. In conclusion, we have determined that the Imperium of True Human Beings is a strategical deception. It is the task of the Triangle, made of Suo Chaolong, the Fire Ant King, and the mysterious nascent Soul Stage Cultivator to spread rumors in the Blood Demon sector and even to reach out to the leadership of the Blood Demon sector, namely a few demon emperors here, trying to convince you that the Imperium of True Human Beings does exist. If the few demon emperors here are fooled into believing the Imperium of True Human Beings and influence the Pantheon of Demons' decision in order to reach a truce with the Star Glory Federation, then their strategic deception will be a complete success. The entire demon race will be hopeless. The 10 emperors were like fossils just excavated from the depths of the earth. They listened attentively. There was no telling what was on their mind. Master Hollow Wind's voice turned even creepier. What is more terrifying is that. Do you think the so-called threat of the Imperium of True Human Beings is their only strategical deception? No. We have also discovered a second plan of strategical deception during our investigation named the Spore Stratagem. According to the Spore Stratagem, they will announce that a mysterious force within the Blood Demon sector boasts a frightful, demon god virus that will destroy both the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector should it spread out. Therefore, the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector should not start a total war right now. Instead, we should cease fire for now and deal with the mysterious force that boasts the demon god virus. It is not hard to tell that, although the Spore Stratagem and the threat of the Imperium of True Human Beings appear very different, they are both for the same purpose. Our enemy is trying to assure us that the Blood Demon sector is beset by internal and external problems and that we must stop the war and reach a peace agreement with the Heaven's Origin sector immediately. What is the demon god virus all about? We are all clear that it is just a shameless lie that human beings made up to insult us. They claim that the demon race originated from the demon beasts that were injected with the demon god virus 40,000 years ago. We are the descendants of the Pangu clan from the primeval era. The primeval blood flows in our veins, which is why we possess features of the primeval era. Where does the demon god virus come from? It is an out-and-out lie. All in all, the sole purpose of the Fire Ant King, Suo Chaolong, and the mysterious nascent soul stage cultivator is to convince us that the Imperium of true human beings and the Spore Stratagem do exist. They are fabricating a powerful yet hostile third party, in order to mislead us into a truce, if not comprehensive peace, with the Heaven's Origin sector. After 3 to 5 years of peace, when the Heaven's Origin sector establishes 100 crystal suit legions through the communication with the Flying Star sector and receives the support of the super cosmic fleets, they will certainly tear off their mask of peace and reveal their true face, aggression. How sordid and scary. Think about it. If we hadn't seen through such a plot and really believed their bullsh*t, the Blood Demon sector would have been burnt into ground in 3 to 5 years like the Grand Desolate Plateau was in the past. Commander Jean was right. The Blood Demon sector is now in peril. In the sleazy plans of strategical deception, the Fire Ant King and his Blade of Chaos are the most threatening for us. The Blade of Chaos can easily incite millions of low-level demons who do not know the truth, especially the irresolute ones in the Coalition army who are scared of war. If the low-level demons choose to believe the rumors about the Imperium of true human beings and the Spore Stratagem, their morale will certainly be lower than ever. They will certainly not able to launch the most callous attack against the Heaven's Origin sector if they can hold themselves from another mutiny at all. However, unfortunately, Master Hollow Wind finally bared his sharp tusks. This time, he did not glance at Elder Netherspring but stared at the other 10 demon emperors, especially Jean Tuyi, the commander-in-chief of the Coalition army. One of the demon emperors here is deeply connected to the Fire Ant King, the leader of the Blade of Chaos. I am not implying that the demon emperor knew the Fire Ant King's real identity and indulged him to grow large for his own benefits, nor am I insinuating that the demon emperor betrayed the pantheon of demons and the demon race and embraced the Star Glory Federation. Of course, that is absolutely impossible. However, it was with the help of the ignorant and innocent demon emperor that Void Turmoil City flourished, and the Blade of Chaos expanded to what it is today, influential enough to activate the Riot of Bloody Blade. That is also an undeniable fact. Therefore, I think that today, when we are going to activate the Red Tide plan, to take our chances to resolve the greatest crisis for the Blood Demon sector, the Demon Emperor is not suitable for the important posts in the Pantheon of Demons before the investigation regarding his relationship with the Blade of Chaos is concluded. The Demon Emperor is of the same clan as me. I believe in his innocence. This is not an impeachment but a protection in a different form. Once it is proved that he is irrelevant with the matter, his position in the Pantheon of Demons will certainly be restored, and he will get to play a greater role in the glorious ultimate war to come. Crack. 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 While he was sitting at the end of the desk, Elder Netherspring's bones and shells were uttering cracking noises in his fury. Jean Tuyi's demonic energy suddenly burst out and covered Elder Netherspring like a giant cloud. Elder Netherspring, what do you have to say for everything that Master Hollow Wind has just stated? Nothing. Elder Netherspring's hands stabbed deep into the solid desk, and the rock that made up the desk was scorched, producing black smoke. Every one of you knows that there is no way I would betray the demons and mess with the Blade of Chaos. Every betrayal needs a reason. Why would I betray the Pantheon of Demons? In the Netherspring Kingdom, I am the omnipotent ruler. In the Pantheon of Demons, I am among the strongest of the 12 demon emperors. I am already standing at the peak of the Blood Demon sector. What benefits can I get by hooking up with the Blade of Chaos? It is even more absurd if you think that I conspired with the Blade of Chaos in order to eliminate every one of you so that I will be the sole master of the Pantheon of Demons. If that was my plan, I wouldn't have asked my subordinates to fight so hard in the Heaven's Origin sector over the past few years. You know better than anybody that the war against the Heaven's Origin sector has been mostly fought by the Netherspring Kingdom alone in the past years. It is because my forces that I accumulated for decades were wasted in the Heaven's Origin sector for the interest of the Blood Demon sector that you have this opportunity to judge me pretentiously. He who has a mind to beat his dog will easily find his stick. What is there to say for myself? The only thing I did wrong was that I did not see through the Fire Ant King's ambitions earlier. However, was it really my fault? Every one of you has a lot of deals with Void Turmoil City in terms of strengthening drugs and slaves. You are all responsible for the rise of the Fire Ant King. Did it ever occur to you 10 years ago that the Fire Ant King was actually the mastermind of the Blade of Chaos? His words made quite a few demon emperors ill at ease. Elder Netherspring, we believe in your loyalty to the demon race. You and the Fire Ant King are different, Jean Tuyi said solemnly. However, we are in the middle of harsh times right now. The Red Tide Plan is about to be put into action, and a national war will begin soon. The fate of our race will be decided by the war. The most important thing about the Red Tide Plan is confidentiality. If your blood brother is really working with the Star Glory Federation, we have to be prudent. It is indeed not suitable to keep you among the decision-makers now. I believe that you would make the same decision if you were in my place. Don't you agree? The 10 demon emperors all gazed at Elder Netherspring coldly. Their eyes suppressed Elder Netherspring like the sturdiest chains. Chapter 968 No Choice but War. Elder Netherspring's hands dug out 2 rocks that were as hard as diamond from the long desk and crushed the rocks into sand. The black sand quietly slipped through his fingers, like 2 hourglasses that were coming to an end. Elder Netherspring stared at the hourglasses in a trance. Nobody knew what decision he was going to make when the hourglasses ran out. All the demon emperors were holding their breath. Their feathers and demons were all shivering uneasily. Suppressed by their dominating aura, the long desk was uttering rattling noises. Countless scattered cracks that looked like spider webs appeared, as if many invisible animals had just crawled over the desk. The hourglasses continued pouring. Elder Netherspring suddenly shifted his gaze to Master Hollow Wind. Master Hollow Wind shuddered and could not help but look at Jean Tuyi. Netherspring. Jean Tuyi got to his feet. His formidable demonic energy surged out without the least disguise into unstoppable waves. He pressed down on the black desk. The cracks congregated into a sharp blades that quickly extended to the other end of the desk. Right now is the most dangerous moment in the thousands of years of history of the Blood Demon sector. One misstep, and our entire race will be annihilated. You must think before you leap. Don't do things that will satisfy your foe and hurt your friends. In the past 500 years, the Blood Demon sector possessed biochemical technology that was far more advanced than the technology of the Heaven's Origin sector. We also had almost 100 strong demon emperors. But why have we never been able to destroy the small Heaven's Origin sector and Star Glory Federation and simply waited and watched while they rose up to a point that we can barely deal with? The wormholes are too small and unsteady to teleport the great army and top-tier experts. That's just an excuse. The most critical reason is that we are not united. The Gold Crow Kingdom, the Kingdom of Lion Butchers, the Sea Dominator Kingdom, the Netherspring Kingdom, and the other smaller forces are merely attacking each other in internal strife for their own petty benefits. We can never be truly united and fight for the interest of the Blood Demon sector as a whole selflessly. Not until today, when we are forced to launch a national war that will decide the fate of our family and compatriots. To be honest, our strategy is too risky, too crazy, and the odds of success are too low. Are we going to attack each other at this critical moment before the war begins? Elder Netherspring, I have no doubt about your loyalty to the Blood Demon sector. Over the years, in the war against the Star Glory Federation, the Netherspring Kingdom has made the greatest contribution, too. What were your endeavors for? You must think about it carefully. In the name of the Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army and the leader of the clan race, I guarantee you that this arrangement is just temporary. After everything is settled, I will support you to come back to this place with my best. Elder Netherspring took a deep, deep breath. The brutality in his eyes was gone. he suddenly appeared to be absent-minded. He retreated his eyes from Master Hollow Wind and stared at his clenched fists. 5 seconds later, he finally relaxed his hands, allowing the last bit of the sand to fly away in the wind. The vigor deep inside his body seemed to have left with the sand, too. Losing his power and sitting in a stool that was beneath everybody, he appeared to be an empty shell. All the demon emperors secretly took a breath in relief. Master Hollow Wind could not help but wipe off his cold sweat. Elder Nether Spring said coarsely, "The Fire Ant King is my blood brother after all. During the rise of Void Turmoil City, I gave them a lot of aid, and we had numerous exchanges in terms of business, resources, and personnel. Therefore, I admit that I am indeed not suitable to stay among the decision-makers of the Pantheon of Demons in these harsh times. The Red Tide plan will be all yours. I will spend most of my time and energy on the investigation and strike of the Blade of Chaos and the Triangle. The Fire Ant King is my blood brother. His rise was because of my negligence. I should be the one to eliminate him. I have only one requirement." "What it is, Elder Nether Spring?" "I'll see that it is done," Jean Tuyi said solemnly. Elder Nether Spring let out a long sigh and waved his hands lethargically. "I am willing to leave, but do not deprive the warriors under my command of the honor of fighting for the Pantheon of Demons. I hope that you will at least bring my Nether Shadow Guardians together with the core legions into the Heaven's Origin sector and stab into the heart of the Star Glory Federation during the Red Tide plan. They should be sacrificed in the most brilliant way." Jean Tuyi pondered for a moment and nodded. "No problem. If we do march into the capital city of the Star Glory Federation, the Nether Shadow Guardians will be the first troop to see the Parliament building of the Federation." Elder Nether Spring managed a smile and stopped talking. Jean Tuyi tapped the long desk hard before he said solemnly, "Unification. I must repeat myself. Everybody, we must be united. The Red Tide plan is perhaps the riskiest plan in the history of war between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector. Part of the ground troops from the Kingdom of Lion Butchers and the Nether Spring Kingdom will pretend to be our entire main force and march into the Heaven's Origin sector through the wormholes in the Dark Desolate Domain. They will tear apart the Grand Desolate Plateau and impose pressure on the Giant Blade Pass, the most important defense line of human beings at the south of the Grand Desolate Plateau. This is destined to be a suicidal attack with no return. Their sole mission will be to distract the attention of most of the Crystal Suit legions of the Star Glory Federation so that the main force of the Star Glory Federation will be gathered around the Giant Blade Pass. In the meantime, our real main force, a great army with dozens of emperors, will show up in the ocean east to the Star Glory Federation through the secret channels that the Far East Demon Kingdom built for their escape 500 years ago. After taking a brief rest in the base that the Far East Demon Kingdom left, we will march out, charge at the eastern coastline of the Star Glory Federation, sweep across the most prosperous and populated area, and stab into the heart of the Federation. The secret channels are highly unstable. The base that the Far East Demon Kingdom left is nothing to be optimistic about either. Such an assault is so risky that we might wind up being wiped out without any survivors. However, we don't have any choice but war. Right now, the only things we can count on are the valiance of our warriors, the unification of everybody here, and the blessing of the Panga clan." Elder Nether Spring listened quietly on the opposite side of Jean Tuyi, emotionless. When he heard the Panga clan, 2 subtle ripples finally spread out his eyes that looked like black springs. However, the 2 ripples quickly faded away. When the rest of the demon emperors looked at him again, Elder Nether Spring had turned back into the empty, expressionless shell again. In the last base of the Blade of Chaos inside the mysterious Shadow Domain, Li Yao, the Fire Ant King, Han Tuhu, and Suo Chaolong were all deep in thought, frowning, while they listened to Yuchi-Ba introducing the whole process of Elder Nether Spring's loss of power, part of which was public and part clandestine. "This is impossible. It is impossible that Master Hollow Wind grasped the key information. Deep in thought, Han Tuhu analyzed, even though Master Hollow Wind caught the traces that the Fire Ant King left, there was no way that he could know that Sua Chaolong had returned to the Blood Demon sector or anything about Li Yao. It is stated clearly on the arrest warrants that a nascent soul stage cultivator has snuck into the Blood Demon sector. The only battle in which Li Yao demonstrated the combat ability equal to the nascent soul stage was the one on the island of the Netherworld in the North Pole. Elder Nether Spring is the only party that knows of the matter other than us. It is impossible for a third party to have learned of it. Master Hollow Wind can't have uncovered my tracks, the Fire Ant King said calmly. He is a complete idiot. He has merely been mounting the high horse based on his background and bloodline. Think about it. Elder Nether Spring and I are both from a secondary branch of a middle-sized noble family. Although we had the legacies of chaos, we were seriously short of support after all. But as the leader of the traditional nobles of the Nether Spring Kingdom, he failed to come up with anything useful to deal with us for decades. He missed countless opportunities where he could have suffocated us while we were still growing. In the end, he could only wait and watch us rise until we were too huge for him. This is your first clue about the capability and wisdom of the Master. He is one of the old-school demons. He has been dwelling in the improvement of combat ability and considered it to be everything. He has also taken down a lot of competitors with his formidable strength. But he did not know that fighting and scheming are totally different. Now that he has run into Elder Nether Spring, whose combat ability is even higher than his, he is totally useless. In regard of combat ability, he might be only slightly weaker than Elder Nether Spring and better than me. But in terms of planning, not just Elder Nether Spring, even I can play him like a fiddle. How could such a guy have discovered evidence of my activities? Sua Chaolong narrowed his eyes and said coldly, therefore, somebody intentionally fed the information such as your real identity, my betrayal, and Li Yao's infiltration to him and lured him into unveiling a plot that did not actually exist so that Elder Nether Spring would be involved and kicked out of office? The Fire Ant King nodded and smiled bitterly. Correct. The someone is obviously my big brother, Elder Nether Spring. I'm afraid that every word that Master Hollow Wind said was what Elder Nether Spring wanted him to say, and every action he took was manipulated by hundreds of invisible strings whose other ends were right in the hands of Elder Nether Spring. But why? Sua Chaolong scratched the back of his neck. Why did Elder Nether Spring deliberately expose the information? Not only will he lose the decision-making role in the Pantheon of demons, he will inevitably raise a lot of suspicion. Li Yao rubbed his temples softly and activated the first brain and the second brain that were at the two ends of his spine at the same time. The dual-core thinking system boosted his computational ability to the maximum. A moment later, he smiled and said, the reason is very simple. The Fire Ant King, Yuchi Ba, Han Tuhu, and Sua Chaolong were somewhat startled. They looked at Li Yao at the same time. Li Yao sat cross-legged so that he would be more comfortable with the lump at the end of his spine. Perhaps Elder Nether Spring was not willing to expose the information himself, but he did not have a second option. Think about it. A week ago, Elder Nether Spring was forced to the edge of a cliff. His entire plan was on the brink of destruction. His identity and purpose were discovered. His secret force, the Netherworld Watch, was known. His most important research base Netherworld was almost overturned by us and lost most functions for now. What was scarier was that the memory unit of the main biochemical brain that stored tremendous experiment data and core secrets was stolen by us. Both the Fire Ant King and the Sua Chaolong are silver blood demons and nobles on the surface. You must have a lot of connections in the Pantheon of demons. I bet that you have a close relationship with some of the demon emperors, too. It would be very convenient for you to reach out to other demon emperors. As long as you went to visit them, they would at least meet you and listen to your words for a few hours patiently. What could Elder Nether Spring do if you went to the Demon Emperors with all the evidence? Yes. Such an attempt would get yourselves involved. The Fire Ant King would not be able to hide his identity as the leader of the Blade of Chaos anymore. But who knows what you think? Perhaps you just wanted Elder Nether Spring to be cursed even at the cost of your everything. Or maybe, you would send the evidence to the Demon Emperors in a special way. Naturally, the Demon Emperors are not likely to believe everything you say just based on a few simple files and experiment records, but they will certainly grow suspicious and start investigating. Some of the things can barely be concealed. For example, the Nether World in the North Pole. As long as a few devilish warships are deployed to the coordinates nearby and search carefully, the island will certainly be discovered. If so, Elder Nether Spring's plan will definitely be seriously disrupted. Weren't we discussing whether or not we should unveil Elder Nether Spring's true face in such a way just now? Therefore, since it was impossible to keep everything a secret anymore, he might as well expose the information himself rather than waiting for you to accuse him. Do you know how to stop a forest fire? Everybody was dazed, not knowing why Li Yao suddenly went off the topic. They all shook their heads. Li Yao smiled and said, when a forest fire is burning furiously and cannot be extinguished anytime soon, the best approach is to set up a controllable new fire outside the main forest fire in order to create a fire line. That way, the forest fire will be compressed to the limited area or guided to the unimportant locations. It is obvious now that Elder Nether Spring has manipulated Master Hollow Wind to set up a new fire and create a fire line for himself. Right now, the Fire Ant King, Sua Chaolong, and I are all on the most wanted list. No matter where we show up, we will endure storm-like attacks. It will be difficult for us to meet a Demon Emperor in a regular way. Even if we manage to meet a Demon Emperor through all the hindrances and tell him Elder Nether Spring's plot along with our evidence, it will be very difficult for him to believe us because they have been brainwashed and believe that we are implementing a strategical deception. Half a month ago in the Mausoleum of Chaos, Elder Nether Spring brought me, an unexpected factor, back to his nest because of his negligence, which almost resulted in the unfolding of his entire plan. His greatest weakness was exposed. But it is safe to say that, right now, after a series of operations, he has fixed his weakness and become flawless again. None of the 12 demon emperors of the Pantheon of Demons are easy to deal with, Han Tuhu said solemnly. Such a lie cannot work forever. It doesn't have to work forever, Li Yao said calmly. As long as everybody is misled until the moment the Spore stratagem is activated, it will be good enough. I think the moment is not far away from us. Sua Chaolong frowned. It's true that Elder Nether Spring's lie worked out, but the price is that he lost control over the Nether Spring Kingdom and even got kicked out of the decision-making circle of the Pantheon of Demons. So what? Li Yao asked back. The real armed force that Elder Nether Spring counts on is the Netherworld Watch. They are his trusted subordinates. The nobles and armies of the Nether Spring Kingdom will not listen to his command when they learn that he is not a true Silverblood demon. Such disloyal armies that might betray him at any minute are certainly not something that Elder Nether Spring would want. As for being kicked out of the decision-making circle, it is even simpler. That was exactly his purpose. What? The Fire Ant King, Sua Chaolong and Han Tuhu were all dazed. Why would Elder Nether Spring kick himself out of the decision-making circle of the Pantheon of Demons? Not kick himself out but keep his distance from them. Li Yao's eyes were moving unpredictably, as if he were staring at Elder Nether Spring, who was perhaps the greatest schemer lurking in the Blood Demon sector, through the wall from tens of thousands of kilometers away. Li Yao pondered for a long time and shifted his eyes to Yuchi Ba. Master Yuchi, according to your intelligence, all 4 demon kingdoms and cities are taking measures to recruit soldiers and collect resources to complete the unprecedented general mobilization, right? Yes, Yuchiba said, I have never seen such a general mobilization before. Even for some of the Silverblood families, all the teenagers above the age of 12 have been summoned to establish the Youth Guard. Everybody in the Blood Demon sector is braced for a great war. That's right. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and mumbled, after learning the existence of the Flying Star sector. The first judgment of Suo Chaolong and Han Tuhu was that the Pantheon of Demons was likely to wager everything on a national war. Master Yuchi's intelligence supports their prediction, too. Here comes the question. If the Pantheon of Demons is really going to fight a great war with all the resources of the Blood Demon sector, as one of the 4 giants of the world, Elder Netherspring will have to stay in the decision-making circle along with the other 11 demon emperors, won't he? It is possible that he will be forced to stay in a top-secret command center and handle endless military affairs with other demon emperors day and night. Also, all the personnel, assets, and information that enter or exit the highest command center will certainly be scrutinized to ensure that nothing unusual was passing by, right? If Elder Netherspring is kept in such a command center, how on earth can he carry out the Spore stratagem? A great war against the Star Glory Federation is coming close. As one of the 4 giants of the Blood Demon sector who always appeared to be passionate about the war, Elder Netherspring cannot disappear every other day. It would be very strange, wouldn't it? We must note that his colleagues will not be random guys but the keenest and most quick-minded demon emperors. Somebody will suspect him as long as he shows the slightest irregularity. Therefore, Elder Netherspring must stay away from the decision-making circle. More exactly, he must stay away from the cage named Highest Command Center, and get out of the sight of the demon emperors. It is true that a series of investigations targeting him will be conducted, but right now, the attention of all the demon emperors is focused on the war against the Heaven's Origin sector. The investigations will not be thorough and careful at all. After all, he has lost his power and become a stray dog. Nobody will choose to beat a stray dog at such a moment. As a result, Elder Netherspring will have time and space to carry out the Spore stratagem without worries. Besides, the greatest benefit of keeping his distance from the decision-making circle is that, when the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector are fighting, Elder Netherspring, who has been kicked out of office humiliatingly, will not be leading the charge. When other demon emperors are galloping in the Heaven's Origin sector with great armies, Elder Netherspring, who is downhearted because of loss of power, will be responsible for the logistics work in the rear, despondently. That is perfect reasonable, isn't it? It is highly unlikely that Elder Netherspring will resign from the Pantheon of Demons himself, which would be super weird. Therefore, he exposed the Fire Ant King's real identity through Master Hollow Wind's mouth so that he would get involved and be kicked out of office. Everybody knows the grudge between Master Hollow Wind and Elder Netherspring. There will be no suspicion at all. There was a long silence. Han Tuhu and Suo Chaolong both took a long breath and eyed Li Yao in a weird way. Elder Netherspring is too dreadful, Han Tuhu mumbled. He has been manipulating everybody in the Pantheon of Demons. Suo Chaolong's eyelids were twitching crazily. Why do I feel that Li Yao is even more dreadful than him? If that is the case, everything is unchangeable now. What should we do? Yuchi Ba asked earnestly. Li Yao thought for a moment and said, we are more in need of Jin Xinyue now. If a national war between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector breaks out, we must know how the war will be fought in order to stop it in advance. As daughter of the Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army, it is possible that Jin Xinyue can help us infer what her father is thinking. Besides, we are all wanted criminals right now. It is barely possible to reach out to any demon emperor through legal channels. Jin Xinyue is a saintess of the Pantheon of Demons. She must be familiar with the terrain of the headquarters of the Pantheon of Demons and know a way to sneak in and show up right in front of the faces of the demon emperors without alarming anyone. Sneak into the headquarters of the Pantheon of Demons. Everybody was completely shocked by Li Yao's bodacious idea. After a long days, Yuchi Ba struggled to say, however, when we approached Void Turmoil City, it was already surrounded by the coalition army of demons. They were apparently ready to attack the city at any moment. Chances are that it is already occupied at this moment. I was seriously short of hands back then and could not sneak into Void Turmoil City to look for Jin Xinyue. Now that the Fire Ant King's identity has been exposed, Li Yao said, it is only natural that Void Turmoil City cannot get away. It may have already been burned to the ground. However, I am confident in Jin Xinyue's survival ability. She will not have been killed so easily. Since we need her, I will have to go to Void Turmoil City and get her out. Inside the mysterious Shadow Domain, the biggest development lab of biochemical beasts for the Blade of Chaos was 100 meters below the ground. Li Yao looked ahead and discovered that the place was like a forest dominated by venomous fog. Standing on the fertile, red soil were enormous flowers, some of which were 3 to 5 meters tall, and some were above 10. All the flowers were translucent. They were like weird eggs of devils. While they were fluctuating, the breathing holes that were surrounded by complicated stripes would spurt out colorful air. If one were to examine the flowers with special mystic rays, they would clearly see that sophisticated veins and nerves were packed on the inner wall of the flowers and that biochemical beasts in the form of fetuses were taking shape quickly inside. Every flower was connected to countless tubes of nutrition liquids and neural electricity, and the tubes further led to the biochemical brains that boasted high computational ability. In the world of cultivators, a refiner who was capable of creating a crystal suit on their own was known as an Armadominus, which was the highest level that every refiner dreamed of. In the world of demons, the specialists who were adept at refining biochemical beasts were called originators. Their job was to originate lives and to create new, strong life forms that were built for killing. After decades of development in darkness, the Blade of Chaos naturally had a large batch of originators. After analyzing the legacies of chaos, they were almost as knowledgeable as their counterparts in the Pantheon of demons. Right now, they were manipulating the growth of the biochemical beasts precisely through the biochemical brains. After receiving the tremendous experiment data and key files from Elder Nether Spring, the Blade of Chaos was now much better at the production of biochemical beasts. Right now, a batch of new biochemical beasts were being refined for the warriors of Skyfire. Li Yao participated in the refinement of the biochemical beasts in person. They were perhaps the weirdest biochemical beasts in the history of the Blood Demon sector. They barely shared any similarities with demon beasts. Instead, they were like fully closed armor that enclosed the body, except that they were all built by biochemical materials. They were specially prepared for the federal soldiers under Han Tuhu's command. The federal soldiers had never received training to harness biochemical beasts. They were more used to battles where they were in crystal suits. However, due to the lack of facilities and fundamental materials, even Li Yao could not make hundreds of crystal suits out of thin air. Li Yao had thought about a brand new path of combining crystal suits with biochemical beasts before. He took the opportunity and suggested it to the Fire Ant King, asking whether or not it was possible to create a crystal suit with biochemical materials so that a new, biochemical suit could be built. The crystal processor would be replaced by the biochemical brain, the tubes of spiritual energy would be substituted for biochemical nerves, and the super alloys would turn into bones of the mutated demon beasts. The biochemical suit created in such a way might fit the definition of crystal suit when the ultimate weapon had been invented at the very beginning. The crystal suit at that time was also known as strengthened external skeleton. Of course, such a biochemical suit was destined to be different from a crystal suit in terms of maneuvering and combat patterns. However, most of the federal soldiers, including Han Tuhu, were different from before, too. After a lot of their primeval cells were activated, their limbs and internal organs had all gone through drastic mutations, and the old circulation of spiritual energy inside their bodies was already seriously twisted, making it difficult for them to wield the strength of their crystal suits like before. In the meantime, the significant improvement in the output of their mitochondria and the formidable mutations on the outside of their body endowed them with new techniques. There was no doubt that, after a period of familiarization, they would be perfectly able to demonstrate brand new techniques that had never seen in either the Heaven's Origin sector or the Blood Demon sector with the biochemical suits. I hope there is enough time. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao passed through the forest of hundreds of flowers and entered a special chamber at the deepest part of the development lab of biochemical beasts. It was a secret chamber that belonged to himself and the modification room for the mystic skeleton battle suit. At first glance, the decoration of the modification room was more or less the same as that of a regular refining room, except that the divine anvil and the star basher, two tools that were used in manual forging, were placed in a corner. 1,000 components that were manually forged by Li Yao were now floating in midair through anti-gravity rune arrays, revolving and reducing the inner stress. However, at the center of the modification room, an enormous biochemical culture tank was standing. Looking through the transparent glass, one would see that the mystic skeleton battle suit was floating in the dark red culture solution quietly. Countless tentacles were pecking its body softly. All the tentacles were hollow. After every peck, they would spurt out high-density, mutated bone cells onto the surface of the mystic skeleton battle suit, which would form a bone membrane that was of a high tenacity and hardness. Above the bone membrane, nerves, flesh, and blood were piled up. Judging from the left arm, whose modification had finished, it was a perfect combination of a machine and a living creature. The transition from the metal part to the flesh part was so seamless that it seemed natural. The spiritual stripes and rune arrays that were exposed to the air before were safer and more inconspicuous after being covered by the bone membrane and the flesh and blood. The biochemical nerves that entangled the tubes of spiritual energy increased the speed of signal transmission and feedback of the units. On many occasions, it was no longer necessary to calculate through the data on the retina. One would only need to count on the intuitional reaction that was triggered deep inside their brain after a fuzzy calculation. The dark red biochemical muscles were hidden amid the black shells. Occasionally, the bone spurs in dim metal colors could be seen hibernating in the gaps of the shells. The crazily proliferating cells decorated the surface of the left arm with a layer of scattered bubbles. Li Yao suddenly had an illusion in his trance, wondering whether the object in front of his was a cold machine or a real life. Holding his breath, Li Yao stared and communicated with the mystic skeleton battlesuit in silence. A long time later, he placed his left hand on the biochemical brain that controlled the culture tank. His fingers slightly moved and gradually sank into the biochemical brain before he adjusted the direction of the propagation of the cells carefully. A piece of perfect artwork, isn't it? The mental devil observed deep inside his brain. Li Yao's understanding about the biochemistry was still very shallow. The modification on the mystic skeleton battle suit had mostly been conducted by the mental devil. The guy was an expert in the field in the first place. With the experiment files and the knowledge of the Blade of Chaos and Elder Nether Spring, it had been exclaiming in great satisfaction and was completely dedicated to the training, having no time to bother Li Yao for a long time. Li Yao slightly frowned. The mystic skeleton battlesuit was indeed impeccable. However, you seem to have been too obedient recently. The mental devil pouted and held its chest, as if it had been greatly wronged. Why are you saying that? Is it not good that I am obedient? Would you feel better if I went on a rampage from dawn to dusk so that you can suppress me brutally? Li Yao blinked. Of course not. However, I do feel that you are up to something even though you seem to be helping me wholeheartedly. Leaning against O Yezi's memory tree, the mental devil picked a gold leaf from the tree. It was one of O Yezi's memory pieces. The mental devil stuffed the memory piece into his mouth and chewed slowly. It shook its index finger and said, "Let me repeat. You are me, and I am you. Helping you is helping myself. Why are you always so paranoid? As the saying goes, an eye for an eye will only make the whole world blind. If you are always wary of me and I always plan to murder you, our mutual mistrust will not be solved until the body dies. Won't we be turning our brain into a small dark forest? I know that you hate the dark forest theory, but is it enough to only break the dark forest among the different civilizations in the universe? The dark forest is right in your heart. Should you break it apart too? Therefore, the two of us should be united instead of divided. We should be at peace instead of war. We should help each other and grow together instead of suspecting each other and dying together, right? Why do I feel that you are stealing my lines? Li Yao pondered. The mental devil chewed apart Oysters' memory piece and devoured it. Licking its lips, not entirely satisfied, the mental devil chuckled. Now you see how difficult it is for people to trust each other. You've misunderstood me greatly again. As I explained earlier, the blood-striped virus is an extremely weird life form. Perhaps according to the standard of human beings, it is not a life form at all. It is invisible, bodiless, natural, and pollution-free. It will cause no damage to the universe whatsoever. All it needs are your insignificant feelings. Any feeling can be the energy source for the blood-striped virus. Desire for slaughter, yes. Friendship, love, and earnestness to protect one's homework, too. However, for most species, their most intense feelings are about slaughter and destruction. Whose fault is that? What if I say that the blood-striped virus has been feasting upon the intense lust for killing and that it has grown tired of the feeling because it was too violent and monotonous? What if I say that it is interested in tasting some new feelings, such as love, protectiveness, friendship, and sacrifice? Like a glutton who has had fish and meat for billions of years and grown bored of food, it is now willing to taste porridge and see what its flavor is. Will you believe that? No, ha ha ha. You are truly my mental devil. You've seen through me so quickly. All right. Let's change to a different theory. If what I desire most is killing, then the more killing, the more satisfied I will be, right? Yes, Li Yao answered. Then what kind of killing is larger in scale? Wars, of course, especially the wars between two evenly matched sectors that are going to destroy each other. Exactly. Li Yao frowned. That's why I find it odd that you've been behaving so dutifully. You didn't even play any tricks on the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. Why? I can feel that you are really meaning to stop the world war between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. Why? The mental devil cut off a bare branch from Oysters' memory tree and scratched its back with it. It yawned and said, I am going to formally protest regarding the matter. You pretended that you didn't know the first thing about biochemistry and had to hand over the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit to me for modification. But in fact, it was a trap of yours to test whether or not I would play any tricks, wasn't it? As a matter of fact, you have made significant progress in biochemistry recently, and you are certainly not as ignorant as you appear to be. Besides, you have made a lot of arrangements inside the modification room, waiting for me to show up, haven't you? That is too outrageous of you. I'm not saying that you cannot wipe out the mental devil, but with our identity and position today, can you please at least improve the level of our competition and stop setting up traps that insult both your wisdom and mine? Play tricks on the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit? Do I look like such a dishonorable mental devil? All right. I apologize. I have misunderstood you. You are a metal devil of honor and integrity. So, why are you helping me exactly? For the world peace of the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector, of course, the mental devil said solemnly. And a more glorious war, the mental devil declared. What do you mean? The mental devil smiled. The Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector are just two barren worlds at the edge of the universe. They are utterly insignificant, even taking the Flying Star sector into consideration. You don't think that the fight of a few country folk is enough to satisfy me, do you? Yes. I could interfere with you right now and even hamstring you at a critical moment so that a total war between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector breaks out, leading to the destruction and ruination of both worlds. Then what? When the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings arrives, the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector will be crushed thunderously into smithereens without any ability to fight back. A war between two evenly matched parties is the most entertaining and can trigger the most drastic feelings. If one party has no ability to fight back and is suppressed within a breath, it will be like an ant that is stomped upon by a boot. The ant does not even know how it was killed, and the guy who stomps on it has no sense of satisfaction and achievement, either. How can there be intense lust for killing? Li Yao was dazed. He took a deep breath in relief. The mental devil chuckled and said, "Therefore, even if I am indeed craving for a war, it will not be a brawl between three villages. Instead, what I yearn for is a universal war that is more splendid, spectacular, and soul-stirring and will ignite all of the 3,000 sectors. One of the two parties in the war is the Imperium of true human beings, and the other party is the new Federation, which is the unification of the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector. Just think about how many dazzling sparks will burst out. How many blood-freezing stories will be told. How many unforgettable heroes, losers, and traitors will emerge in the universal war between the Imperium and the new Federation. Intense feelings are sure to be generated. Bloodthirst, betrayal, loyalty, determination, desperation, and hope. Such a way is the most delicious meal that anybody can expect. I am shivering in excitement just thinking about it. Compared to such a war, is the battle between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector worth mentioning at all? Therefore, both of us share the same purpose here. We want the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector to join hands as quickly as possible so that the new Federation will have a high-speed development for 100 years to increase its capability as much as possible. Maybe, it will be qualified, however undeservedly, to be a real opponent for the Imperium of true human beings, won't it? After all, only the evenly matched wars are fun. See? I have told everything to you so frankly. You are finally assured, aren't you? Asshole. I'm even more worried right now, alright? Li Yao said. How can there be such a terrible monster in the world? The mental devil sniffed. The two of us are mental devils for each other. We are two sides of the same coin. In other words, I know you as much as you know me. Is it really fun to pretend to be an ignorant, innocent lily? Stop fooling yourself. In fact, deep down in your heart, you too yearn for wars, devastating combat, dangerous rescues, and the satisfaction of one against many, don't you? You are as bloodthirsty as I am. You want as much killing, risk, and turbulence as I do. You hate a monotonous and lackluster world. From the magical equipment graveyard to this day, you have never changed at all. You are always the fatal vulture, aren't you? Why did you teleport to the Blood Demon sector by yourself instead of following the main troop when you left the Flying Star sector? Right. You knew that you were contaminated by the blood-striped virus. You were unwilling to affect other people and would rather sacrifice yourself. What an honorable reason. What a great man of integrity who will trigger tears when other people talk about him. However, both you and I know that it is completely bullshit. It was an out-and-out lie. Deep down in your subconsciousness, you longed for more fierce combat, more perilous battles, and more shocking adventures, and you did not want to be bound by any rules or laws. That was all. Subconsciously, you knew that, if you had returned to the Heaven's Origin sector with the main troop, you would have become a screw in the gigantic machine that is the world of cultivators. The best you could expect is to become a relatively important unit. What's the word on the nexus of the Heaven's Origin sector? Every cultivator has their responsibility. In the Heaven's Origin sector or the Flying Star sector, even a nascent soul stage cultivator cannot do anything freely. Even battles have to be arranged and circumscribed by a set of rules. If the federal government gives you a mission that you are not interested in, can you really turn it down? That was the reason you chose the Blood Demon sector. In this place, you are the only dominator of yourself. You are no longer affected by any rules or laws. You can kill anybody or anything you want according to your own will without any hindrance. The bottom line is, right above the ultra-level federal hero Li Yao, there is another Li Yao, one that does not belong to the Federation but only belongs to himself and the Earth. There's no need to deny it. I know everything about your subconsciousness. Oh. Right. More precisely speaking, I am your subconsciousness. You know it. You've always known it. Li Yao was silent. A wind was suddenly raging inside his brain and blew off a gold leaf from Oysters' memory tree. The mental devil extended its hand and picked the fallen leaf. It then folded the leaf from the two sides to the middle before it put on the leaf on its lips and blew at the leaf. Weird noises were echoing for a while before the mental devil suddenly coughed violently. Do excuse me. I haven't learned how to whistle with a tree leaf yet. Sorry for my poor performance. Then why are you still whistling? I just feel that, while we are discussing such a profound and philosophical topic, playing the blues can significantly improve the style of our conversation. Li Yao. Right. The mental devil snapped away the memory piece and suddenly changed the topic. Over the past few days, while you were training the body, I had a little adventure in the depths of our consciousness and discovered a lot of interesting stuff. Do you want to know what I have found? Li Yao raised his eyebrow. What is it? The mental devil opened its mouth and spat out a little bug that was emitting vague gold colors like a firefly. The body of the bug was like a round, transparent droplet of dew. However, when Li Yao focused his attention on it, he saw a blue world, Earth. Hiu. Hiu. A racing car that looked like black fire was drawing a burning line on a highway near the river at a speed that far exceeded the limits of any machinery. All the pointers and data on the dashboard were jumping crazily, until they were ripped apart into dancing streaks of brightness. The whole of Earth was shaking violently. The Vulture plan has failed. It is too formidable. We cannot destroy it. Run away. Run away to the edge of the universe and never come back. Forget everything about Earth. It is too strong and too dark. We cannot destroy it. We cannot destroy it in another 1,000, million, or billion years. In the next second, the racing car of black fire seemed to have rushed out of the road, the troposphere, the stratosphere, Earth, and into the endless sea of stars. Standing in the middle of the cosmic dust, Li Yao stared at the blue planet passionately. He declared in the vacuum, one world after another, I am going to complete the Vulture plan. I am going to destroy it. His soul shivered, and he was back to reality. That's it? What do you think? If our consciousness can be compared to a vast ocean, the information I found was all buried in the deepest trench. It is already a miracle that we can excavate some of the pieces with our current strength. Li Yao pondered for a moment and said, therefore, the purpose of the Vulture plan is to destroy something, a being that is extremely dark and formidable. What is it exactly? The mental devil opened its hands and said, whatever it is not something that we can destroy right now. Maybe, that is the reason we crave for fights, adventures, and training deep down to our bones. We've always wanted to be stronger subconsciously so that we will be able to implement the Vulture plan one day. Li Yao took a deep breath. He seemed to envision a road leading to the blue planet named Earth in the depths of the Sea of Stars. It was a road of thorns and flames that pierced through the entire universe and extended to infinity. Leaning against the memory tree, the mental devil was also squinting, as if it had seen the same burning road in the universe, too. Staring attentively, it suddenly let go of the amusement on its face. It turned very tranquil and mumbled, "It's a brilliant path, isn't it?" Li Yao smiled and nodded. He strode toward his own road. 5 days later, on the ocean 300 kilometers west of Void Turmoil City, a devilish warship that was pretending to be a gray whale slowly popped up and spurted out a giant pillar of water into the sky. Inside the devilish warship, Li Yao was observing the situation in Void Turmoil City through the biochemical eye hidden inside the water pillar wholeheartedly. Naturally, it was impossible to see the details due to the long distance. He could only sense the turbulent magnetic field and burning flames of demonic energy above Void Turmoil City. Having just experienced a great battle, the city was now still heavily besieged by the coalition army of demons. The elites of the Sea clan in the coalition army were guarding the water in front of them. Therefore, the devilish warship of the Blade of Chaos did not dare draw any closer and simply dropped Li Yao there. He could only count on himself for the rest of the journey. Li Yao rejected taking any companions. Firstly, the training of the 3 tactical squads of Skyfire had not been completed yet. They had to seize every second to practice in order to carry out the important missions to come soon. Secondly, the mission of sneaking into Void Turmoil City, which had been occupied and besieged, and bringing someone out would not necessarily have a better result when there were more hands. With Li Yao's current capability, unless his teammates were of the same level as the Fire Ant King, others would only be adding to his trouble. If he was not able to complete a mission, another 100 or so teammates would not help much. President. Standing behind Li Yao, Yuchi Ba said respectfully, "The overall structural design of Void Turmoil City, including the hundreds of secret channels mixed among the drainage canals when we built the city, have been saved in your crystal processor. Through the secret channels, you will be able to show up in any place inside Void Turmoil City. Of course, that is, if you pass through the undersea defense line guarded by the Sea clan first." Understood. Li Yao nodded. "You will wait for me here and closely watch the situation in Void Turmoil City. If everything goes well, I will bring Jin Xinyue out in half a day. If there's something wrong, meet me at the 3 backup rendezvous points in 1 day, 3 days, and 7 days respectively. If you don't see me in any of the rendezvous points, you will stop waiting and return to the mysterious shadow domain directly. Jin Xinyue and I will figure out what to do on our own." Schwa. Li Yao stuck his right index finger and middle finger to the center of his eyebrow and summoned the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. The newborn Mystic Skeleton battlesuit enveloped his body like a stream of thick, black liquid that consolidated instantly in a hideous form. The seemingly withered muscles and shells expanded continuously and unleashed such intense demonic energy that it condensed into black spirals around the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, making everybody on the devilish warship shake in fear. If an ignorant cultivator had seen such a view, he would certainly be extremely vigilant with the misconception that the greatest devil had arrived. Li Yao inwardly frowned. This is too eye-catching. I really didn't see this coming. A lot of biochemical materials had been added to the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit during the modification, transforming it toward a perfect combination of a crystal suit and a biochemical beast. Such a methodology had significantly improved the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit's performance, but it had also raised an issue that had never occurred to Li Yao before. The Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, which was covered in tremendous living cells, could no longer be stored in a cosmos ring. Generally speaking, cosmos rings could not be used to store living creatures. It was because the functioning mechanism of most of cosmos rings was that the molecular structure of a 3-dimensional object would be compressed into a 4-dimensional amalgamation of a higher density. Then, when the object was to be retrieved, the cosmos ring would unfold the 4-dimensional amalgamation in the 3-dimensional space. For example, if a newspaper was too large to be carried, it could be compressed hard into a cluster so that it would be able to be stuffed into a small space handily. It was a compression from the two-dimensional space to the three-dimensional space. When one meant to read the newspaper again, he would only need to take out the paper ball and open it, restoring it to the two-dimensional level. It was not hard to imagine that when a newspaper was unfolded after being rolled into a ball, there would be certainly a lot of crinkles on the surface, and a lot of fibers that were invisible to the human eyes must have been fractured, too. The storage of the cosmos rings was the same. The process of compression and extraction would deal a certain amount of damage to the object. For the lifeless objects, such tiny damage could be overlooked, and their original properties and functions could be maintained, like a crinkled newspaper that could still accommodate readable information. However, for cells that were highly competent, especially the brain cells used for thinking, such damage was hardly resistible. Countless savants among both human beings and demons had been dedicated to the project of storing living creatures with cosmos rings. However, the best result after thousands of years of research was that some of the cells could maintain minimal activity inside the cosmos ring through the protection of special rune arrays. Li Yao had once utilized the special preservation rune arrays to preserve a huge amount of food inside his cosmos rings, which could keep the freshness and the spiritual energy contained inside the food for several years. It was an application of the technology in reality. But there was still a long distance to go from food to a living being. It was especially so for the brain cells, which were most mysterious and feeble in a living creature. After being folded and unfolded, even if the living creature did not seem any different, their brain nerves might have been seriously damaged. It was the reason why biochemical beasts could not be stored inside cosmos rings. After all, the core of a biochemical beast was the biochemical brain, which, although did not boast self-awareness, had to maintain a high activity in order to handle the computation of astronomical information. Thankfully, the mystic skeleton battlesuit was not entirely a biochemical beast, and its core was still a crystal processor with a tough performance. In order to fit the brand new mystic skeleton battlesuit into the cosmos rings, Li Yao, the Fire Ant King, and the other experts came up with all kinds of whimsical approaches that late proved to be failures without exception. In the end, the Fire Ant King proposed a solution. Although the cosmos rings could not be used to store living creatures, they were fine with dead bodies. From ancient times to present day, cultivators had often thrown materials such as bones or cores into their cosmos rings after the hunted down animals or demon beasts. If they had excavated some rarely seen wood, they would often stuff the treasure into their cosmos ring casually, too. It had never been reported that the specifications of the objects were any different when they were retrieved again. It was evidence that the storage of the cosmos ring would not jeopardize the intactness of cells. Many crystal suits were directly built with tremendous heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Even the mystic skeleton battlesuit had adopted a lot of materials that were ripped off from Skeleton Dragon's body after the battle on Boneyard. Other than the tough bones, a lot of high extensible, soft materials had been applied. At that time, the mystic skeleton battlesuit had still been able to be stored in the cosmos rings freely. Therefore, Li Yao and the Fire Ant King came to the conclusion that, if the brain cells were not involved, as long as the activity of the cells was kept to the minimum level, it was possible that the cells would not be hurt during the folding and unfolding of the cosmos rings. The Fire Ant King had done some research before. He had even developed a cell depressor based on the assumption, which could significantly reduce the activity of the cells and set them into the hibernation or apparent death state. The Fire Ant King planned to store the biochemical beasts in cosmos rings in such a way so that the portability of the ultimate weapons could be greatly improved. However, such a hibernating drug proved to cause great damage to the brain cells. The biochemical brains could not be unfrozen after they hibernated. He could not make any progress however many experiments he conducted. Eventually, he had to abandon the project. Since the mystic skeleton battlesuit was not using a biochemical brain, it was not a problem. After being injected with the hibernating drug, the strengthened cells on the surface of the mystic skeleton battlesuit all entered the hibernation state, and the activity of the cells were lowered to the minimum, which allowed them to withstand the damage during the folding and unfolding. After the Mystic Skeleton battle suit was retrieved from the Cosmos Ring, it would be injected with an activation drug, which would stimulate the mitochondria inside the hibernating cells to burn furiously and restore their activity. In such a way, the storage problem of the brand new Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was solved, although not entirely satisfactorily. The hibernation and activation would both take 1 to 2 seconds, which could be quite an annoying lag in an ever-changing battlefield. However, after analyzing the pros and cons carefully, Li Yao still believed that it was acceptable to trade a few seconds for the significant improvement in performance. After all, it was new technology and a piece of new magical equipment that had just been invented. A lot of problems would definitely occur, but the technical issues could be slowly addressed by the technical improvement. As a refiner with keen senses, Li Yao had high hopes for such a piece of new magical equipment. What was most dissatisfying for him was that, when the activation drug was deployed to awaken the biochemical cells attached to the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, the mitochondria inside the cells would burn furiously because of the stimulation and unleash incessant demonic energy, to the point that visible black swirls would condense around his body. It was indeed too eye-catching. Before, when I fully utilized my strength, my ultimate core would always play music loudly. Right now, whenever I summon my crystal suit, an overwhelming wind of demonic energy is triggered. Gloomy, haunting music along with the surging demonic energy like a volcanic eruption. This is exactly how the great villain in a movie shows up at the end. It is indeed too flamboyant and dramatic and does not befit my low-key style at all. It was already beyond Li Yao's expectations that the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit's performance could be improved by so much after only half a month. Therefore, he could only deal with the minor flaw for now and dive into the depths of the undersea world in the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters. He was surrounded by a world of darkness. In front of Li Yao's eyes, the parameters of the environment were jumping on the light beam of the crystal processor, and the cells on the surface of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit directly transmitted the outside pressure into his brain through the biochemical nerves. The two different ways of processing told him the influence of the pressure of the seawater simultaneously. He was both like a piece of high-precision diving magical equipment and a fish that lived in the deep sea. He was now able to analyze and process the information 30% faster than before, which allowed him to sense the effect of the feeblest current and the dangerous hunters lurking in the depths of the darkness. Inside the undersea mountains on his left side, a thorny sea cucumber was lurking quietly, lying in the mud, ready to spurt out its internal organs that were packed with sharp thorns and hooks at any time. On his right side, a shoal of axe fish was swaggering by. The unbridled undercurrents that they raised were demonstrating their formidability. In the darkness ahead of him, glimmers were beaming out. They appeared to be the rotten whales from the upper level that had fallen into the deep sea, a phenomenon commonly known as whale fall. But Li Yao knew that they were merely bait that were faked by the antennae on the forehead of the anglerfish. Should any fish think that the glimmers were food and go after them, they would certainly end up in the sharp, merciless mouth of the anglerfish. Hunters were everywhere in the dark world, but if they were careless for one moment, they would only end up being the most miserable prey for the scarier hunters. Li Yao observed patiently and calculated the undercurrents caused by the swimming creatures living in the deep sea while he selected his target carefully. Eventually, he shifted his eyes to the shoal of the axe fish. The axe fish appeared to be clusters of transparent soft meat and as harmless as shivering jelly at first glance. However, their tongues, which were extremely tensile, could slap out with the enhancement of the pressure water and cut prey multiple times larger than themselves in half like the sharpest axes. They were also fond of group activities. Once a large number of them gathered, they were even bold enough to challenge the most ferocious sharks. They were certainly one of the most fatal predators in the deep sea. The size of this particular shoal of axe fish was similar to that of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. Li Yao tailed and observed them carefully for half an hour, recording all the features of the interference they caused to the undercurrents while they were swimming. Then, Li Yao turned around and moved to Void Turmoil City. An hour later, glowing jellyfish that were floating like lanterns appeared in the darkness ahead of him. They were all in various colors and extended their tentacles to more than 10 meters away. They looked like both exotic flowers and the willow branches in a breeze. Li Yao knew that the glowing jellyfish were demon beasts tamed by the Sea Clan. Cells with keen senses were distributed on the tentacles of the glowing jellyfish for them to detect subtle changes of the undercurrents. In the deep sea where there were absolutely no rays of light, optical organs were the most useless of all. All the predators determined the size, species, and dangerousness of the prey near them through the changes of the undercurrents. Every different creature would cause different interference when they were swimming in the water. The difference between a devilish warship and a demon beast was even larger. By the sensation of the glowing jellyfish, the Sea Clan would know clearly what was swimming close. Manipulating the mystic skeleton battle suit, Li Yao swam toward the glowing jellyfish. He held his breath. Every strand of his nerves was as stable and precise as a scalpel while he carefully adjusted the power rune arrays and the activity of the muscles on the surface of the crystal suit to simulate the waves that the shoal of axe fish triggered when they were swimming. In the absolute deep, dark sea, he pretended to be a shoal of axe fish that were looking for food voraciously. He was even bold enough to dash toward a glowing jellyfish, pretending that the ferocious axe fish were planning to rip the glowing jellyfish into shreds. The glowing jellyfish was shocked and slightly retreated, shrinking into a cluster. But more glowing jellyfish crowded close from all directions, straightening their tentacles aggressively and releasing feeble poison. It was not an attack but a warning. They were the Sentinels that the Sea Clan deployed in the place. Their mission was surveillance, and they did not want to piss off a bunch of brutal axe fish. Li Yao halted for a moment and swam away. As a result, even though the Sea Clan had indeed felt an intruder through the glowing jellyfish, they would only think that it was a shoal of axe fish trying to attack a lone glowing jellyfish only to be intimidated by the tremendous glowing jellyfish that came later and retreat. In such a way, Li Yao passed through the cordon that the Sea Clan deployed without alarming anyone. He lurked in a trench not far away for half an hour in silence. Nobody came to investigate. The infiltration proved to be a success. Even so, he was still careful enough to pretend to be a shoal of axe fish and swam forward at an extremely low speed. For most of the time, he turned off all the power rune arrays and relied on the undercurrents to push him to the shore of Void Turmoil City. He only activated the power rune arrays and looked for new undercurrents when the previous ones led to the opposite direction. After all, in the water above his head, chances were that a lot of scattered teeth sharks, tyrant devilfish, and abyss whales, formidable demon beasts that the Sea Clan domesticated, were lurking and waiting for an enemy. Being surrounded by a huge number of ferocious animals in the deep sea was a nightmare that even Li Yao would rather not be faced with. Finally, he discovered the slope that extended to the bottom of the sea. Void Turmoil City was right ahead of him. According to the structural design Uchiba offered to him, he soon located a secret channel that was deeply buried below the ocean. When the Fire Ant King established Void Turmoil City, he had considered the possibility of the city being surrounded by an army when his identity was exposed. Therefore, he had built secret channels below the surface of Void Turmoil City that were as complicated as a maze. It had been only 1 week since the coalition army of Demon attacked Void Turmoil City. Although the city had already been razed to the ground, it was unlikely that all the secret channels had been discovered. Like a ghost, Li Yao crawled into a twisted crevice. He injected a special drug into the seawater. A cluster of corals immediately emitted a feeble glow. He turned the cluster of corals anti-clockwise 3 times. A lot of bubbles suddenly popped up from the depths of the crevices, revealing a teleportation array where green moss were growing. Shwa! Half a minute later, Li Yao took a long breath in a secret tunnel hundreds of meters below the void Turmoil city. In front of him, a lackluster bronze ring was floating. He crossed his fingers and twisted them in the opposite direction of their joints, casting a weird spell and sending a telepathic thought out. The bronze ring was humming. The vintage spiritual stripes carved on the surface of the ring were illuminated one by one, driving it to spin quickly. The bronze ring was not fully enclosed but had a notch. After spinning for a long time, the speed of the ring dropped. Eventually, the notch pointed in a certain direction like a compass. Jin Xinyue's location had been locked onto. The bronze ring was the child-mother heart connecting ring that Li Yao had crafted through the ancient techniques. It was divided into the child ring and the mother ring and could be used to tell each other's direction. Although there were drawbacks such as the unclear coordinates and the lack of support for real-time communication, the greatest advantage was that the spiritual waves they sent out were extremely weak and much more inconspicuous than any modern communication or navigation magical equipment. Also, their signals were also highly penetrative and could hardly be blocked. They were the perfect gadgets to be used in a place as chaotic as Void Turmoil City. Before Li Yao snuck into the Skeleton Island, he had discussed with Jin Xinyue about the methods of communication. At that time, they had been unaware of the inside information of the Blade of Chaos and Elder Nether Spring, and they did not know when they would meet each other again. Therefore, Li Yao had added camouflage to the child ring of the child-mother heart connecting ring and given it to Jin Xinyue, asking her to wear it on her ankle. According to their pact, Li Yao would sneak into the Skeleton Island and investigate the secrets of the Blade of Chaos. Meanwhile, Jin Xinyue would stay in Void Turmoil City as a chaotic blood demon and a slave in order to collect the useful intelligence in such a place where silver blood demons came every day. It was Jin Xinyue's specialty. Naturally, she found the job unchallenging. However, as it turned out, the Blade of Chaos was completely exposed, and Void Turmoil City was attacked by a great army. Jin Xinyue was trapped in the place, too. In the past, Jin Xinyue had been a demon king. There should not have been a problem for her to protect herself in the messy battles. However, after absorbing a full dosage of the divine blood of chaos, Jin Xinyue had been transformed into a human being from a demon, and her strength system was completely different now. It was impossible for her to perform the techniques of cultivators in front of the coalition army of demons. Therefore, where she had been hiding herself was quite a mystery. With the guidance of the child-mother heart connecting ring, Li Yao rushed to Jin Xinyue's shelter. Half a day later, he had already moved deep into Void Turmoil City. Hiding below a collapsed building, Li Yao released Neltharion into the air for reconnaissance. Through the crystal cameras on Neltharion, the city that was both messy and energetic in the past was now only messy. The city was on fire. The districts at the periphery had been burnt to the ground. Large areas of demonic plants were burning at the same time, producing a rather splendid belt of smoke in the sky that was raging like a black dragon. Deep inside the debris, explosions and the collapsing noises of the skyscrapers built on the withered trees were echoing non-stop. The falcons and eagles of the Feather Clan were flying everywhere in the burning sky. On the cracked land, countless soldiers of the Insect Clan were waving their sharp sickles and crawling past the dilapidated streets. The burnt bones were piled up as high as a hill. Desperate screams were soaring to the heavens along with the most intense black smoke that looked like countless frozen, dark pillars. The internal war among demons was no more merciful than those between demons and human beings. It was as cruel as the internal war among human beings that Li Yao had participated in personally in the Flying Star sector. Although Void Turmoil City had been established by the Fire Ant King himself, for safety reasons, he did not tell many residents of the city about the Blade of Chaos. However, even though they were not members of the Blade of Chaos, they were still the losers in the struggle for power in the major demon kingdoms who had been forced to escape to this place. Naturally, the coalition army of demons would not be polite to them, nor would the brutal demons be willing to surrender obediently. Also, in Void Turmoil City, the real members of the Blade of Chaos were also trying to break out of the siege. A war broke out in the end. However, the majority of the elites of the Blade of Chaos had been taken to the Mausoleum of Chaos by the Fire Ant King and Uchi-Ba. The remaining members were in lack of leadership and caught unprepared. Naturally, they were no match for the well-organized coalition army of demons. When Li Yao snuck in, Void Turmoil City had basically been occupied by the coalition army, and most of the resistance had been suppressed. Soldiers of the coalition army were everywhere in the city, searching for suspects in every household. Even the belongings of the Bronze Blood demons and the Silver Blood demons were confiscated. A lot of resources were looted, and all the free citizens ended up as slaves. The city was surrounded by biochemical beasts and devilish warships. Even a grasshopper would not have been able to jump out. When Neltharion finally determined the location where Jin Xinyue was hiding, Li Yao secretly cursed and spat on the wall hard. It was a large military camp. The military camp, which covered over 5 square kilometers, was established in an empty area in the middle of the debris. There was also an open field with a span of more than 1 kilometer where there were absolutely no shelters or obstacles. The military camp was surrounded by iron gauze and shrilling thorns. Should anything get too close, the shrilling thorns would utter ear-splitting noises. A watchtower that was equipped with acid cannons had been established every 100 meters. Crouching inside the tower were the soldiers of the Feather Clan with keen sight who could distinguish a rabbit on the ground easily from the sky. The watchtowers were in a neat distribution and covered each other well. There was not a single blind angle. Each of the 4 corners of the military camp was guarded by a patrolling team made of the death sickle tarantula, which were more vigilant than the smartest hounds. They were patrolling day and night and eyeing anyone coming in and out of the military camp suspiciously. An even larger number of more terrifying demon beasts were kept in the northwest corner of the military camp, ready for battle at any time. What was more critical was that a Ghost Eye-level Devilish warship was docked in the sky of the military camp. Such a warship, which was more than 1,000 meters long, was produced by the Sea Clan through combining and refining the genes of whale-type demon beasts and squid-type demon beasts. The squid-type demon beasts boasted the most precise eyeball system in the world. There were more photoreceptor cells inside their eyeballs than there were in the eyes of cultivators. Therefore, Ghost Eye-level Devilish warship was best known for their scouting ability. It was now floating 300 meters above the military camp and monitoring every corner from the high stance. Li Yao bit his tongue hard. He had no idea why Jin Xinyue would be hiding in such a heavily guarded military camp. What was even odder was the reason for the thorough defense of the military camp. Void Turmoil City had been completely demolished without the ability for any counterattack. Neltharion drew slightly closer and observed the focal length of the crystal cameras. Finally, he noticed something wrong. Most of the soldiers gathered in the military camp were not the regular army. Judging from their messy clothes and their ignorant expression, they should be the civilians of Void Turmoil City. Some of them were even chaotic blood demons. Under the shouting and abuse of the tutors of the coalition army, they were undergoing high-intensity training right now. This place was more like a concentration camp or a transfer station of captives than a military camp. The captives would be transported to somewhere else after they were grouped and trained a little bit. Li Yao recalled the scenes that Neltharion had captured on the way. The coalition army of demons were collecting tremendous resources from every part of Void Turmoil City, including crystals, strengthening drugs, and seeds of the demonic plants, and constantly shipping them to the outside world. The coalition army of demons is draining the place. They are going to destroy Void Turmoil City and move away all the population and resources. Damn. They are now looting all the assets of war for the great war to come, and the civilians here will become cannon fodder. The demon emperors of the Pantheon of demons have indeed gone mad. They are planning to take their chances and wage a national war before the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector are fully linked. Li Yao suddenly realized what was going on. Void Turmoil City was a metropolis with a population of more than 1 million. The migration of 1 million demons was certainly not an easy task. Therefore, a lot of regrouping camps had been established in the city. The captives would receive preliminary training in the camps before they were moved away in different batches. The question remained, how was he going to sneak in? Li Yao pondered for a moment. Splitting his attention apart, he maneuvered Neltharion to approach the military camp slowly to observe every guard inside the camp and their possible reinforcements. As he did that, he summoned the drill of mystic rays and started digging a hole in the secret tunnel. The drill of mystic rays, after a full upgrade, now boasted 3 acid bags. Before the mystic rays shot out, a huge amount of highly corrosive acids would be released. Corrosion before digging significantly improved the efficiency of drilling. Very soon, Li Yao dug the hole to a place 2 to 3 kilometers away from the military camp. Then, he extended 3 tunnels to the east, west, and south. He stopped digging when he was 1 meter from the ground and planted a special sensor chip and a lot of crystal bombs in the tunnels. As a result, there was no anomaly on the ground. But through the crystal processor of the Mystic Skeleton battle suit, he would sense the 3 chips very clearly. The 3 tunnels would be his routes of retreat. If he was left with no choice, he could bring Jin Xinyue to the top of one of the 3 tunnels and blow through the 1-meter-thick soil with the cell obliteration cannon. After they snuck into the underground, he would detonate the crystal bombs and block the hunters. However, that was only a last resort. At least 100,000 soldiers of the Coalition Army of Demons were stationed in Void Turmoil City right now. Should there be a massive explosion, they would certainly detect it and start a large-scale search. More importantly, the Sea Clan would certainly increase their wariness and block the ocean completely. Even in the Mystic Skeleton battle suit, Li Yao was not confident that he could compete with the Sea Clan in terms of speed in the depths of the ocean. He had no interest of fighting an army of 100,000 soldiers on his own. It would be best if he could achieve his purpose without alarming anyone. When the 3 tunnels were all dug through, Neltharion had already snuck into the military camp and found rows of tents that were temporarily established. Jin Xinyue was in one of the tents. Excellent. The precision of the child-mother heart connecting ring was too low. The navigation could not have been any more precise, but it was good enough for Li Yao. Li Yao's eyes were glittering while he pondered carefully how he could sneak in. The defense of the military camp is almost flawless. All the personnel getting in and out of the military camp, including the Silver Blood commanders in glamorous armors, will be examined and strictly questioned. Although this Silver Blood commander was only scrutinized 10 minutes ago, a second sentry has appeared and verified his identity again. There is no way to fake him. Shrilling Thorns, Watchtowers, and the Ghost Eye-level Devilish Warship have almost every area under their control without any blind spots. If I can locate the precise tent that Jin Xinyue is in, I can dig the tunnel to right below her feet with the drill of mystic rays. However, it will be very difficult. There are almost 100 tents here, and they are built with materials that boast anti-surveillance techniques. I cannot even see what is going on inside through Neltharion. That is really prudent. The heavy defense of the military camp left a deep impression on Li Yao. The toughness of the regular army of the demon race was evident from the arrangement of the military camp. It was certainly much better than the mobs such as the beast tides that infiltrated the Heaven's Origin sector 10 years ago. The most important problem is, even if I can sneak into the military camp, how am I going to bring Jin Xinyue out? Mayhem. I have to wreak mayhem. There is a warehouse of crystals in the northeast corner of the military camp. It is not very large, and the crystals stored inside are low-level, high-impurity ones, but they should be enough to make a tiny explosion and cause a brief riot. Should I dig my way to the warehouse? Li Yao immediately vetoed the idea. The insect clan in the coalition army of demons were specialists in digging in the first place. Critical facilities such as a warehouse of crystals were certainly protected by surveillance and counterattacking measures. Perhaps a few rock bugs that were highly sensitive to quakes were hibernating right below the warehouse at present. It was also one of the reasons Li Yao did not dare dig the tunnel into the military camp directly. Very soon, through Neltharion, Li Yao noticed a team of land whales that were wriggling toward the military camp slowly. The fat land whales were responsible for shipping food and supplies to the military camp. Occasionally, they would transport the low-level crystals that the army collected and the new captives too. Of course, the sentinels were examining the land whales thoroughly. They would turn every box of goods upside down to check. There were barely any gaps among the cargoes where one could hide. However, half an hour later, a team consisting of 9 land whales were riding toward the military camp with loads of goods. When they passed through a ramshackle block, a skyscraper that was built on a giant tree suddenly collapsed. After an ear-splitting explosion, the tree that had been entirely burnt fell down, raising a sandstorm. The land whales were shocked and sneezing because of the overwhelming dust. They were running around and causing havoc. In Void Turmoil City, which had turned into ruins, burnt trees were everywhere. Collapses and explosions were nothing unusual. The well-trained riders waved electric whips and slapped the beasts below them. Very soon, they got the situation under control. The panicked land whales in the dust were restrained again and got back to the road. In a moment, the land whales reached the gate of the military camp. The displaced goods and the dusty and dirty riders attracted the guards' attention. After learning of the havoc on their way, the guards examined the trunk even more thoroughly. For the demonic plant hay that was the food for demon beasts, they did not just stab their spears inside as they normally did. Instead, a soldier was sent into the hay and searched inch by inch. But they found nothing in the end. The guards waved their hands and let the newcomers in. 10 minutes later, one of the land whales moved into the warehouse of crystals. Below its fat belly, in the middle of the wrinkles that were dangling because of the gravity, Li Yao set the mystic skeleton battlesuit into stealth mode and slowly wriggled out. His plan had worked out. Nobody expected that an intruder would be hiding in a wrinkle on the skin of a land whale without being discovered by the beasts. It was all thanks to the highly efficient narcotic drugs that the Fire Ant King provided. It was a perfect infiltration. Next, Li Yao was going to deploy a few special crystal bombs at the critical locations of the warehouse. The explosion was not the key point. He was trying to create an illusion that the crystals were going to explode in minor collisions because of their mediocre quality so that his following operation would be more convenient. Let's begin. Li Yao snapped his finger in his heart and smiled confidently. He had come and gone like the wind in the most perilous places such as the Mausoleum of Chaos and the Netherworld in the North Pole. Now that he had snuck into the small military camp, wasn't he already a sure winner? Right then, ear-splitting alarms were ringing outside, as if 10,000 loudspeakers were shrieking at the same time. The entire military camp could hear them. What the heck? Within his crystal suit, Li Yao's face was almost the color of spinach right now. Was the coalition army of demons so well trained now that they had seen through his infiltration but deliberately let him in to trap himself inside the camp? That was too horrifying. Li Yao sensed the enormous demonic energy spreading out above his heart, as if the sky was boiling. It was a sign that the Ghost Eye-level Devilish Warship was driving at full speed. The Ghost Eye-level Devilish Warship was a model designed to suppress ground troops. A great cannon that could shoot out demon fire, acid, and infrasonic waves simultaneously had been grown below the head of the warship. Even an expert in the nascent soul stage would need to dodge the bombardment. Exclamations, screams, explosions. Everything was a complete mess. Right when he was cursing and gritting his teeth, prepared to march out, he suddenly realized that he was not the target of the chaos. Neltharion, which was floating above the warehouse of crystals, noticed a streak of brightness that soared from an enormous tent and rushed toward the southwest. It was an core formation stage cultivator. At this moment, there would not be a second core formation stage cultivator in Void Turmoil City other than Jin Shinue. The core formation stage cultivator unleashed tremendous spiritual waves and broke the sonic barrier, passing through the sky like a supersonic shuttle. Naturally, the coalition army noticed the anomaly immediately. That was why the entire military camp was in a riot. Not only did all the soldiers of the Feather clan activate their flight techniques to block the enemy, even the Ghost Eye-level Devilish Warship was also turned on immediately and chased after her. Li Yao could hardly refrain himself from punching a hole in the wall. What was Jin Shinue doing exactly? Did she not claim to be a well-trained saintess of the Pantheon of demons, who were best at stealth, assassination, infiltration, and ambushes? Why did she expose herself right in front of the eyes of the coalition army of demons? Everything was screwed. A core formation stage cultivator had appeared in Void Turmoil City right under the nose of 100,000 soldiers of the coalition army of demons. Could it be any more thrilling? He would have to find out the answer to the question after he rescued Jin Shinue. Thankfully, the immense spiritual waves that she released attracted the attention of all the demons in the military camp. The Ghost Eye-level Devilish Warship and the Feather clan had both been summoned to chase after her, which gave Li Yao a chance to take action more openly. The newly captured civilians had been panicking in the first place. With the fuss that Jin Shinue caused, they were all shouting and running about like headless chickens, distracting the attention of the Death Sickle Tarantula and the ground troops. Other demons are easy to fix. The key is the Ghost Eye-level Devilish Warship. The shell of the Devilish Warship of such a level is embedded with more than 20 biochemical eyes that originated from the large squids. It will be practically impossible to get away once I am locked onto by them. I have to destroy the Devilish Warship. A crystal suit versus a warship. Back in the Heaven's Origin sector, during the ultimate test on the Mystic Skeleton battle suit, Li Yao had snuck into a crystal warship and controlled the entire bridge. But right now, it was obvious that he could not infiltrate the Ghost Eye-level Devilish Warship. He would have to destroy the Devilish Warship in a head-on battle. In the siege of so many enemies, he only had one shot. He had to destroy it in one attack. Li Yao took a deep breath. The environment nearby that he surveyed just now overlapped with the structural designs of Void Turmoil City, and he came up with plans to destroy the warship one after another. Difficult. It was too difficult. His target was a devilish warship that was almost 1,000 meters long and boasted a powerful shield of demonic energy and a shell of biochemical skeletons. Even the full-strength strike of a nascent soul stage cultivator might not be enough to completely deprive the warship of all its combat ability unless he was unbelievably lucky to hit a critical part such as the arsenal. What should I do? Li Yao panted anxiously. Then, he suddenly moved his eyes to the crystals stored in the warehouse. The mediocre crystals contained too many impurities and were highly unstable. They might burn or explode when they were touched. What if? Li Yao's eyes were glittering as he came up with a crazy idea. He closed his hands and rubbed them. 5 cosmos rings appeared in his palm and collected all the crystals. 1 minute passed. The entire military camp was seething because of the appearance of a core formation stage cultivator. Everybody was paying attention to the cultivator who had shown up out of nowhere. Later, exclamations were echoing non-stop. A commander of the military camp seemed to have been killed by Jin Shinue, which raised an even larger riot. In such chaos, there was suddenly a blind angle in the defense system. With vague demonic energy spreading out of his body, Li Yao easily escaped out of the military camp with the aid of Neltharion from above. Jin Shinue was still on the run. The city was surrounded by troops. Having no choice, she could only dash to the debris at the center of the city. The troops of the coalition army nearby were all informed of the arrival of a cultivator. They joined the search and chased after her. Li Yao had to destroy the Ghost Eye-level Devilish warship before the main troops arrived. Shwa. He turned into a streak of blackness and marched to the depths of Void Turmoil City. With the child-mother heart connecting ring, he could basically locate or even predict Jin Xinyue's whereabouts. Accelerating to the highest speed, he stopped in the front of Jin Xinyue on the way that she would inevitably pass and found a tree skyscraper almost 100 meters tall. It was a lookout tower. Li Yao blinked and appeared in the branches at the top of the tree skyscraper like smoke. On the branches that were as thick as overpasses, 3 fat demons were crouching. Their bellies were as huge as drums, and their mouthparts had evolved into the shape of syringes, which allowed them to shoot out venomous needles at a supersonic speed. They were natural-born lethal snipers. When Li Yao dashed to the top of the tree, they were all waiting patiently for the arrival of Jin Xinyue. Their hollowed mouthparts had locked onto Jin Xinyue in advance, and their bellies were rising up in greenish colors while the venom was being secreted and congregated. They reacted quite fast. The moment that Li Yao reached the top of the tree, they turned around and spurted out green venom at twice the speed of sound, aiming for the critical parts on Li Yao's body. Li Yao narrowed his eyes so hard that his pupils almost broke apart. Black liquid was released from the depths of his pupils and contaminated the entire eyeballs, making his eyes even more deep and mysterious. The combination of the overwhelming demonic energy and spiritual energy produced an extremely tensile and yet indestructible shield that froze all the venomous needles in midair. The 3 snipers were all dumbfounded and they discovered that their venom had been halted in midair. Li Yao sniffed and released his energy. The dozens of venomous needles were blown backward at a speed more than 3 times the speed of sound and riddled the 3 unprepared snipers with holes. They all collapsed. The body of one of the snipers even fell off from the branches and landed in front of Jin Xinyue. Jin Xinyue had lost her cool already. She was sweating hard, and her nerves had tightened. Caught unprepared by the body falling from the sky, she stopped briefly. The Ghost Eye-level Devilish warship immediately locked onto her. Dazzling brilliance was beaming out of the barrel of the main gun of the Devilish warship, and visible ripples of demonic energy was spreading. Not far away from the Ghost Eye-level Devilish warship, under the cover of the branches and leaves, Li Yao was on one of his knees. He raised his left arm, which was like a cannonball that had been uncoated. The living cells that enveloped the crystal suit condensed into translucent bone spurs and scales and triggered astounding electric arcs in the high-speed vibrations. He opened his fingers, and his crystal suit split apart. A crystal the size of an egg popped up from his palm. The biochemical energy that he had earned at the cost of tremendous cells melded with the spiritual energy that was transmitted to the front end of his arm by the supercompressed crystal reactor through the tubes, as if 2 overwhelming rivers had joined together, raging, roaring, and simmering. The cell obliteration cannon might not have been enough to blow up a Devilish warship. However, Li Yao's right hand picked up 3 cosmos rings, all of which had been fully loaded with the low-quality, unstable crystals that he had just looted and the extremely powerful crystal bombs that he had refined earlier. The cell obliteration cannon was activated at almost the same time as the main gun of the Ghost Eye-level Devilish warship. The moment before they were launched, however, Li Yao snapped the 3 cosmos rings out and shot them toward the Devilish warship with his spiritual energy and telepathic thoughts. The retrieval rune arrays of the 3 cosmos rings had all been activated, with a timer set to half a second later. Shwa. The 3 cosmos rings were hurled above the Devilish warship in an elegant curve before all the retrieval rune arrays were activated. Crystals weighing almost 5 tons were released from the cosmos rings and smashed the Devilish warship overwhelmingly like a landslide. 500 billion times, super crystal cell obliteration cannon. Li Yao uttered a deafening roar. From the deepest part of his marrow to his internal organs, from his internal organs to every bit of his flesh and blood on his limbs, along with the living cells on the surface of the mystic skeleton battle suit, everything was burning at the maximum rate. The mitochondria unleashed devastating demonic energy like a supernova outbreak, as if a black volcano had suddenly risen up. The burning flame turned the giant tree, which was almost 100 meters tall, into a stunning torch. In the moment, Li Yao became the center of demonic energy in Void Turmoil City. Boom! Focused by the super crystal at the center of his palm, the energy generated by the burning mitochondria condensed into a cluster of crimson brilliance, which bombarded the ghost eye-level Devilish warship like a roaring dragon. Almost at the same moment, the tons of crystals released from the cosmos rings were detonated. Like an invisible hammer, they blew up the Devilish warship's shield of demonic energy. The blast was so tremendous that the entire Devilish warship dropped down a little bit. It was the terrifying power that equal to the explosion of an entire warehouse of crystals. Without the blockage of the shield of demonic energy, the crimson brilliance went forward unstoppably and hit the Devilish warship's main gun, which was being triggered at the highest efficiency. The collision of the two immense blasts caused a crimson hurricane mixed with purple electric arcs. Together with the explosion of tons of crystals, the shell at the front of the warship was finally pierced through. The blast swept across the bridge like a tsunami and triggered a chain reaction, leading to a series of explosions right inside the Devilish warship. The Devilish warship turned into a giant caterpillar of fireballs, writhing violently and crashing from the sky. The intense blast that the collision enshrouded the debris in the surrounding 1,000 kilometers in dust and smoke. Flames were spreading out over the flying stones and dead bodies. It was indeed the scene of the end of the world. Jean Xinhua was blown almost 100 meters away by the airwave. Her face pale, she stared at the debris of the warship, startled. To this moment, she still found it difficult to believe her eyes. A Devilish warship designed to suppress ground targets had been shot down by a certain powerful weapon? The weapon had pierced through the Devilish warship's shield of demonic energy. The source of the attack, on the other hand, was emitting out a torrent of demonic energy that felt like a flood. She had only sensed demonic energy of the same level from her father before. What kind of expert is this? Blood was leaking out of Jean Xinhua's nostrils, ears, and eyes at the same time. Her internal organs seemed to have been stomped on by galloping horses, too. She felt that her throat was stuffed, and yet she did not dare to cough, fearing that she might throw out her broken internal organs if she did. Behind her, a search team of the coalition army was stunned by the blast, too. Everybody's brain was shaking rapidly within their skull, rendering them unable to react. Looking at the burning traces in midair in a daze, they felt that they had to be hallucinating. Everybody was shivering beyond their control. Very soon, a black shadow gradually emerged from the smoke. It was like the King of Fiends had just crawled out of the deepest level of hell. Streams of black demonic energy entangled him, raging and tearing the air apart in hissing noises. Boom! Behind the King of Fiends, the debris of the Devilish warship had yet another ear-splitting explosion. For a moment, the earth was shaking violently, and the airwaves were surging out. The purple demonic fire soared up and illuminated half of the sky. All the demons cowered on the ground and held their heads hard to avoid the sweeping blast. They were all well aware how terrifying the blast, acid, and venomous fog were during the explosion of a Devilish warship. If they were hit by the venomous fog stored inside the warship, chances were that they would be vaporized instantly. Let's go! A thunderous sound echoed directly inside Jean Xinhua's brain. The next moment, she sensed that dozens of streams of sharp demonic energy were stimulating the major acupoints on her body. Because of the motivation, a new strength suddenly appeared in her exhausted body. She could not help but be dragged over. Jean Xinhua was overjoyed and almost exclaimed aloud. It was the old monster. No wonder the demonic energy was so intimidating. But Li Yao had no time to bother with what Jin Xinyue was thinking about right now. He opened his hands and snatched her. Then, the wings turned into sabers. Thousands of black feathers flapped backward, triggering arc-shaped airwaves behind him that swept the surrounding area like a tsunami, blowing away all the soldiers of the coalition army in the area. Shua! Li Yao picked up Jin Xinyue and enveloped her spiritual waves with his demonic energy. Then, he lowered his energy level and entered stealth mode, rushing quietly among the derelict buildings. The thunderous strike frightened all the soldiers of the Feather Clan and the devilish warships nearby that were planning to chase after them. For a moment, they did not know what was going on inside the city. Why did such a cluster of violent demonic energy suddenly break out and even attack them? The search teams became more prudent, but the defense at the periphery was even more impregnable. All the troops stopped resting and were scattered around the defense area over a span of more than 10 kilometers. The ocean seemed to be boiling, too. Countless enormous demon beasts living in the deep sea had been awakened. Li Yao secretly cursed. Carrying Jin Xinyue, he rushed to the entrance of the first tunnel that he had dug out earlier. However, right above the entrance of the tunnel, a combat squad of the coalition army was working. It seemed that they were preparing to establish a defense line on the spot and surround the area when Li Yao and Jin Xinyue showed up. Having no time to go to the second tunnel, Li Yao roared. 7 dragon arms that were enveloped in living cells protruded out of his back and blew out a storm of destruction. Together with the cell obliteration cannon, he annihilated the entire combat squad in 3 seconds. Jin Xinyue was rather shocked. After only a few months, the old monster was even stronger than before. Also, what was the magical equipment that he was wearing exactly? How could it be so powerful? The old monster was indeed immeasurable. Up until now, 22% of the spiritual energy inside my body has been consumed, 730 billion cells have been obliterated, 26% of the ammunition has been shot out, 11% of the fuel of the crystal suit has been used up, and the durability of the crystal suit has dropped by 7%. According to the comprehensive evaluation, my overall combat ability has slumped by 11%, and I can keep fighting in the current state for 1 hour, 43 minutes, and 44 seconds. If I switch to the high-intensity combat pattern, I will only be able to persist for 58 minutes. If I am surrounded by 3 or more devilish warships that are carpet-bombing me or demon kings that are riding powerful biochemical beasts, the consumption rate will be even higher. There are at least 9 devilish warships in my sight. For a siege of such a level, middle-level and high-level demon kings must have been sent out. Chances are that there are several of them. As my overall combat ability plummets, the situation will only get worse if I linger here. But if I break out of the siege right now while ensuring that Jin Xinyue is alive, the odds of success are no higher than 5%. Li Yao analyzed the comparison of the hostile strength and his own calmly. He then monitored the situation on the ocean through Neltharion. Within a breath, he dragged Jin Xinyue and crawled into the tunnel without any hesitation. Boom! 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 Every 100 meters he moved forward, he would detonate a crystal bomb behind him and collapse the section of the tunnel. But such a trick could only stop the enemy temporarily. There were countless experts in the coalition army of demons who were adept at underground battles. They were best at digging and drilling. It would not take long for them to discover and infiltrate the underground tunnel. Jin Xinyue knew that they were in the middle of an emergency, too, and it was not a good time to talk. Silently, she followed Li Yao. The two of them rushed at full speed like 2 bolts of lightning and dashed to the end of the underground tunnel in the blink of an eye. This place was right next to the ocean. The air was rather damp, mixed with the vague stink of sea wind. Ahead of them was the teleportation array through which Li Yao had snuck into Void Turmoil City. Li Yao activated the teleportation array, but instead of standing on it with Jin Xinyue, he simply placed a piece of bizarre-shaped magical equipment that was riddled with holes and looked like a fish into the teleportation array. Schwa! The magical equipment soon vanished and appeared in the corals 1 kilometer away. Manipulated by Li Yao's telepathic thoughts, the magical equipment was spreading out the waves of the shoal of the axe fish that Li Yao had recorded in the beginning while swimming forward in the deep sea. Let's go. Li Yao brought Jin Xinyue back. They zigzagged in the tunnel and arrived at another inconspicuous teleportation array. He planted multiple time bombs around the teleportation array first and set them to explode 5 seconds later before he entered it together with Jin Xinyue. Schwa! The two of them disappeared at the same time and reappeared in darkness. The teleportation array that they entered was detonated immediately. Li Yao finally took a long breath in relief. They were safe, for now. Jin Xinyue was confused in the darkness, with a lot of questions roiling in her mind. The trouble you caused was too huge, Li Yao explained. The coalition army of demons has imposed an impregnable dragnet around Void Turmoil City. If they were not alarmed, we might have had a chance to get out. But right now, they have already increased their wariness to the maximum. The soldiers of the Sea Clan are eyeing everything suspiciously in the ocean. There is no way that we can escape from the ocean either, at least not in the couple of days from now. Therefore, I have released a piece of special magical equipment that can swim in the deep sea by itself and release exactly the same waves as when I snuck in. If the Sea Clan is smart enough, they will certainly discover the waves that seem to be caused by a shoal of the axe fish but is too rigid and going directly to the west. They will certainly think that the wave is caused by us. Then, the coalition army of the demons will think that we have escaped via the ocean and focus their attention on the ocean. Until they catch up to the magical equipment, we will have a few hours that are safe. Jin Xinyue was bewildered hearing his explanation. She could not help but ask, then, where are we right now? Li Yao took out an illumination chip from his pocket and pressed it gently. Bluish rays of light immediately beamed out. They were now in a secret chamber less than 5 meters in length and width. It was utterly empty, except for the 10 or so one-way teleportation arrays carved on the walls. Other than the teleportation array through which they entered the place, the other teleportation arrays only led to the outside world and could not work the other way around. This is one of the Fire Ant King's underground teleportation houses that lead to the safe houses inside Void Turmoil City. But I believe that most of the safe houses have already been demolished, haven't they? Li Yao explained with a bitter smile. The living cells on the surface of the mystic skeleton battlesuit entered the hibernation state, and the crystal suit was returned to the Cosmos Ring, revealing a somewhat annoyed face. You have met with the Fire Ant King? Jin Xinyue was rather amazed. In her usual habit of adulation, she flattered, Master, you are indeed marvelous, there is no need for exaltation yet, Li Yao said coldly. What was going on exactly? Why did you trigger such intense spiritual waves in front of everyone and reveal the secret that you have been transformed into a cultivator? Jin Xinyue's pretty face was no better than the peel of a dry orange. I did not really have a choice, Master. It was quite unlucky of me. After he heard her explanation, Li Yao's face turned weird, too. As it turned out, after Li Yao snuck into the Skeleton Island and joined the Blade of Chaos a few years back, Yuchi-Ba, master of the Skeleton Island, fulfilled his promise. He found Jin Xinyue and the relatives of other gladiators and sent them into the commercial firms and clubs that belonged to the Blade of Chaos, where they were assigned easy jobs. But Jin Xinyue hated boredom more than anything. Easy jobs did not satisfy her. She was also trying to get more intelligence. Therefore, she resorted to her tricks in the chaotic place. As a saintess of the Pantheon of demons, naturally, she had a lot of unusual tricks. Although she was pretending to be a plain-looking chaotic blood demon, it was enough for her to entice all the male creatures with a few of her alluring techniques. As a result, Jin Xinyue soon gained fame in Void Turmoil City. Many demons who were new to Void Turmoil City heard the tales of the plain-looking, erotic demon girl. With the help of the Blade of Chaos, she did not meet much trouble under the fake identity as Li Yao's sister. However, it was a whole different situation when the coalition army of demons marched close and suppressed the Blade of Chaos. All the residents of Void Turmoil City, be they related to the Blade of Chaos or not, were captured and sent to the concentration camp. As the saying goes, tall trees catch much wind. Jin Xinyue had planned to hide among the captives and find a way to escape after they were moved out of Void Turmoil City, but out of her expectations, the manager of the concentration camp learned her name from somewhere. Although chaotic blood demons were known as the untouchable, in the eyes of the silver blood demons, such demons that were of similar appearances to themselves fitted their appetite better from the aesthetic point of view. It was highly unlikely that a silver blood demon would grow interested in a black blood demon that looked like a bug that had been magnified by 1,000 times. But when they were faced with a chaotic blood demon who had a pair of rabbit ears or a cat tail, it was quite possible for them to get sexually aroused. As it turned out, the manager of the concentration camp got sexually aroused. Although the nobles had to abide by certain rules, it was not too much of a scandal for them when they satisfied their desire with a chaotic blood demon in a cruel, nerve-tightening war, as long as everything was cleaned up in the end. Naturally, Jin Xinyue could not let things go his way. She was not a chaotic blood demon at all right now but an out-and-out human being. Although she had disguised herself quite well so far, she would certainly be seen through when somebody was too close to her. Even if she was not seen through, she would certainly be killed by the silver blood demon later, partly because he needed to keep the scandal from leaking out, and partly, and more importantly, to avoid her giving birth to a descendant whose bloodline was even more chaotic. Jin Xinyue knew exactly how wicked the silver blood demons were. Therefore, seeing that she was not going to be able to refuse him, Jin Xinyue could only hide a small blade among her toes and slay the manager of the concentration camp. The manager of the concentration camp was a high-level demon general. During her assassination, Jin Xinyue was forced to bring her capability to the maximum. The spiritual waves that she released were naturally perceived by the entire concentration camp and raised the subsequent events. It was indeed quite unlucky of her. Pretending that she was feeling both unfortunate and fortunate, Jin Xinyue patted her chest and said, "This is about everything that has happened. I was forced to take action when there was no choice. Later, when I was surrounded by every soldier in the city, I thought that there was no way that I could escape and was planning to kill myself in case I was captured alive. It did not matter if I was tortured, but my mistake would have been unpardonable if I had accidentally leaked the great secret of your existence, Master. It never occurred to me that Master would appear out of nowhere and demonstrate your full strength. Even a devilish warship was blown up by you after only one attack. I had never seen such a dominating and aggressive attack since I was born. In front of Master, even my father, Jin Tuyi, would be eclipsed. I knew that everything would be settled the moment you showed up, Master." Tears were all over Jin Xinyue's eyes while she stared at Li Yao like a lonely, helpless rabbit in such an admiring and trusting way that even cold steel would have been melted. Li Yao was not moved at all. He said indifferently, "Don't address me as a master all the time. I have never agreed to recruit you as my disciple, have I?" Jin Xinyue panicked. According to the intelligence that she collected in the past couple of months, her father had completely abandoned her, and Elder Nether Spring was searching for her everywhere. Furthermore, now that she had been turned into a human being, she was certainly not in a hopeful situation. Not only was her dream to be the most powerful saintess of the Pantheon of demons and to command the entire blood demon sector shattered, she was also likely to be captured and cut into slices for experiments any moment. The old monster who showed up out of nowhere and yet was unbelievably strong was indeed the last life-saving straw for her. "Master." Jin Xinyue suddenly kneeled before Li Yao, 2 rows of tears rushing out of her eyes. "I wouldn't have been so bold before. However, well, for some reason, since the first time I met you, I've always had a subtle feeling in my heart. I've always felt that you are the unreachable sky for me, and I cannot contain my urge to follow you. I'm afraid that this is the connection between me and you, Master. I know that Master is too marvelous to need the help of such a burdensome disciple as myself. Also, with my stupidity, I will not be able to understand 1/1,000,000th of your techniques, Master. However, please do give me a chance to serve you, Master. I can do all the menial work as long as I have the opportunity to admire your brilliance, Master, and I will be ecstatic. Besides, I have gathered quite a lot of intelligence in Void Turmoil City over the past couple of months. Right now, it is a total mess outside. The greatest war between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector is coming close, but a flying star sector has shown up out of thin air. There are also mysterious forces such as the Imperium of True Human Beings. It is said that, in those places, the core formation stage cultivators are as common as clouds while the nascent soul stage cultivators are like raindrops, and they are building warships as if they are making dumplings. It is also said that a nascent soul stage cultivator from the Heaven's Origin sector who is strong, brutal, and insane has snuck into the Blood Demon sector. Nobody knows what he is up to or where he is. Chances are that he is right next to us. In such a chaotic situation, if you keep me by your side, Master, I can help you collect, sort, and analyze the intelligence and make future plans. In that case, a lot of your time can be saved and dedicated to your wholehearted training. Isn't it so, Master? Li Yao stared at her for a long time. It was not until Jin Xinyue felt creepy that he said slowly, "Are you really willing to be my disciple?" Jin Xinyue was overjoyed. She nodded quickly. Yes. Yes. I am absolutely willing to, Master. Li Yao pondered for a moment and said, I have recruited 2 disciples so far. I recruited the first one for his talents and the second one for her tenacity. For the 2 disciples, I have only been teaching them things without thinking of asking for anything from them in return. The 2 of them are enough to pass on all my knowledge. Therefore, I had never thought of recruiting a 3rd disciple before. If I am going to recruit a 3rd disciple, honestly speaking, it will only be for my own convenience. The things that I don't have time to handle will be handled by you. The jobs that I'm not interested in but have to do nonetheless will be taken care of by you. The fundamental tasks, such as data analysis, intelligence collection, and tactical choices, will all be your responsibilities. To quote your words, all the menial work will be yours. Are you willing to do them? Jin Xinyue was elated. It is everything that I have dreamed for, Master. Although I am recruiting you for a different reason, Li Yao said, I will treat you equally and fulfill my duty as a master now that you are my disciple. I don't care what you did in the past, but after you become my disciple, you will be restricted by my rules, which shall never be violated. Do you understand? Yes, I do. Jin Xinyue said quickly. If you are not assured, Master, I can make a blood oath or take the poison and venom of your choosing as a shackle. That will be unnecessary, Li Yao said casually. I never believe that any relationship, including that between a master and a disciple, can be maintained by a blood oath or the useless stuff such as poison or contracts. I once made a blood oath to respect a certain someone as my master, but hardly had I kneeled before him before I turned around and killed him. To this day, I still admit that he is my #1 master. But so what? He is so dead right now that even his ashes are no more. Do you think a blood oath means anything to someone like me? Any blood oath or soul contract will have loopholes, and every venom and poison has a solution. Only the weak would trust the illusionary sense of safety that a blood oath and the soul contracts bring to them. Jin Xinyue secretly clicked her tongue, thinking to herself that he was truly an old monster. Killing his own master after only just finishing the ceremony? That was rather brutal. Li Yao took out an ivory stone from his pocket and extended to Jin Xinyue. Bright gold stone? Jin Xinyue was baffled. It was a very solid material that was 10 times harder than diamond, but it was not very valuable. Why was the old monster bringing out such a thing? Li Yao held the bright gold stone in his hands and rubbed it. The tiniest powder leaked out of the gaps of his fingers without any sound. Jin Xinyue was dumbfounded. A moment later, Li Yao opened his hands again. The bright gold stone inside his hands was only 1/3 of its original size. It had turned into a statue the size of a thumb. It was a hideous vulture that was searching for food. The vulture was so vividly carved that even the brutality in its eyes was fully depicted. Jin Xinyue was utterly shocked. Her heart was beating fast. Only through the shivering and crushing of the muscles on his hands, he has carved a bright gold stone into a lifelike statue in only half a minute? You've got to be kidding me. Li Yao placed the vulture statue into Jin Xinyue's hand and said, "A blood oath is quite superfluous. This statue is my welcome gift for you as my disciple. Take it out and play with it every now and then, and I believe you will remember my rules very well." Jin Xinyue did not know whether she should feel fortunate or she should cry out. The vulture statue was as scorching as briquette and about to burn a hole on her hands. Calming herself down, she asked carefully, "Understood, Master. I will certainly remember all of your rules well. But I wonder, what are the rules of our school exactly?" Li Yao was dazed. Well, that was a good question. What were the rules that his disciples should abide by? Master? Jin Xinyue was rather confused. Why was the old monster suddenly hesitating? Li Yao scratched his hair in embarrassment and said, "Now that I think about it, I haven't set up any rules for my disciples yet." Are you serious? How about this? Li Yao found a solution. I am quite an easygoing man, and I don't have too many rigorous rules that you have to follow. But now that you have turned back into a human being and even entered the core formation stage, you can follow the constitution of cultivators for now and try to become a real cultivator from inside to outside. Wait a second, Master. Why is this conversation getting increasingly weird for me? Isn't the constitution of cultivators a law of the Star Glory Federation? Exactly. I am a citizen of the Star Glory Federation. Now that you are my disciple, naturally, you will abide by the law of the Federation as a dutiful, useful person for our society. Is there a problem? Wait. Master, please give me 10 seconds. My head is rather befuddled right now, and I need to think about everything more carefully. All right. 10 seconds later, Jin Xinyue swallowed hard and glanced at Li Yao. She asked cautiously, "Well, Master, I think there is a misunderstanding here. Are you not a great demon from 40,000 years ago that was resurrected recently?" "Who said that?" Li Yao asked innocently. You said last time you were Elder Bloody Vulture. Everybody has a lot of identities when they are out doing their training. Therefore, I did not lie to you when I said that my name was Bloody Vulture. It was indeed a name that I used in the past. As for Elder, you added it yourself. I never acknowledged it before. Other than Bloody Vulture, I have quite a few names, such as Fiend Star and Sand Scorpion. But I spent most of my days in the Star Glory Federation, and when I was in the Star Glory Federation, I was Vulture Li Yao. The Vulture Li Yao, who killed almost 100 descendants of the noble families on Boneyard 10 years ago and wiped out a squad of Silverblood demons, known as the most brutal building foundation stage cultivator of the Heaven's Origin sector. That's me. Jin Xinyue stared at the vulture statue in her hands, dumbfounded. The statue seemed to be alive and pierced into her heart, freezing her mind and soul. So, rumors have it that a nascent soul stage cultivator has snuck into the blood demon sector to instigate trouble. That's you, too, Master? Probably. But I didn't instigate trouble. Fine. From the temporal point of view, I may have instigated some trouble, but it was for a good reason. Would you like to hear my explanation? Li Yao's intimidating aura filled the entire secret room like a quickly expanding octopus. Jin Xinyue found it hard to breathe. Sweating hard, she smiled, but her expression looked uglier than if she had been crying. Yes. Of course. Take all the time you need, Master. I'm all ears. Li Yao coughed and told Jin Xinyue everything that he had told the Fire Ant King before, including his important experiences in the Flying Star sector and the secrets about the origins of the demon race. At first, Jin Xinyue was both frightened and upset. She was only thinking about how she could save her life. It never occurred to her that the old monster's real identity was so horrible, which would certainly drag her into an even dreadful swirl. However, Li Yao's experiences attracted her, especially the formidability of the Imperium of true human beings, the shocking origins of the demon race, and the mysteries of Elder Nether Spring Spore Stratagem. My purpose is simple. I wish to stop the mutual destruction of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector so that we can face the threat of the Imperium of true human beings together. Li Yao said. Theory that human beings and demons share the same origin is a fact. You know it better than anybody else, you are a walking proof. Since we are of the same origin, the whole thing is definitely not unnegotiable. Besides, we face imminent peril. Leaving the Imperium of true human beings aside, Elder Nether Spring Spore Stratagem, should it work out, will turn both the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector into wastelands. For you personally, you don't want to hide in a shelter for the rest of your life, do you? Only after the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector reach a truce, and all the demons learn of their origins and make a choice freely about their future, will you be able to show up openly in public. Jin Xinyue thought quickly and realized that the real identity of her master was in fact better for her. He was quite right. With her current appearance, the demon race would not embrace her, and human beings would only make use of her. Only if the two sectors cease fire would there be room for her survival. Moreover, Jin Xinyue's eyes flickered from side to side, and suddenly, she realized that she was indeed the key to the situation. Whoever you are, Master, she said respectfully, you will always be my only master. As a disciple, I'm certainly loyal to my master. What are we going to do next? Li Yao could tell from the mysterious smile on her lips that Jin Xinyue was planning how to gain the greatest benefits from the whole thing. But he had never expected his third disciple to be someone frank and forthright. Perhaps, Jin Xinyue and her character would be the sharpest dagger to cut the knots that were ahead of him quickly. Your father is the commander-in-chief of the coalition army, Li Yao said. By your estimation, what will he do after he learns the news about the Flying Star sector? Will he call for a ceasefire and even work for peace because of the overwhelming capability of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector, or will he go all in and start the final war? Although Jin Xinyue looked feeble, her nerves seemed to be made of steel. She recovered from Li Yao's shocking identity and reactivated her computational ability. She calmly analyzed, he will start the final war, of course. Not just my father, any leader of the demon race would make the same choice. I would do exactly the same thing if I were the commander-in-chief. Let's stand in their shoes for a moment. You are the Speaker of Parliament of the Star Glory Federation, Master, and you learn the news that the Blood Demon sector will be reinforced by another world of demons, and its capability will soar in the next couple of years. Right then, the Blood Demon sector sends out envoys, hoping to strike a truce or even a total peace. What judgment will you make? Will you believe that it is not some kind of delaying tactic? Li Yao pondered for a moment and had to admit that it was indeed a conundrum. If he were the Speaker of Parliament and learned such news, he would definitely not trust the envoys from the Blood Demon sector but take a wild gamble, too. Nobody would put their chances of survival on their mortal enemy. If so, Li Yao said, can you estimate how the wild gamble will be played? How will your father launch the attack according to his personality? Deep in thought for a moment, Jin Xinyue suddenly exclaimed, the Red Tide Plan. Li Yao had heard the name before. It was said to be an assault plan that Jin Tuyi had dedicated his life to. He was hoping to attack the prosperous area of the Federation from the ocean to the east of the Star Glory Federation. Jin Xinyue breathed quickly and said, after the civilians of Void Turmoil City were captured, we were locked up and had military training quickly. We were not only taught the tricks of a long march but also the methods to survive in the desert. They seem to be planning to drive us to march in a desert. Although the land of the Blood Demon sector is barren, there are no large deserts except for the White-Silver Death Desert. Besides, there are barely any resources in the deserts. They don't have any reason to send the civilians there. Li Yao squinted. The Grand Desolate Plateau? Jin Xinyue nodded. Yes. The merging point of the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector is on the Grand Desolate Plateau. If we attack the Heaven's Origin sector through the regular routes, the soldiers will inevitably pass through the entire Grand Desolate Plateau. The coalition army of demons is grouping the civilians and driving them to the Grand Desolate Plateau as cannon fodder. But it doesn't make sense. Although the Battle of Dawn has failed, the Blood Demon sector is still the stronger one at present. Training the regular demons into cannon fodder should not yet be necessary. There's a difference between advanced cannon fodder and mediocre cannon fodder. Why do they not resort to the advanced cannon fodder, namely the well-trained Black Blood demons and Chaotic Blood demons? After all cannon fodder will consume resources. Sending so many civilians into the Grand Desolate Plateau will be a huge pressure for our supply line. They will likely be starved before they march to the Giant Blade Pass. If so, the only thing that will be struck is their own morale instead of the federal soldiers. Li Yao nodded. Jin Xinyue did have a point. Approved by Li Yao, Jin Xinyue was greatly encouraged. Unless, of course, the Grand Desolate Plateau will not be the main field, and the coalition army is not sending the main force there. It is just a fake main force consisting of a few regular soldiers and a huge amount of cannon fodder. So much cannon fodder is required to fake an expedition army of an unprecedented scale that the current cannon fodder they have is far from enough. That's why they are training the civilians into cannon fodder. After all, they do not have any demand on the combat ability for the cannon fodder. As long as they are sent into the Grand Desolate Plateau and deceive the main force of the Federal Army for a fortnight, it will be good enough. The real route of attack, on the other hand, is in the ocean east to the Star Glory Federation. Since hundreds of years ago when the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector first met each other, the main point of impact has always been the north of the Grand Desolate Plateau. Over the past few years, most of the best tides have broken out on the Grand Desolate Plateau, too. As a result, it is now assumed that the Blood Demon sector can only attack from the north. But it is wrong. 500 years ago, when the Star Glory Federation was just established, the most formidable enemy for them was the Far East Demon Kingdom, to the east of the Federation. The Far East Demon Kingdom was demolished in the end, but before their collapse, they built a large teleportation array in the ocean east of the Federation and established a channel to the Blood Demon sector. Part of the nobles fled to the Blood Demon sector through the channel. After they reached the Blood Demon sector, however, they were idiotic enough to create a party named Far East Freedom Front, hoping to occupy some of the land of the Blood Demon sector and set up a government in exile. Very soon, they were suppressed and butchered by the local demons. The Gold Crow Kingdom naturally took part in the suppression of the Far East Freedom Front. As a result, the secret channel leading to the ocean in the east of the Heaven's Origin sector fell into my father's hands in the end. Chapter 979 Spores in the Red Tide. It is said that, when the Far East Demon Kingdom collapsed, the nobles carried part of the valuable treasures and resources. But they sealed tremendous strategical resources in the deep sea east of the continent. When they were building a large teleportation array to connect the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, they had planned to march back from the Blood Demon sector. Those resources were all prepared for their counterattack. It is safe to say that many counterattack bases were established hundreds of years ago in the eastern ocean of the Heaven's Origin sector. After the last survivors of the Far East Demon Kingdom died in the Blood Demon sector, their plan became quite well known. But nobody knew anything about it in the Heaven's Origin sector. All the federal citizens thought that the Far East Demon Kingdom was completely shattered. It is based on the secret channel and the counterattack bases that my father drafted the Red Tide Plan. The Red Tide Plan can be divided into two parts. Firstly, an expedition army will march into the Grand Desolate Plateau and threaten the Giant Blade Pass at the south of it, attracting the attention of all the experts and the main force of the Star Glory Federation. But the expedition army will be carrying out a suicidal mission. The soldiers will mostly be fakes, made by a tiny proportion of regular soldiers and a huge amount of cannon fodder. Or rather, to make the army more intimidating, they will even drive a large batch of civilians into the Heaven's Origin sector. After all, Jean Shinue smiled bitterly and said, in the eyes of most human beings, demons are demons. Is there any difference between civilians and soldiers? At the very least, they will not be able to notice anything wrong in a week or two. When the elites and experts of the Federal Army are stalled at the Grand Desolate Plateau and the Giant Blade Pass in the north, the real main force of the Blood Demon sector will be teleported to the east of the Star Glory Federation through the secret channel left by the Far East Demon Kingdom. Then, they will march to the coast and stab into the heartland of the Federation. Li Yao pondered for a moment and said, "We've talked about the Red Tide Plan before, but I still think that it is too risky and radical." "It is indeed an extraordinary plan," Jean Shinue agreed. "But that's my father. For 99% of the time, he is the calmest politician and general, if not an emotionless machine. But for 1% of the time, he has a style that is very close to the style of an insane poet. Perhaps for him, the Red Tide Plan is just a poem that he wrote when he was totally drunk. There are a lot of hindrances for the plan to be implemented. First of all, the troops to attract the Federal Army in the north, to achieve the purpose of strategical deception, can't be all false. The few most famous troops of the Blood Demon sector may have to be sent to the Giant Blade Pass for the Star Glory Federation to believe that they are the main force. Whether the Red Tide Plan works out or not, the ace troops will certainly be obliterated. Secondly, the secret channel left by the Far East Demon Kingdom must be highly unstable after hundreds of years have passed. There is no telling if anything will go wrong during the teleportation. The situation of the counterattack bases is unclear, too. Otherwise, somebody would have implemented a similar plan hundreds of years ago. Thirdly, the success of the Red Tide Plan depends on confidentiality. Once the elites of the coalition army of demons really invade the heartland of the Star Glory Federation, the expedition army will barely have any backup. They will be marching all by themselves with an uncertain future. If so much as a message is leaked out in advance and the Star Glory Federation is prepared for them, the entire expedition army will likely be wiped out. In short, the implementation of the Red Tide Plan requires unity and the willingness to sacrifice. No kingdom, city, or tribe should care about their own gains or losses. Unbelievable luck is mandatory, too. Hee. How was it possible in the past? But right now, the Flying Star sector changed everything, Li Yao said calmly. Exactly. Jean Shinue combed her hair and said, the arrival of the Flying Star sector forced the Blood Demon sector into a corner. Once the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector join their hands, the Blood Demon sector will be dragged into the abyss of doom. Then, what's the point of the internal strife among the major demon kingdoms? Therefore, it may sound absurd, but the arrival of the Flying Star sector has increased the capability of the Blood Demon sector first instead of that of the Heaven's Origin sector. Starting from the moment when the citizens of the Flying Star sector appeared, all the demons of the Blood Demon sector have become more unified and willing to sacrifice than ever, which is the greatest foundation for the implementation of the Red Tide plan. What matters most is no longer the success rate of the plan. Even in the best-case scenario, all the demon emperors are very clear that the chance of success of the Red Tide plan is no higher than 30%. But none of that is important right now. What they need is no longer a strategy whose success is guaranteed but a plan that is most fatal despite its low odds of success, one that will certainly destroy the Star Glory Federation should it miraculously work out. Then, this is their only choice now. The Red Tide plan. Listening to Jin Xinyue's analysis, Li Yao was breathing rapidly. Floating Spear City, his hometown, was on the eastern coast of the Star Glory Federation. He remembered the distant expanse, known as Federal Army's Eternal Flagship, that he saw in the sky of the Devil Dragon Island as well as the enormous rising dragon of the Nine Stars flag made of the red glow. If all the experts of the Blood Demon sector really showed up from the bottom of the ocean, leading the elite troops, and marched into the most prosperous and the least guarded heartland of the Federation directly, the consequences would be too dire to imagine. Do you know the specific location of the secret channel? Li Yao asked solemnly. Jin Xinyue shook her head. My father is the only one who knows the details of the Red Tide plan. The general picture of it, which I talked about just now, was found out at a great cost, too. Perhaps it is also the reason my father abandoned me. He attaches more importance to the Red Tide plan than any of his children. Li Yao frowned in silence. Jin Xinyue's eyes glittered. She suddenly said, however, I think that what Master should focus on is not my father's Red Tide plan, but Elder Nether Spring Spore Stratagem, or even the connection between them. Huh? Li Yao glanced at her, vaguely feeling that she might be onto something. As you said just now, Master, although you destroyed Elder Nether Spring's research base, he'd already produced 100 spores in secret, which are the carriers of the demon god virus and dangerous genetic bombs, right? Precisely, Li Yao replied. But the demon god virus is still deeply flawed right now in that it is vulnerable to flame and frost. It is impossible to spread to the entire continent and can only destroy a few cities where the population is highly concentrated at best. Therefore, Elder Nether Spring must select a perfect time and location to detonate the bombs. What have you thought of? Deep in thought, Jin Xinyue mumbled, I am merely thinking that, if I were Elder Nether Spring, and my purpose was to infect as many people, preferably experts, as possible with the 100 spores, what should I do? I would certainly pick a highly populated area. Also, it would be best if those gathered in the area consist of strong soldiers, fighters, cultivators, and great demons. It will be even better if there is a great number of demon emperors and nascent soul stage cultivators among them. Li Yao stared at her and suddenly gasped. Jin Xinyue managed a smile and said, You seem to have figured it out, too, Master. If the Red Tide plan is really activated, millions of demons will charge into the most populated area in the east of the Federation and even reach the capital city. Whether the Heaven's Origin sector is prepared or not, the greatest number of experts and the strongest crystal suit legions will certainly be gathered around the capital city to defend it. Also, when news spreads that the capital city is under attack, the Federal Army stationed in the Giant Blade Pass may not be able to retreat easily, but the core formation stage cultivators and the nascent soul stage cultivators will certainly return to the capital city for the battle, using vehicles such as super shuttles or teleportation arrays, in a couple of days. Think about it. What will the capital city of the Star Glory Federation be like by then? It will be an ultimate war of an unprecedented scale, with dozens of demon emperors and nascent soul stage cultivators, hundreds of core formation stage cultivators and demon kings, and countless more experts of lower levels on the two sides. At that time, the capital city of the Star Glory Federation will be the area where the density of unparalleled experts is highest in both the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. All the participants will be the toughest, strongest, most well-trained soldiers of the two sectors, even if they are not the unparalleled experts, right? Right when the best forces of the two worlds are engaged in a head-on, blood-draining battle, the spores that have been lurking in the coalition army of demons will suddenly break out. The demon god virus will speed across the capital city of the Star Glory Federation and swiftly contaminate all the soldiers and experts. Most of the victims will be killed instantly or turned into uncontrollable mutants. However, the few lucky dogs will become even stronger than before, and they will be Elder Nether Springs' loyal slaves. The capital city of the Star Glory Federation and the satellite cities around are the most populated and prosperous regions. As the uncontrollable mutants spread out, carrying the demon god virus, it is possible that the few metropolises near the capital city will be plagued too. There is no way that the Star Glory Federation will demolish the capital city and the surrounding metropolises, which would be like crushing its own heart. The only thing that they can do is to send more soldiers to the infected area to control the situation. On the coalition army of demons side, having marched into the heartland of the Star Glory Federation by themselves, they will be harassed by the uncontrollable mutants. It will be impossible for them to retreat to the ocean in the east. As a result, everybody will seem to be attracted by an invisible magnet and trapped in the infected area, unable to move, until there are no survivors left. We must note that the strongest cultivators and demons and the best troops of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector will all have gathered there. When everybody there is infected, killed, or turned into Elder Nether Spring slaves, will there be any other forces who are capable of competing with Elder Nether Spring? Li Yao's powerful computational ability quickly painted a calamitous scene for him. If the Red Tide plan was really activated, the super experts and best soldiers of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector would be gathered in the prosperous, populated area in the east of the Federation. Once the virus broke out, most of the participants of the battle would be infected and turn into Elder Nether Spring slaves or uncontrollable mutants. The troops deployed out of the capital ring of the city would not be able to resist the tide of destruction either. Important cities would fall one after another. Elder Nether Spring's army of death would snowball and grow larger and larger. In a chill, Li Yao mumbled, "Elder Nether Spring is too voracious. He is trying to fish up all the experts of the two sectors together. But the experts in and above the core formation stage and the Demon King level are highly immune to viruses in the first place. They can also release flames or frost to cleanse the viruses. They will not be infected so easily. It might be true under normal circumstances," Jean Xinhue said, "but what if they are already exhausted, heavily wounded, and surrounded by countless uncontrollable mutants? They will have nowhere to run." The Red Tide plan, as a strategy for the ultimate war, is extremely risky. Even if everything goes well, the odds of success will be no higher than 30%. The most likely outcome is that the elites of the coalition army of demons will be annihilated somewhere in the capital ring of the Star Glory Federation. But the Spore stratagem is different. The only requirement of the plan is to push the main force of the coalition army of demons into the capital ring of the Federation. After the virus breaks out, the federal soldiers will think that it is a new biochemical weapon that the demon race invented. They will hate demons even more and surround the coalition army without letting anyone through. Driven by their ideology of protecting the ordinary people, the cultivators will only charge and incessantly like moths to a flame. How will the coalition army escape? The coalition army will be there for a last battle. There will be no reason for them to retreat either. Besides, they will be marching by themselves without support. They will have no choice but to fight. Even if a few guys in the coalition army are smart enough to realize that it is a scheme, what can they do? Will they still have a chance to negotiate with the federal army and explain that everything is just a misunderstanding? Therefore, even if some of them know the truth, it will be impossible for them to stop the mutual destruction of the coalition army of demons and the federal army. All the experts will be heavily wounded and infected by the uncontrollable mutants. They will either turn into the super uncontrollable mutants that are even tougher or end up being Elder Netherspring slaves. Since they are in the level of nascent soul stage or demon emperor, they are standing at the peak of evolution in the first place, and their odds of surviving the mutations will be much higher than the odds of ordinary people. Of the 100 nascent soul stage cultivators and demon emperors, as long as 1/10 of them, which means around 10 super experts, are controlled by the Elder Netherspring, and the other experts are turned into uncontrollable mutants, it will be an extremely terrifying force. With the help of the terrifying force, Elder Netherspring will establish his new order that will shake the very foundations of the world. It is a plan that is barely stoppable. Even if the leadership of the Heaven's Origin sector learns of the Red Tide plan, so what? Maybe, they will secretly deploy all the elites in the east of the Federation and prepare to wipe out the main force of the Blood Demon sector. But it will fit Elder Netherspring's need even better. He does not need a victory, and he is not scared of failure. All he needs is an unprecedented war where all the elites of the two worlds will be gathered. The bottom line is, once the main force of the coalition army invades the Star Glory Federation, everything will be doomed whether the Federation is prepared or not. Li Yao took multiple deep breaths to calm himself down. The Red Tide plan is likely to break out at any moment. We have to meet your father and explain everything to him. We must convince him that the Spore stratagem exists and that the Red Tide plan has to be aborted. Are you confident to persuade your father? Or rather, is he rational enough for communication and willing to concede? Jean Xinhue thought carefully and replied, 99% of the time, he is a shrewd guy who will concede for his interest. But what is odd is that, whenever you think that he is conceding, you are actually falling into his trap. I've seen him concede countless times since childhood, both in the Gold Crow Kingdom and in the Pantheon of Demons. He has conceded, retreated, and even yielded dozens of times. But after dozens of times of compromises, all his enemies are dead, and he is now the leader of the Feather Clan and the Master of Sky. He has even turned into the Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army and the most powerful being in the Blood Demon sector in name. There was fear in Jean Xinyue's eyes. In the demon race, the forces on the ground have always been most valued. The Horn Clan and the Claw Clan that govern the earth and the Insect Clan that governs the underground are the strongest clans. In comparison, the Sea Clan that dominates the ocean and the Feather Clan that commands the sky are relatively weaker. Over the past hundreds of years, the Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army has always been from the Horn Clan, the Claw Clan, or the Insect Clan. The ideology of the demon race has been focused on continentalism, too. Beast tides are everything. My father is the first Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army of Demons from the Feather Clan in 200 years. He has even successfully altered the guiding principle that prevailed for hundreds of years and changed from continentalism to the unification of the sky, the ocean, and the land. It is not hard to imagine how many interest groups he has confronted and dealt with during the process. Therefore, he seems to be someone who is rational enough to communication and willing to compromise when offered with undeniable proof and calculation. However, that is never a real concession. It is just the beginning of a new plan. That's only in 99% of the cases. There are still 1% of cases where he behaves like an insane poet. I don't know how I can comment on him in such cases. In such cases, he is a lunatic that is even crazier than Elder Netherspring. Nobody can predict him. Nobody can control him. Nobody can sway him. Besides, we don't know yet whether or not Elder Netherspring's spies are around him. Li Yao narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Jean Xinhue frowned. I've been suspicious about if my father knew that I was attacked by the troop of Mirage Falcons. If he knew, how much did he know? Considering the sordidness of Elder Nether Spring Spore Stratagem, is it possible that he has sent a lot of spies to my father? It must be noted that, although my father has been elected as the commander-in-chief of the Coalition Army now, the majority of the Coalition Army is still made of the Claw Clan, the Horn Clan, and the Insect Clan because of the continentalism that has prevailed for hundreds of years. The Feather Clan does not have much control. Most of the elite troops and the intelligence network are under the command of the Insect Clan, the Claw Clan, and the Horn Clan. With Elder Nether Spring's precise arrangements, he must have been preparing for the scheme since decades ago. I wouldn't be surprised if he had smuggled his trusted subordinates into the Coalition Army. If they interfered on purpose and handed false intelligence to my father, it is very possible that my father was misled. After all, even a demon emperor cannot know everything that is happening. When he is inside the command center in the headquarters of the Pantheon of Demons, the enormous intelligence network will be his eyes and ears. If the intelligence work is corroded, and if his closest subordinates have betrayed him, he will only make wrong judgments however smart he is. Just like Elder Nether Spring manipulated Master Hollow Wind to say what he wanted said, you are suspecting that Elder Nether Spring is manipulating your father without him knowing? Li Yao said coldly. I don't know, Jin Xinyue mumbled. I truly don't know. Li Yao smashed the ball. Therefore, we must sneak into the headquarters of the Pantheon of Demons in Heavenly Path City silently and have a one-to-one conversation with your father. Hesitating for a moment, Jin Xinyue asked cautiously, Master, do you know that the mission is as difficult as assassinate the commander-in-chief of the Coalition Army? Li Yao's eyes were glittering. How do you know that it won't work out when you haven't tried? At the very least, you are familiar with the terrain of the Pantheon of Demons and Heavenly Path City, right? Also, tell me all the details about your father's habits. We will come up with a perfect infiltration plan. However, we must get out of here first. After such a long time, the main force of the Coalition Army must be chasing after the magical equipment that is swimming randomly in the deep sea. This is the moment when they are least wary. It will be too late after they find the truth about the magical equipment. Li Yao triggered the light beam and pointed at the map of Void Turmoil City. Look. According to the map, this teleportation array is the furthest from us. It can bring us to the demonic plant garden at the periphery of Void Turmoil City. What are planted in the garden are tall and dense fire oil palm trees. It is highly unlikely that we will be discovered. We will decide what to do after we arrive. Plan A. We will hide ourselves in the blubber of the land whales. It is a highly effective move that I just tested. Plan B. We will rob 2 soldiers that are roughly the same size as us and take away their armor. Then, we will pretend to be them. Plan C. We will pretend to be the cannon fodder being shipped out of the city. The bottom line is, don't attack unless it is absolutely necessary. Our primary target now is to stop a world war. Do you understand? Jin Xinyue nodded. All right. Have you recovered? We will be teleported in 3 seconds. Li Yao packed up everything and activated the teleportation array. 3 seconds later, the underground chamber was illuminated by a dazzling mystic ray, which melted them. Within a breath, they appeared in the garden of fire oil palm trees, or what used to be the garden. Since there were few obstacles around and most of the fire oil palm trees had been burnt to the ground, the Coalition Army had decided to develop the garden into a temporary port. 2 devilish warships were spurting right above their heads. On their left was a troop of heavy beetles that had just arrived. On their right were 20 acid cannons that were being transported. In front of them were several officers who were checking the assets, followed by more than 10 biochemical beasts that had just crawled out of the storage tanks. Earlier today, only half of the garden had been built into a port. An area of half-burnt demonic plants, in which the teleportation array was hidden, had not been cleared yet. That was why the teleportation array had not been discovered. But the news that a cultivator had shown up in Void Turmoil City had spread out in all troops. The commander had decided to expand the port to accommodate more reinforcements. When Li Yao and Jin Xinyue appeared, the last few burnt fire oil palm trees were falling down slowly, pulled by elephants. The officers and them looked at each other in a weird silence. "Master, is there a plan D?" "There is." "Well, would you please calm down for a moment and listen to our explanation, officers? You may find it hard to believe, but in fact, we are here for world peace." In the command center of Heavenly Path City, the center of power of the Blood Demon sector, Jin Tuyi, the leader of the Feather Clan, the commander-in-chief of the coalition arm of demons, and the most powerful being in the Blood Demon sector in name, was staring at dozens of light beams nonchalantly. The light beams were playing the footage of the same battle from different angles. It was the picture where Jin Xinyue escaped from Void Turmoil City and Li Yao picked her up, including the part where he blew up a devilish warship. The everlasting explosions left mottled shadows on Jin Tuyi's face. Jin Tuyi was tall, slender, and as handsome as any silver blood demon, but his nose curled like a saber, making him look rather intimidating. His narrow, long, and deeply hollowed eyes also added to his mysteriousness. A pair of pure white, flawless wings were folded on his back. The feathers extended all the way to his head, as if he were wearing a natural crown, which made him even more elegant and sacred. The one standing behind him respectfully, who did not even dare breathe too loudly, was Jin Wuxiu, his eldest son and the commander of the Mirage Falcons, the best troop of the Feather Clan. "Father, this is the nascent soul stage cultivator who snuck into the Blood Demon sector according to our intelligence. They caused havoc in Void Turmoil City yesterday. After shooting down a Ghost Eye-level Devilish warship in the beginning, they committed a massacre in a temporary port at the suburb of Void Turmoil City and seriously wrecked the second Devilish warship, slaying 7 biochemical beasts and more than 100 soldiers, including 12 silver blood nobles. We are still chasing after them as of now. More than 10,000 soldiers have been deployed. However, our elites are all making preparations for the Red Tide plan. Therefore, our strongest forces are unavailable. Maybe it will be another few days before we capture them." If Jin Tuyi was angry and surprised at his son's report at all, he was definitely not showing any of such feelings on his face. He observed Li Yao's combat picture while he asked casually, "The intelligence says that a nascent soul stage cultivator from the Heaven's Origin sector has snuck into the Blood Demon sector. Then who is this woman?" Jin Wuxiu hesitated for a moment. In the picture, Jin Xinyue had disguised herself quite well and was completely different from the saintess of the Pantheon of demons in the past. He failed to recognize her for the moment. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Perhaps she was the nascent soul stage cultivator subordinate?" "All right. Let's say that she is a subordinate. Then why did they show up in Void Turmoil City?" Jin Tuyi asked calmly. Jin Wuxiu hesitated. "That information is still being investigated. It is possible that they were trying to bring away something important for the Blade of Chaos." "Then, what kind of force did the nascent soul stage cultivator from the Heaven's Origin sector use?" Jin Tuyi asked again. "I can see that he tore open the shield of the Devilish warship with tremendous crystal bombs, but the critical strike on the Devilish warship was the cell obliteration cannon, which is a technique of the demon race, wasn't it? Are you trying to tell me that a nascent soul stage cultivator who can launch the cell obliteration cannon has snuck into the Blood Demon sector?" Cold sweat was popping out of Jin Wuxiu's forehead. "We are still investigating." "Still investigating." Jin Wuxiu did not turn around. He suddenly changed the topic. "How is the investigation on the mysterious island in the North Pole?" Jin Wuxiu was dazed for a moment. He hurried to reply, "The investigation is still ongoing. According to the intelligence that Master Hollow Wind provided, we have confirmed that there is indeed such an island in the North Pole, but the island has been completely demolished." Judging from the traces left there, we reached the conclusion that there was indeed a base of the Blade of Chaos before on the island. At this moment, Tuyi finally turned his head and looked at his son carefully. The way he turned his head was quite unique. His shoulder and his body were absolutely still, and only his neck and his head turned 180 degrees, which was apparently the distinctive feature of some types of birds. Jin Wuxiu felt that his leg was shaking violently after his father stared at him for 10 seconds. But Tuyi did not raise any more questions. He said casually, "That's all for now. You may leave." "Understood, father. We will find out the truth of everything as quickly as possible." Like a prisoner who had just been pardoned, Jin Wui bowed and retreated from the room, not even having the courage to wipe his sweat. Looking at his son disappearing from the room in fear, Tuyi's eyes were suddenly mixed with indescribable brilliance. He slowly turned his head back and continued studying Li Yao and Jin Xinyue's combat picture. Suddenly, he thought of something. He clipped all the frames that Jin Xinyue was in and magnified them. Tuyi narrowed his eyes, wholeheartedly studying the appearance and the posture of the woman who was both strange and familiar to him. 5 days later, deep inside an abandoned mother lode, 7,700 kilometers from Void Turmoil City, Li Yao and Jin Xinyue were rushing fast, soaked in blood. They charged into an inconspicuous mining hole that had an underground river at the bottom at the cost of the last bit of their spiritual energy. Li Yao could not hold on any longer. He fell on one of his knees and fell to the floor. Then, he lay in the darkness, breathing hard. Blood was flooding out from the hundreds of wounds all over his body. The speed of the proliferation of cells was far lower than the speed of the spread of the poison. After fighting for 5 days, he felt as if he was an orange that had been squeezed too many times. It was impossible to wring any more juice out of him. But luckily, they had finally escaped out of the siege of the coalition army. Boom! 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 Not far away, an ear-splitting explosion echoed. The mining hole that they were in was shaking violently. Rocks fell from the ceiling and smashed them. But they did not even have the strength to dodge and could only watch the rocks falling and burying them. The quake lasted 10 seconds, until Li Yao and Jin Xinyue were both consumed by the rocks and the entrance of the hole was gone. Hoochie! 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 In the darkness, the two of them were breathing heavily. It was not until 10 minutes later that Li Yao finally regained the ability to talk. He laughed out loud in relief. "The last troop that is hunting us in the 500 square kilometers nearby has been attracted into the wrong mining hole by my magical equipment and killed by the crystal bombs that we planted there. We're finally safe." After saying that, the two of them continued breathing heavily for half an hour before they regained the strength to further run away and communicate. "Master, allow me to report our latest accomplishment to you. Over the past 5 days, we have killed approximately 1,300 soldiers of the coalition army of demons, more than 50 biochemical beasts, and 900 demon beasts of all sorts. Among the victims, there were 97 silver blood demons that I could recognize, including the princes, young masters, and disciples of the demon emperors in the 4 major demon kingdoms. The one of the highest social position should be Yuan Faidu, who was killed yesterday. His father is Yuan Ryu, one of the 12 demon emperors, known as the Ape Fiend. The guy is famous for his pettiness, but he is unbelievably formidable, too. In terms of personal combat ability, he ranks the top 3 among the 12 demon emperors. If we include the massacre that Master committed on Boneyard 10 years ago, then I must congratulate you now. You are certainly the cultivator who has slain the most nobles of the blood demon sector in the entire Star Glory Federation. You truly deserve to be an ultra-level federal hero." "What are you implying?" Jin Xinyue hurriedly shook her head. "Nothing. Nothing. I'm certainly not implying anything. I just want to confirm with you, Master, we we are truly here for peace and to resolve the grudge between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, right? Of course. We are faced with a mutual threat right now. Peace is the only way out for us. Is there a problem? Are you questioning my sincerity? No problem. No problem at all. I totally believe your sincere wish about world peace, Master. You are so merciful and lenient that you are definitely the firmest pacifist in the world. As for the past few days, well, it was just self-defense. I am only trying to say that, after the fuss we've caused, my father's hostility and wariness must have been raised to the highest. It will not be easy for us to sneak into the headquarters of the Pantheon of Demons without alarming anyone. You can only tell whether a thing is easy or not after you've tried. I asked you to recall the terrain and the structure of Heavenly Path City and the headquarters of the Pantheon of Demons. Do you have a rough idea now? Also, I want to know every detail about your father, such as his habits and hobbies, even including his favorite book while he is on the toilet. Jean Xinhue took out a crystal processor that Li Yao had given her and triggered a light beam. It was a map of Heavenly Path City that she had drawn recently. Since she was a saintess of the Pantheon of Demons, infiltration, assassination, espionage, and sabotage were all her specialties. Also, she had received training in the Pantheon of Demons from a young age. The defense of the Pantheon of Demons had been among her training subjects. Therefore, although it was only a draft that she had drawn in the spare time during her escape, all the details were rather accurate. Please take a look, Master. Pointing at the light beam, Jean Xinhue explained, Heavenly Path City is the core city of the Blood Demon sector and was co-established by the 4 demon kingdoms and the influential demon cities. It is divided into the Upper City and the Lower City. The Lower City, which is on the ground, is essentially another void turmoil city, except that it is much larger. Demons of different tribes and backgrounds live there. A lot of different minor environments have been simulated in the Lower City, too, which adds to the complexity of the terrain. Also, tremendous assets and soldiers enter and exit the Lower City every day. Therefore, it will not be difficult to sneak into it. But the Upper City is totally different. The Upper City is an airborne metropolis comprising of almost 100 floating mountains. It is the real, Heavenly Path City. All the important facilities, such as the headquarters of the Pantheon of Demons and the command center of the Coalition Army, are established on the floating mountains of the Upper City. Every floating mountain boasts independent defense arrays. Even if one of them is compromised, the other floating mountains can cut off their connection to it once the intrusion is discovered. The burglar will have absolutely nowhere to run. A number of air forces are stationed in the empty area among the floating mountains, including the Mirage Falcons from the Feather Clan, the Ghost Jellyfish from the Sea Clan, and the Ghost Face Silver Mosquitoes and the Colorful Locusts from the Insect Clan. Approximately 10 eagles and 100 bugs are hiding behind every cloud. The dense, flying spirit eyes have an overlapping monitoring range. Even if 1/3 of them are paralyzed, there will still be no blind spots. On the ground, there's also air defense bastions made of more than 30 types of demonic plants, including smoke venom flowers, dragon corroding grass, lethal poisonous lotus, and others that boast air attacking abilities. They can cover the entire sky with acid, venomous fog, and fire. To the east of Heavenly Path City is a large port, where more than 50 devilish warships, including Blood Demon, the flagship of the Coalition Army of Demons, are docked. Among them, Blood Demon, which is 7 kilometers long, is a super-heavy warship produced by all 4 major demon kingdoms together at the cost of almost 10,000 demon beasts. It is not hard to imagine how many acid cannons and demonic energy cannons are installed on the warship. The most distinctive part about the warship is the Super Neuron Clustering Network System, which can connect the brains of 4 to 5 demon emperors to the main biochemical brain of the warship so that they can manipulate the warship easily. It is like a super warship with the wisdom of multiple demon emperors. Think about it. How terrifying is that? Leaving the defense system aside, the dozens of demon emperors inside Heavenly Path City alone are not easy to deal with. As tough as Master is, it is impossible for you fight against 10 demon emperors at the same time, isn't it? Li Yao was silent for a long time. The hunting of 10 or so demon kings along with thousands of demon soldiers was enough to make him flee like a stray dog. It was needless to say what would happen if 10 demon emperors were after him. After days of escaping and evading, Li Yao had a profound understanding about the difference between personal combat ability and the combat ability of an army. It was true that he was a super expert whose combat ability was close to the nascent soul stage. For him, slaying a demon general was as easy as eating a loaf of bread. However, anybody would be stuffed if they ate 10 loaves of breads in 1 minute. If a nascent soul stage can kill a demon general easily in 1 second, he will easily take down 60 demon generals in 1 minute, was equally hilarious as Jack can eat 1 loaf of bread in a minute, so he can eat 60 loaves of bread in an hour. In a modern war, the role of the super experts was irreplaceable, but it did not mean that super experts were invincible and could do whatever they pleased. In a suitable environment, with appropriate arrangements, tremendous ordinary soldiers would have a chance to exhaust a nascent soul stage cultivator or a demon emperor, too. Or rather, like bread, they stuffed the enemies with their own lives. Alright. Let's talk about the possibility of disguise and infiltration, Li Yao said helplessly. Is there any way for us to pretend to be the workers of the Pantheon of demons? Other than the demon kings and demon emperors, there are certainly workers in the Pantheon of demons, right? For example, demon emperors need to eat and poop, too, which means that they need cooks and cleaners, right? These workers cannot live on the floating mountains, can they? Furthermore, to maintain the normal functions of the floating mountains, the assets consumed every day must be astronomical. The garbage must be enormous, too. Therefore, many carriers are bound to deliver assets and carry garbage away on a daily basis, too. Can we work on that? It is very difficult, Jean Xinhue replied. Of course, there are a lot of workers such as cooks and cleaners in the headquarters of the Pantheon of Demons and the command center of the coalition army. Most of them live in the messy, crowded lower city. Every morning, special commuting beasts will bring them to the floating mountains at the periphery where they will be strictly examined before being sent to the central floating mountains together. The examinations on them are extremely rigorous. Not only will their blood, hair, fingerprints, irises, and voiceprint be tested, even their excrement will sometimes be tested, too. The headquarters of the Pantheon of Demons has domesticated countless demon beasts with sharp noses, including dung beetles whose genes have been specially modified. If so much as the scent of their excrement is any different from the day before, they will immediately be caught. Besides, although there are many workers, few can really meet the highest leaders such as my father. The examinations on such workers are 10 times more stringent than those on the regular workers. They are essentially being scanned by demonic rays from inside to outside every day. It is impossible to sneak in by pretending to be one of them. Li Yao ground his teeth hard. What about ventilation tubes? There's a complicated ventilation system in every floating mountain, right? Li Yao had a thing for ventilation tubes. Jean Xinhue shook her head and said, the ventilation tubes are the highlights of the defense system. More than 10 different defense measures have been adopted in the ventilation tubes in the headquarters of the Pantheon of Demons. For example, high-voltage electric arcs in the ventilate tubes and pumping the air with high-speed fans. The iron gauze behind the fans has small holes, too, and can perceive anything that passes through, including a fly. Besides, the flying spirit eyes and the demon beasts that are highly sensitive to heat and smell are distributed around the key nodes of the ventilate tubes. Let's put it this way. If an intruder is unafraid of high-voltage electric shot, does not emit heat or smell, has a size smaller than a fly, and boasts a stealth ability all the way, there is a 1 in 10,000 likelihood that they can get in. However, the structural design of the ventilation tubes is top secret. There are too many branches, some of which are real, and some are false, like a maze. Even I don't know the correct design. If an intruder moves into a wrong branch in carelessness, they will find themselves in the most terrifying traps. If that's the case, the headquarters of the Pantheon of Demons is indeed impregnable, Li Yao said. I have no choice except to perform my ultimate skill now. What? You have a solution despite such difficulties, Master? That's indeed marvelous of you. How about we write a letter to your father? Or in some other way. He must have a public communication channel, right? In the Heaven's Origin sector, we have things like speaker hotline or speaker mailbox. We can even initiate online petitions. As long as the number of voters surpasses a certain threshold, the motion will be delivered to the Speaker of Parliament directly. Of course, there is a communication system based on a super-large biochemical neural network in the Blood Demon sector, and many ways to contact my father. But as the Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army, he must be very busy now. All the messages that are sent to him will be handled through the command center. How should we introduce ourselves? We can't tell them that you are an unparalleled expert from the Heaven's Origin sector and that you would like to speak to the Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army, can we? Besides, we are still unclear on how many of my father's trusted subordinates have been compromised by Elder Netherspring. Given the horror of Elder Netherspring's Spore stratagem, it is impossible for him to have not made preparations to deal with my father. Think about it. When I met you for the first time, Master, the hunters after me included my big brother, Jin Wushu, who is my father's most trusted eldest son, and the Mirage Falcons, the best troop of the Feather Clan. If even my big brother Jin Wushu has joined Elder Netherspring, there will be no way that we can contact my father through regular channels. Li Yao frowned. Speaking of which, I do have another question. Is it possible that your father has joined Elder Netherspring's cause, too? Jean Xinyue shook her head quickly. Absolutely impossible. My father. How should I put it? He is a guy who values the interests of the demon race the most. There is no way that he would conspire with Elder Netherspring. However, I don't know whether or not they have been taking advantage of each other. Li Yao thought for a moment and said, what if we make it big? For example, I can produce a batch of special crystal bombs, which will display enormous characters in the sky like colorful fireworks after they are detonated. With the precise explosions of hundreds of bombs, we will be able to send out a message of a few sentences. If we detonate the bombs in the lower city, your father will definitely see the message in the air clearly, right? Li Yao had played the move on Iron Plateau once before, and its result was rather satisfactory. Jean Xinyue thought for a moment and nodded. It's a last resort if we don't have any other choices, but the information contained in a few sentences is too limited. It's impossible to describe the whole thing clearly. Besides, we are now faced with a problem that is barely solvable. Elder Netherspring has basically blocked every option. We only have some solid evidence if we show up in front of my father in person. Jean Xinyue pointed at herself and then Li Yao. I've turned from a demon into a human being, and Master can trigger such intense, demonic energy, as a cultivator. That is enough to prove theory that human beings and demons are of the same origin. Although there is still a long way to go from proving the same origin theory to proving the existence of the Spore stratagem, we will at least plant a seed of suspicion in my father's heart. My father will be too prudent to neglect it. If it is just a few pieces of information in the sky, Elder Netherspring can easily ask his accomplices to explain or rectify them. More importantly, we don't have much time. The Red Tide plan might break out at any moment. Once the main force of the Coalition Army of Demons is teleported to the east of the Star Glory Federation through wormholes, everything will be too late. Li Yao realized that it did make sense. It would be child's play if he could stop a military decision that would determine the future of a sector by only a few words in the sky. What about habits and hobbies? Will your father leave the headquarters of the Pantheon of Demons to train in the outside world? Jean Xinhue shook her head. The headquarters of the Pantheon of Demons have the best training facilities. This is the critical moment before a great war. I don't see any reason for my father to go out without a good reason. As for hobbies, he is like a cold machine. Power is his only hobby. Anyway, in my every memory of him, he is working, working, and working. They were at an impasse. Li Yao scratched his head and pursued further. He does not have any hobby at all. Clothes, food, or anything that can be helpful. Jean Xinhue hesitated for a moment. Well, if we are talking about hobbies, my father is not interested in the addictive cigarettes, alcohol, or drugs. He does not have any passion for girls or gambling either. He is not even a maniac in training. He does not have any long-lasting habit, except that he likes to eat a star-spot red fire oyster as a snack after work every day. Li Yao raised his eyebrow. What is a star-spot red fire oyster? Is it very precious? Not very precious, Jean Xinhue said. The star-spot red fire oyster is a sea animal that grows in the Red Fire Bay, a bay on the coastline of the Gold Crow Kingdom. It is both fresh and succulent. Just cut it open with a knife and dip it in the local seawater, and the food will be ready. It is said that a half-active volcano is at the bottom of the Red Fire Bay. The special minerals spurted out by the undersea volcano add different constituents to the water there, which is the cause of such a delicious food. Personally, I've never been a fan of it. The star-spot red fire oyster is a popular dish among the nobles of the Gold Crow Kingdom, not only because its flavor, but also because of the fun you have when you eat it. First of all, the shell of the star-spot red fire oyster has stripes that looks like fire and shooting stars. The stripes of every star-spot red fire oyster are entirely different. Everybody can enjoy and appreciate the stripes before they eat the food. The shells can be used to make decorations. It is quite an elegant lifestyle. Secondly, the two pieces of the shell of the star-spot red fire oyster bite each other very hard. One can only open them by the special knife with special techniques and patience. If one is really skilled, there will be a pleasant sound when the oyster is opened. However, if one opens it with brute force, they will not have the privilege of hearing the sound. Most importantly, there are occasionally crystals that look like pearls in the meat of the star-spot red fire oyster. We call them the red balls. The red balls are not anything precious, but they are extremely brilliant and beautiful. On their face, there are ever-changing patterns. If you aim the balls at the source of light, you will see a different pattern in every different angle. It could not be more spectacular. According to the traditions of the Gold Crow Kingdom, it is a very auspicious sign to meet a red ball in the star-spot red fire oyster. There are even legends where the red balls were used in fortune-telling in ancient times. Therefore, many experts of the Feather Clan have a habit of eating the star-spot red fire oyster every day. They might not be attracted by the flavor of the delicious food but are merely relaxing themselves with the tedious process of eating and the leisure when playing with the shell and the red ball. My father is no exception. Although he appears to be a machine, he is a living creature after all. After a day of busy work handling all kinds of affairs, he tends to be anxious and exhausted, too. Therefore, it has become a special relaxation method for him to have some star-spot red fire oysters every night. Li Yao narrowed his eyes, in which brilliance was bouncing like fire. He pondered and asked, "Is the star-spot red fire oyster your father eats unusual? Is it the same as what others eat?" Jean Xinhue thought hard for a moment. The star-spot red fire oyster only grows in the Red Fire Bay because it requires the nourishment of the undersea volcano. It cannot be farmed. The productivity is quite low. My father is the leader of the Feather Clan. Naturally, the star-spot red fire oysters that are the largest and looks most splendid, and those that the experienced fishermen believe to have red balls, are specially supplied to him. Then, according to your estimation, after your father became the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons, even though he is far away from the Gold Crow Kingdom, do you think he will still keep the habit? Jin Shinua nodded. I think he will. Before he became the commander-in-chief, my father often went to Heavenly Path City for business and sometimes lived in Heavenly Path City for a long time. At that time, special flying demon beasts were designated to ship the star-spot red fire oysters to him by air. After all, the Gold Crow King masters the forces in the sky. Transportation by air is quite convenient and not very costly. Since he is the leader of the Feather Clan, such a hobby is not too extravagant. Li Yao blinked. The food is delivered by air every day, not every few days. Jin Shinua smiled and said, You may not know this, master, but the star-spot red fire oyster is the most vulnerable food. Once it leaves the seawater where it grows, it will decay within a few hours. Even if it is soaked in the original seawater, it will still not survive one day. Keeping them in the preservation rune arrays does not help, either. Freezing rune arrays can make the food last longer, but freezing and unfreezing will rid the food of its original flavor. With my father's identity and position, wouldn't be beneath him to eat such food? Therefore, when he lived in Heavenly Path City, the flying demon beasts shipped the raw star-spot red fire oysters as quickly as possible, sometimes with the help of teleportation arrays, at dusk every day. They would only need 3 hours to get to him. After hearing that, Li Yao took a long breath in relief. His lips curled into a mysterious smile as he said, Therefore, after the star-spot red fire oyster is fished up, it will be shipped to your father as quickly as possible. Since the time is very short, there will not be too many examination procedures, will there? Jin Shinua was dazed. She bulged her eyes and exclaimed, Master, do you want? Li Yao thought for a moment and confirmed with her, Is it possible that somebody will open all the star-spot red fire oysters first so that you father will enjoy the meat directly? Jin Shinua shook her head quickly. Absolutely not. When the nobles of the Gold Crow Kingdom enjoy the star-spot red fire oyster, it is the appearance of the food that they savor first. Then, they will have their fun by opening the shell slowly and looking for the red ball. It is not just the mouthful of meat that they are interested in. If the star-spot red fire oysters are opened in advance, the flavor of the meat will certainly change after it is exposed to the air for a long time, not to mention that all the fun will be gone. Wouldn't it be a huge bummer? Everybody eats the food on their own. It is a tradition that has lasted thousands of years. Then we've got a solution. Li Yao slapped his thigh and took a deep breath to calm himself down. Listen up. This is what we are going to do next. First of all, I am going to pump a syringe of blood and marrow from you. Rest assured. You are now in the core formation stage after all. The marrow you lose will be refilled after a moment of rest. I plan to bring you back to the last base of the Blade of Chaos, but things have changed now. We cannot stay here for long, and there is no time for such a long journey. We can only store your blood and marrow in special biochemical storage tanks and put the tanks in the third rendezvous point so that Uchi-Ba and the rest of them will bring them back to the base. The Fire Ant King has already grasped a lot of experimental data and files regarding the Demon God virus, including most of the genome. Soon, they will also have your blood and marrow, which contain the divine blood of chaos. Let's hope that they can produce vaccines and antidotes as quickly as possible. I will brief them on our latest progress and upcoming operations. I believe that Han Tuhu and Sua Chaolong, as two experts in tactics, will know what to do next. After the storage tanks are ready, we will go to Heavenly Path City and sneak into the crowded lower city, where we will make the most thorough preparations for our meeting with your father. After everything is set, we will go to the Red Fire Bay. But first of all, do you know of a place that houses tremendous crystals and magical equipment? Debris from the Heaven's Origin sector will work, too. I am in need of a lot of materials. Jean Xinhue was dazed for a moment before she replied, 1,400 kilometers to our southeast, there is Ultimate Arms City. A great number of weapons, guns, crystal tanks, and even crystal suits that were captured in the Heaven's Origin sector are piled up there. All the magical equipment that is captured will be examined and tested in Ultimate Arms City. The reparable equipment will be picked out for the use of the Coalition Army of Demons. The trophies that are beyond repair will serve as targets or be dismantled into raw materials. Sometimes, they are replicated, too. Over the past hundreds of years, the Heaven's Origin sector has gradually surpassed the Blood Demon sector in terms of weapon technology. This is more or less a way to supplement the gears of the Coalition Army of Demons. But I wonder, what do you need the debris for? I am going to produce bombs. Li Yao licked his lips and said casually, more crystal bombs. 10 days later, in the upper district of Heavenly Path City. As the Red Tide plan was gradually set in motion, a second command center had been established in the Commander-in-Chief's office. The vast Commander Center was packed with the biochemical brains that boasted the highest performance. Countless biochemical nerves were crawling on the walls like crimson vines. There were even the mainframe crystal processors that had been smuggled or captured from the Heaven's Origin sector. Light beams were blossoming above the heads of the 1,000 staff and generals. The bouncing numbers and changing shadows interweaved into unpredictable expressions on their faces. Jean Tuyi was surrounded by an enormous circular light beam. More than 10 biochemical nerves were connected to his brain and spine deeply like vipers from all the directions, sending the information provided by the main biochemical brains into his head incessantly. Billions of entries of data, images, and videos were flooding inside his brain uncontrollably. Despite the body build of the high-level demon emperor, he would still sometimes grimace in pain. It was through such a method of information transmission, which bordered on torture, that he managed to master the most critical intelligence about the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector within a breath, including the latest updates on all the main force troops of the Blood Demon sector, the status of the defense lines of the Heaven's Origin sector, the traces of the 16 Crystal Suit Legions of the Federation, and so on. However, some of the information was true, some false. How much of the information was true, how much was false, how much of the information was true but had been leaked by the enemy intentionally, and how much of the information was false and yet was still telling what was on the enemy's mind. Everything would have to be determined by his own head. That was the responsibility of the Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army. 5 minutes later, Jean Tuyi finished analyzing all the latest intelligence so far and sending out instructions through the biochemical nerves. Such instructions that were sent in the form of bioelectricity were more efficient and secretive than telepathic thoughts, which were often utilized by cultivators. The biochemical brains, with the operations of the staff, translated Jean Tuyi's instructions into more specific and practical commands and transmitted them to the nerve endings which constituted the enormous beast that was the Coalition Army of Demons. The enormous beast had opened its bloody mouth slowly and bared the sharpest fangs, ready for the ultimate strike. So far, so good. The Star Glory Federation seemed to be ignorant of the Red Tide plan. Although they were prepared for the pending attacks of the Coalition Army in the north of the Grand Desolate Plateau, and 3 Crystal Suit Legions had been dispatched to the Giant Blade Pass, the ocean east to the Federation was still tranquil and unguarded. In the meantime, the main force of the Coalition Army had finished gathering and was moving toward the target. Once the army arrived, they would be ready to launch a thunderous strike at any time. However, Jean Tuyi did not receive the 2 pieces of information that he had expected, ones that were of paramount importance. The glimmers in his eyes bounced slightly. The biochemical nerves connected to the back of Jean Tuyi's head and spine uncoupled one by one. He warmed up his rigid body and sighed in great relief while his bones and muscles were emitting weird noises. Father. His eldest son, the commander of the Mirage Falcon troop, who had been waiting respectfully behind him, immediately stepped forward and helped him move to the relaxation room. It was too heavy a burden to have super high-intensity interactions with the main biochemical brains for an entire day, even for a demon emperor. To maintain the activity of their brain so that it would be able to function at a high speed the next day, it was a reasonable ritual for a demon emperor to take a rest in the relaxation room for an hour or two after a day's tedious work. In the relaxation room, Jin Wuxiu stood behind Jin Tuyi. He massaged his father's shoulder while he concentrated his voice into a line, sending the sound waves directly into his father's ears in the feeblest quakes. "Father, the investigation on Elder Nether Spring using the Gold Crow Kingdom's own intelligence network has been completed. The conclusion is the same as that drawn by the intelligence system of the Pantheon of Demons. Recently, he has been dutifully chasing after the remnants of the Blade of Chaos. There are no anomalies. It seems that he has indeed admitted his failure. Or maybe, he has seen through the current situation and realized that the Star Glory Federation is the greatest enemy for all of us. Internal strife right now would do nobody any good. The investigations into the rumors of the Imperium of True Human Beings and the Demon God Virus are coming to an end, too. The results are the same. We did not find any suspicious points based on the investigation report of the Pantheon of Demons. As of now, there is no evidence whatsoever that can prove the validity of the two theories. It can be confirmed now that they are absolutely strategical deceptions of the Star Glory Federation. This is not the first time that the shameless human beings have played such dirty tricks. Didn't they concoct the sordid giant crab plan during the Battle of Dawn, hoping to swallow all our main force? This time, it must be another strategical deception. Jin Tuyi's face remained unchanged. He waved his hands in fatigue and said casually, "All right. You may leave now. Do your job. The Red Tide plan is going to be activated very soon. I hope that your Mirage Falcons will be the first demon troop to march onto the eastern coastline of the Star Glory Federation." Understood. Jin Wuxiu held his chest high, turned around, and left. When he left, he happened to pass by the cook who was delivering the Star Spot Red Fire Oysters to Jin Tuyi. Naturally, the Commander-in-Chief's residence had its own waiters and cooks. According to the rules, all the food should have been brought by the waiters who had received professional training and had absolutely clean backgrounds. However, the cook was an old servant from the Gold Crow Kingdom who had worked for Jin Tuyi even before he became the leader of the Feather Clan. He had proved his loyalty and was well trusted by Jin Tuyi. The Star Spot Red Fire Oysters that Jin Tuyi enjoyed every night were made by the cook and delivered to him by the cook in person every day. The Star Spot Red Fire Oyster did not require much cooking, but the cook had a certain skill to decorate food. The Star Spot Red Fire Oysters arranged by him were like a piece of artwork that nobody was willing to destroy. The cook bowed before Jin Tuyi. Right now, the relaxation room was empty except for the two of them. Everybody knew Jin Tuyi's habit. When he was enjoying the Star Spot Red Fire Oysters, he did not like anybody around other than the cook, not even his own son. Bo. Jin Tuyi opened the first oyster with a crisp sound as if a silver pebble hitting a jade tray. They echoed like a running brook and did not die down for a long time. Jin Tuyi half narrowed his eyes, and the muscles all over his body were loosened. Right next to him, the cook who was serving him dutifully suddenly said, "The loyalty investigation targeting the first prince has been completed. No evidence suggests that he has conspired with Elder Nether Spring." Bo. Jin Tuyi opened the second oyster. He put the shivering, juicy meat into his mouth and chewed slowly and carefully, as if he was enjoying delicious wine. The cook continued. The investigations that the first prince performed revealed no anomalies either. There is no proof to link Elder Nether Spring to the Demon God Virus. The validity of the Demon God Virus and the Imperium of True Human Beings cannot be proved either. It is highly likely that they are the strategical deceptions of the Star Glory Federation. Bo. Jean Tuyi opened the third oyster. However, his knife halted. He suddenly lowered the knife and raised it up, moving apart the meat that was as soft as a petal and picking out a crimson ball the size of fish eye without damaging the intactness of the meat. Jean Tuyi put on a smile. He held the red ball with his fingertips, rubbing, playing, and pondering. The cook's face remained unchanged. Instead of adulating Jean Tuyi on his luck, he continued reporting in a voice devoid of any emotion. Although no evidence has been found, we have still strengthened the control over the Mirage Falcon troop as per your command. Should there be anything wrong, the First Prince and his trusted subordinates will be executed instantly, and the Mirage Falcon troop will all be yours to command. Jean Tuyi moved his knife toward the fourth oyster. He finally opened his mouth and asked casually, "What about that matter?" "No updates," the cook replied. After showing up in Ultimate Arms City 9 days ago, slaying hundreds of guardians and looting a huge amount of debris and crystals, both targets have disappeared. Including Ape Fiend Yuan Ryu's son, there are already 7 disciples and blood descendants of the 12 demon emperors who have been slain by the mysterious expert. Right now, he is the most hateful target for the 12 demon emperors. Yuan Ryu has even gone mad and dedicated himself to the search of the mysterious expert without considering military affairs at all. Even Yuan Ryu hasn't found him yet. It is evident that the two of them are hiding themselves well. However, if they are indeed nascent soul stage cultivators from the Heaven's Origin sector, it will truly not be easy to find them after they hide themselves. The real problem is, what is their purpose exactly? None of the members of our Dark Cloak Society can figure out their motivation. Jean Tuyi's curved knife was moving easily in the gap of the shell, which was extremely tight. But his eyes pierced through the wall of the relaxation room, the complicated, heavily guarded floating mountain, towards somewhere far, far away. No matter how solid the shell was and how narrow the gaps were, there was always a way to crack it. As long as the most critical point was located, one would be able to open the oyster effortlessly. Then, what about the shell that was covering him? The Pantheon of demons boasted the most immaculate defense system, with dozens of procedures of thorough examination. They were surrounded by patrol teams made of the Mirage Falcons, ghost jellyfish, colorful locusts, and ghost face silver mosquitoes, as well as the protection of dozens of devilish warships. All possible vulnerabilities had been sealed. This was a shell that could not be broken in any way, one without the tiniest gap. What would somebody do if they wanted to break into such a shell? Jean Tuyi did not know. But his knife came to an abrupt halt when it pierced into the fifth oyster. For about 0.01 seconds, weird brilliance was shining on Jean Tuyi's face. Before his facial nerves reacted, he had already suppressed his astonishment. "I'm a bit tired," Jean Tuyi said casually. "You may leave now if you don't have other intelligence." "My lord." The cook bowed and left, closing the door of Jean Tuyi's relaxation room behind him. The moment the door was closed, Jean Tuyi darted 3 streams of invisible demonic energy toward the gaps on the door. Then, he turned around and focused his attention on the star-spot red fire oyster right in his hands. At first glance, it was just a common oyster. The shape of the edge of the shell and the fiery stripes on the surface were not any different from those on other oysters. Jean Tuyi could even sense a tiny wave of vigor from inside the shell. The oyster was still alive at this moment. Of course, if it was not an alive, authentic star-spot red fire oyster, how could it have passed through the multiple examinations and been delivered to him? However, when he cut off 2 strong nerves deep inside the oyster with the knife, Jean Tuyi keenly sensed a subtle difference. The nerves that controlled the opening and closing of the shell had already been broken once. Somebody has already opened the shell once, but he then closed the shell through a special technique. Even the oyster was kept alive and not killed. Pondering, Jean Tuyi slowly triggered his demonic energy and formed a shield right in front of him. He then retrieved quite a few pieces of defense magical equipment from his cosmos rings and put on all of them. It was not until then that he raised the knife and opened the weird oyster. The vague stink that belonged to the raw meat could be smelt from the shell. Even the unique freshness resembling the scent of lychee was still there. It was almost like a real, natural oyster. Tuyi could even sense the sea wind of the red fire bay from it. But he knew for a fact that somebody had touched the oyster. At the back of the shell that he had just opened, 3 overlapping preservation rune arrays had been carved in the tiniest strokes. Tuyi had never seen anybody who could carve such neat and perfect rune arrays whose purpose was nothing other than to preserve food. It was because of the preservation rune arrays, and a tiny proportion of cell activation liquids in the meat, that the oyster had remained alive for now after it was opened by brute force. Later, the guy had injected a smidgen of a muscle constriction drug to the nerves that controlled the shell so that the shell was closed. Before the shell was fully close, the guy had even smeared a tiny bit of natural glue on the 2 sides of the shell, making the oyster appear to be untouched and unopened. Tuyi narrowed his eyes and attempted the whole process. To his surprise, he found that he was not able to do it. The oyster couldn't have been kept open for long. If it were longer than 3 seconds, the meat inside would have decayed and emitted a vague smelly scent. The seasoned fishers and cooks definitely would have discovered it and thrown away the dead oyster. In 3 seconds, the guy had to expand the shell, carve 3 mini preservation rune arrays, inject the cell activation drug, and smear the natural glue. He could not touch the meat during the entire process. Otherwise, the meat might have been contaminated and decayed, too. What a pair of stable hands that the guy who modified the oyster must have, and how unbelievable his control over the muscles on his hand was. An expert. This is truly an expert. Tuyi cut open the meat carefully with the knife. As he expected, he found a red ball below the meat in the middle of 2 nerves. Compared to the red ball that he had discovered just now, which was only the size of rice, the new red ball was multiple times larger. It was approximately the size of a thumb, with floating stripes on the surface as if it were a painting of the great nature. There was no doubt that it was one of the best red balls. Tuyi was not moved. He put down the knife and groped on the red ball carefully. It was not until 1 minute later that he finally found a gap that was 100 times thinner than a hair on the surface of the red ball, which was as smooth as silk and jade. Tuyi's pupils shrank violently. This is not a red ball but a piece of magical equipment based on a red ball. An intact red ball has been dissected and then stitched together. The stitching is so perfect that the joint can be barely felt. Perhaps only those with the senses of demon emperors are capable enough of perceiving it. The one who built it must be a super master of refining. Tuyi focused a stream of his demonic energy and cut the gap at the center of the red ball softly like the sharpest fret saw. He was so patient that barely any powder of the red ball dropped to the table. 1 minute later, the gap was finally widened a little bit. He grabbed the 2 sides of the red ball and pulled it apart. The red ball was immediately divided into 2 hollow halves. The item hidden inside the red ball dropped down. It was a tiny cosmos ring. At the center of the cosmos ring, a small capsule was embedded. The capsule was divided into 2 zones. One of the zones stored a long hair, while the other stored a drop of blood. What a neat approach to have chosen the red ball to deliver the item. The weight and center of gravity of the item were extremely accurate. If the red ball was not dissected but simply weighed in the hands, nobody would have been able to notice anything wrong. What's the meaning of the hair and the blood? Tuyi crushed one side of the capsule and took out the long hair. He wrapped it around his finger and perceived it with his soul carefully. The hair seemed to belong to a certain girl, one that was extremely close to him. As for the drop of blood, Tuyi pondered for a long time before he picked up the Cosmos Ring. The Cosmos Ring was not installed with any retrieval barriers. Anybody would have been able to activate it and retrieve the items inside at their will as long as they sank their soul into it. There were only 2 items in the Cosmos Ring. One of them was a ragged, simple light beam projector, and the other was a piece of weird magical equipment that was 100 times more hideous than the first one and looked like a pile of garbage. With his profound knowledge, Tuyi managed to distinguish that the magical equipment should have been a point-to-point communicator for the miners of the Heaven's Origin sector. Through such a communicator, one would be able to have a video chat with someone who was holding another communicator within the range of 100 square kilometers. On the shell of the light beam projector, 3 big words had been written. "Dad, read me." The familiar handwriting startled Tuyi. He wreathed the light beam projector with a stream of his demonic energy before leaking his demonic energy into the rig and performing the most thorough examination of every component. He did not find any anomalies. After making sure that it was not a crystal bomb that had been modified into the appearance of a light beam projector, he activated it softly. Shwa! A bluish mystic ray shot out of the top of the light beam projector and formed Li Yao's and Jin Xinyue's 3D images in midair. Of course, it was the Jin Xinyue who had washed away all the disguises and regained her original face. Tuyi's eyes were twitching violently when he saw the girl who was identical to his daughter except for the lack of a pair of wings. However, he did not talk, nor would it make any difference. Such a light beam projector did not support communication functions and could only play the videos that were recorded in advance. "Father." Jin Xinyue's 3D image suddenly greeted him in a delightful voice. "I know that thousands of questions are rolling over on your heart right now. Believe me, if you give us half an hour, we will totally be able to explain everything to you. First of all, to make you believe that it is your daughter, Jin Xinyue, who is speaking right now, we have stored one of my hairs and a droplet of my blood in the red ball. I believe that you must have your ways to determine whether or not they are real. Then, allow me to introduce to you a cultivator from the Heaven's Origin sector. He is Vulture Li Yao, Senior Li. Now, he is also my master and will be the only one in my life. No matter how implausible that video clip is to you, please at least give us half an hour. It is of paramount importance for everybody in the Blood Demon sector, the Heaven's Origin sector, and the Flying Star sector." Tuyi took a long, long breath. Holding the knife, he listened calmly. Li Yao coughed and said, "Senior Jin, I am Vulture Li Yao, the cultivator who left the Heaven's Origin sector from Boneyard 10 years ago. I believe you must have heard my name before. Also, I am the one who has been raising trouble in the Blood Demon sector. In a moment, I will briefly explain everything that has happened in the past 10 years, including the details of the Imperium of True Human Beings and the scheme that is going on in the Blood Demon sector right now. I believe that you will certainly make a sensible judgment after you hear my introduction with your wisdom. If you grow suspicious, if not interested, about everything after you listen to my introduction, you are welcome to contact us through the point-to-point communicator. Yes, we are current at a certain point within 100 kilometers of you. Perhaps you can summon all the forces of Heavenly Path City to chase after us, but I suggest you do not rush into anything. We went through all the trouble to arrive in Heavenly Path City, and we do not intend to run away so easily. Even if you want to capture us, at least wait until we have said everything we must say. However, we cannot speak to each other directly because the point-to-point communicator for miners will release feeble spiritual waves when it is activated. The spiritual waves can be captured very easily to locate the two parties engaged in the conversation. We are not sure whether or not those around you are trustworthy. If the supervisor of the whole scheme learns that we have already reached out to each other, we don't know what actions he will take. Therefore, this is what we are going to do next. Over the past couple of days, we have wandered in the lower district of Heavenly Path City and found 100 suitable locations where we planted tremendous crystal bombs. At midnight, the crystal bombs will be detonated one after another. Spiritual energy will be blown into the sky like fireworks and condensed into enormous characters. On the surface, we will be sending over the simplest information to you in such a violent way because there is no way that we can sneak into the Pantheon of demons and we are left with no choice. But our real purpose is to create an area that is dominated by sweeping spiritual waves in the sky of Heavenly Path City through the firework bombs, which have quite a long duration. The sky will be a mess. At midnight, when the fireworks bombs are detonated, you will be able to contact us through the point-to-point communicator. By then, the feeble spiritual waves that the point-to-point communicator releases will be drowned in the intense spiritual waves caused by the fireworks bombs, like a spark that is hidden in an overwhelming wildfire. Only in such a way can we escape others' attention. Now, please listen to me carefully, and make sure that you are in an absolute safe place where you can talk to us without interference around midnight. This is very important. The future of the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector will depend on your decision. Tuyi put his hands on the bridge of his nose, which looked like a saber. He listened to Li Yao in complete tranquility for half an hour. His facial expression did not change at all even when Li Yao was talking about the most soul-stirring twists. Even Elder Nether Spring Spore Stratagem did not raise the slightest astonishment in his eyes. Half an hour later, Tuyi returned everything to the Cosmos Ring and hid the Cosmos Ring by his chest. Then, he released a stream of intense demonic energy to obliterate the feeble spiritual waves caused when the light beam projector was functioning. Tuyi opened the door of the relaxation room and walked out. He waved his hands impatiently to the guards who were greeting him. "I am going to have a 3-hour deep sleep. Nobody is to disturb me for anything during the period." With a great war drawing near, although it was midnight, Heavenly Path City was still as bright and raucous as the day. Countless devilish warships and large flying demon beasts were landing and taking off from the ports around Heavenly Path City amid ear-splitting jetting and screeching noises. The Mirage Falcons, Ghost Jellyfish, and Ghost Face Silver Mosquitoes were monitoring the 100 square kilometers nearby dutifully. Countless flying spirit eyes were glittering in the darkness as if thousands of fireflies were hovering in the sky of the city. In every place of Heavenly Path City, many pairs of eyes were receiving pictures through the remote brainwaves. In the pictures, every corner of the city was in order and peace. Suddenly, boom! Crack! From somewhere in the messy, chaotic lower district of Heavenly Path City, a dazzling fireball suddenly broke out. A moment later, a streak of brightness darted into the sky, leaving a long tail behind, before it burst out into the most glamorous colors. The colorful spots of light condensed a giant, shining word in the dark night sky. We as the stripes gradually condensed into letters, the intense spiritual wave spread out, stirring up the pool of frozen water and raising a shocking tsunami in all the defense forces of Heavenly Path City. Ear-splitting alarms were echoing non-stop. 3 devilish warships made an emergency takeoff. Countless demons were roaring and running to the ports, activating even more devilish warships. The Mirage Falcons, Ghost Jellyfish, and Ghost Face Silver Mosquitoes suddenly accelerated. All the conspicuous defense arrays dropped their camouflage and bared the sharpest fangs. Boom! Crack! The second batch of crystal bombs was launched into the sky and exploded into spectacular fireworks. The fire interweaved into the second word. After the few words, "We are here for peace," were shot into the sky one after another, the entire Heavenly Path City was in a mess. Soldiers were marching into the lower district, looking for the source of the crystal bombs. However, in the lower district, which was crowded and disordered, their intrusion was only causing greater panic and confusion. New crystal bombs, however, were still being launched toward the sky one after another, filling the entire sky with intense spiritual waves. In the end, mysterious colors that resembled an aurora filled the sky. The troops responsible for the defense of Heavenly Path City were almost on fire in anxiety. In the chaos, barely anybody noticed that an extremely feeble spiritual wave was sent out of the Commander-in-Chief's residence. Like a streak of smoke and a shivering, unpredictable shooting star, it darted toward the ground, somewhere in the depths of Heavenly Path City. Li Yao had finally reached out to Tuyi, purportedly the highest leader of the Blood Demon sector and the commander-in-chief of the coalition army. Somewhere in the lower district of Heavenly Path City, in a dark, shabby, half-underground room, Li Yao could not help but waved his hands in excitement when Jean Tuyi's tall and slender body slowly appeared on the point-to-point communicator. He shouted in the bottom of his heart, "Hooray!" However, reaching out to each other was only step one. The biggest problem at hand was how to convince Jean Tuyi. The intense waves caused by the exploding crystal bombs above his head covered the existence of such a communicate route perfectly, but they had brought tremendous interference to the dialogue, too. In the picture, Jean Tuyi was warped by the waves that looked like snowflakes every now and then, making him even more unpredictable and mysterious. Jean Tuyi stared at his daughter for a moment before he turned around and observed Li Yao. There was not astonishment or fury after he saw that his daughter had turned from a demon into a human being. There was not worry or anxiety that he should have for Elder Nether Spring's scheme. There was not anger toward Li Yao, a cultivator from the Heaven's Origin sector who had raised a great disaster in the Blood Demon sector. Instead, the only thing on his face was nonchalance that was almost too tranquil. Senior Jean. Li Yao had to seize the time to persuade Jean Tuyi before all the fireworks bombs exploded, or at least plant a seed of suspicion in his heart. Have you seen the video that we sent over? Believe me. It is exactly the demon race's origin. Human beings and demons are essentially the same. There is no reason we should perish with each other. Look at your daughter Jean Xinyue. After absorbing excessive divine blood of chaos, her cells have been completely restored to the original state, and she has transformed into a human being. As for me, Li Yao extended his left hand and burnt his cells, with the glittering crystal protruded out of his palm. Although I am a cultivator, I am able to utilize techniques such as cell obliteration cannon. This is all undeniable evidence that can prove everything I've said. Exactly, Father. Jean Xinyue raised her voice. This is really me. I have turned from a demon into a human being. There must be a great plot in all this. My big brother tried to kill me with the Mirage Falcons. He even had the help of the elites from the Nether Spring Kingdom, the Kingdom of Lion Butchers, and the Sea Dominator Kingdom. Did you know about it? If you did not know all about it, or even anything about it, it is very obvious that your intelligence network, your most trusted subordinates who serve as your eyes and ears, has been compromised by Elder Nether Spring. Everything we said is true. You must believe us. Jean Tuyi looked at them peacefully for a long time before he said slowly, "It was indeed very thoughtful of you to come up with the idea of hiding a cosmos ring into a star spot red fire oyster and delivering it to me through all the examination procedures. With the appreciation of your marvelous approach, I was patient enough to watch your video, and I decided to waste some of my precious time to talk to you. However, if such jibber-jabber is everything that you want to tell me, it will be still too much a waste of my time. Same origin theory? Turning from a demon into a human being? Interesting. Very interesting. But so what? Even if the same origin theory is true, and demons were truly transformed from human beings 40,000 years ago, even if you are truly my daughter Jean Xinyue who has changed into a human being after absorbing certain drugs, what can any of that prove? Is it enough to prove the existence of the Imperium of true human beings or the validity of the Spore stratagem? Is it enough to prove that Elder Nether Spring is associated with the scheme? No. You can prove none of that. Jean Xinyue was rather anxious. Father, please wait for our explanation, Jean Tuyi interrupted her coldly. Even if you are really my daughter Jean Xinyue, so what? To avenge your birth mother, you killed your stepmother, which almost caused the division of the two greatest noble families of the Gold Crow Kingdom. You conspired with my seventh son to kill my ninth son, and then conspired with my eldest son to kill my seventh son. You also sold secret intelligence of the Gold Crow Kingdom to the Kingdom of Lion Butchers and false intelligence of the Nether Spring Kingdom to the Sea Dominator Kingdom. After your scheme was discovered, you even killed a princess of the Sea Dominator Kingdom. Did you know that the Sea Dominator Kingdom has been our hardcore ally? Jean Xinhue coughed hard and failed to come up with a reply. By the way, Jean Tuyi said casually, you didn't cover your trace well when you murdered the princess of the Sea Dominator Kingdom. It was me who wiped your ass for you. If you only did such things, I could still try to hold myself. After all, among all my blood descendants, I always thought most highly of you, other than my eldest son. Although your methods were still too naive and flawed, your brutality was enough. However, you were also secretly planning to kill me, weren't you? How would you like to explain that? Dumbfounded, Li Yao looked at Jean Xinhue. Jean Xinhue opened her hands. After killing my stepmother and doing so many clandestine things, of course, I was scared that you might find out, and it's not like I would wash my neck clean and wait for you to kill me when you learned everything and burst into fury trying to avenge your most beloved wife. Naturally, I had to make preparations in advance. Although the attempts might have been futile, they were still better than waiting to be killed. Is there anything wrong with that? I didn't know that you were so broad-minded, father, and that you could pretend that you did not know your wife had been killed by your daughter. Li Yao remained silent, having nothing to add. Therefore, Jean Tuyi said casually, if I state that you surrendered to the Star Glory Federation a long time ago because you feared that your crimes would be exposed and because you wanted to realize your ambitions, and you are now here to perform a strategical deception in order to postpone the date of the final war, you will not be able to refute such a possibility, will you? As for the fact that you turned into a human being from a demon, it was perhaps because of some new technique developed by the Star Glory Federation. As far as I know, the Heavenly Capital Medical School and the First Federal Military Medical University in the Star Glory Federation boast quite a high potential in biochemical technology, cell mutation, and the relative fields. It is not entirely unbelievable to think that they made a breakthrough that the Blood Demon sector hasn't made yet in a certain aspect. Jean Xinhue blinked for a long time, unable to come up with a rebuttal. Li Yao vaguely found that Jean Tuyi was taking the initiative of the conversation. He hurried to interrupt, Senior Jean, whether you believe in Jean Xinhue or not, at the very least, the changes that have happened to me and her prove the correctness of the same origin theory. They also suggest that demons and human beings can be transformed into each other. Then, why do we have to fight against each other to the point of mutual destruction? Jean Tuyi smiled casually. What does the war have to do with our race? Over the past 40,000 years, the number of cultivators killed by cultivators is at least 10 times larger than the number of cultivators killed by demons, and dozens of times more demons have been killed by the claws and teeth of demons than those killed by the flying swords of the cultivators. Even if I accept the same origin theory and acknowledge that we belong to the same species, so what? Does it have anything to do with the war between us? Li Yao was dazed. He had thought that the trickiest part was to convince Jean Tuyi of the same origin theory. It did not occur to him that the guy would accept theory so quickly and the real problem would actually be something else. Jean Tuyi continued. Did you believe that, since the divine blood of chaos can turn demons back into human beings, it can terminate the war between us and bring the valuable peace? Pondering for a moment, Li Yao nodded. It's indeed what I thought. Jean Tuyi laughed. Then, would you like to turn into monkeys, the ancestors of human beings hundreds of thousands of years ago? Li Yao gritted his teeth. He realized what Jean Tuyi meant. Jean Tuyi's smile gradually turned into cold brilliance. He moved closer to the camera and said, one word after another, if you are not willing to turn into a monkey, what makes you think that demons will be willing to turn into human beings? What do you think human being stands for? Is it really an honorable, glorious identity that is worth being proud of? Chapter 987 3 Sectors in 1, Invincible in the Universe. Li Yao hurried to interject. We are not talking about honor but survival. The Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector are on par with each other. If the war proceeds, we will both be dragged into the abyss of doom. Neither demons nor human beings will be able to laugh to the end. If we fight each other, the Imperium of true human beings will take all the advantage. When the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings marches here, I won't be able to be a monkey even if I want to. Senior Jean, as the Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army, you have the future of the entire Blood Demon sector on your shoulders. Think about the possibility I just described. Do not let all the demons of the Blood Demon sector die in your hands. Jean Tuyi was amused. He shook his head and said, I do find it a bit unbelievable right now. How did such a childish man like yourself come up with such a flawless infiltration plan while ensuring that all the details are immaculate? Let's put your groundless words aside for a moment, which, for the record, are just a joke in my eyes. Even if I am convinced by you, so what? Do you think that, just because I am the Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army of Demons and the nominal monarch of the Blood Demon sector, I can stop the World War with a declaration? Let me tell you something. The war is not started by me alone. The real starter of the war is the general will of the 12 demon emperors of the Pantheon of demons, or rather, the general will of all the demon emperors, demon kings, all the silver blood demons, and even the entire demon race. It is the will of the Blood Demon sector that started the war before I was elected as the representative of the war will. Once a war machine is activated, it will be alive. Like a ravenous, quickly growing beast, nobody can stop it from maturing and raging, not even its creator. I became the Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army of Demons and the nominal monarch of the Blood Demon sector not because of my charisma, not because of my personal combat ability, but because I am the one who is most suitable to push the war forward right now. The bottom line is, the Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army is just a tiny rivet on the steering wheel of the enormous war machine or a relatively conspicuous tusk in the mouth of the war beast. Do you believe this? If I convene a meeting of the 12 demon emperors at this second, and I declare that human beings and demons are of the same origin, and we should seek reconciliation instead of attacking each other, I will be killed by the other 11 demon emperors collectively in the next second, and a new Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army, who is colder, crueler, and hates human beings 100 times more than I do, will be assigned the next second to continue carrying out the will of the enormous beast. This is a war. This is the will of a people. You think that, by convincing or killing a certain someone, it will be enough to stop a people from going mad? I am growing more and more suspicious about how you are distributing your computational ability as a nascent soul stage cultivator. Li Yao was rendered speechless, with cold sweat covering his forehead. With a glimmer of contempt in his eyes, Jean Tuyi sighed and said, "It is impossible. The nation has already gone insane. It is rushing at full speed on the cliff of destruction. There is no way that you or I can stop it. This is an abnormal, congenitally deficient nation, a freak that is born in the fire of war. It only survives to this day through the benefits of wars. But in order to loot more war benefits, the nation is dedicating more and more resources to wars like a snowball. To get resources, it must wage a war, and to wage a war, it must collect even more resources. The vicious cycle of war is everything about the nation. Without wars, the nation will fall apart. How are you going to stop it? I have some boring data here. Would you like to hear it? In the last fiscal year, the military budget of the nation was 34% of the GDP, not counting the indirect expenses such as the excessive infrastructure for the usage of wars. If such costs are taken into consideration, perhaps half of the resources of the entire nation have been poured into wars. This is certainly military above everything. In this nation, soldiers who do not work and only fight take up 15% of the whole population. Roughly speaking, every 5 civilians are supporting a soldier who will consume tremendous resources. To support the enormous war machine, the government is not only levying dozens of kinds of fancy war taxes, defense taxes, and legion construction fees, but also taking from the budgets of other fields such as education, medical care, and insurance. Still, the deficit is getting huger and huger. Perhaps, in the next 10 years, the gap will be beyond repair, and the government will collapse. To reduce the deficit, and to make a fortune through wars, the government and the major forces of the nation are all selling war bonds and victory funds, attracting the ordinary citizens and the bottom-level soldiers with trophies and war benefits so that they will devote the last coin in their pocket into the endeavor again. But whatever the war bonds and the victory funds are, they can only be redeemed with a complete victory and the tremendous war benefits that are looted during the war. In front of you right now is exactly such an insane country. Now, just with a few words of yours, you are trying to make the nation stop the war in exchange for worthless peace? Let me tell you something. If the war ends today, the government and the top 100 forces in the nation will all collapse tomorrow. The only reason they can survive to this day is that the public believes that they will bring a satisfactory victory and an astronomical quantity of trophies tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or the day after. Do you understand now? We are not talking about the difference between human beings and demons, not rightness and evilness, not the existence of the imperium of true human beings. We are talking about the simplest question of benefits. Li Yao took a long breath and said firmly, I understand that the blood demon sector is a barren world that is already on the verge of collapse because of the shortage of resources. You need a war to survive, but I believe that there must be a second approach. Wars bring resources, but communication will, too. The blood demon sector, the heaven's origin sector, and the flying star sector are highly complementary to each other. If we dedicate our resources to communication and construction instead of a war, we will be able to cast our influence on an even broader world. The handiest example is Boneyard. Boneyard is only 10,000 light-years away from us. Although it is not easy to reach the place with the teleportation technology of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, the Flying Star sector actually boasts very mature space jump technology and starship production technology. Even if we do reach Boneyard, the environment there is too harsh, with overwhelming tsunamis every now and then. Therefore, it is impossible for the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector to develop it on their own. But with the help of demons whose bodies are strong enough for the rough environment, we will be able to develop Boneyard profoundly and collect all the available resources on it. After all, demons were created in the first place because human beings tried to survive on the planets with harsh environments and therefore performed minor modification on their bodies. It doesn't matter whether or not you are willing to turn into human beings. What matters now is that our technology and benefits can be combined in order to explore a large space of survival instead of fighting in the small pond until there are no winners left in the end. Boneyard will only be a start. The Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector are two worlds with a single galaxy. We have only one star in the entire sector. Other than the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, other planets are neither habitable nor boast too many resources that are of use to us. It is also one of the reasons we have to attack each other. But the Flying Star sector is different. In the territory of the Star Ocean Imperium, the Flying Star sector was a prosperous world that was closer to the heartland of the Imperium, with dozens of galaxies and hundreds of resource planets. The Flying Star sector is vast and sparsely populated. The citizens of the Flying Star sector are not able to develop the resource planets where the environment is usually harsh. Instead, they encounter many dangers in the boundless sea of stars. But if the Flying Star sector, the Heaven's Origin sector, and the Blood Demon sector join hands, we will be able to develop the resource planets and establish a new universal fleet with the resources that we collect as a foundation. We will be able to explore more sectors and let more worlds join the embrace of the Alliance. The new Alliance will be able to collect and utilize resources at an efficiency dozens of times higher than any of the three sectors right now. The combination of the studies of spiritual energy and biochemistry will also yield even more magnificent warriors and weapons. Only such an alliance will be able to compete with the Imperium of true human beings and protect our home. This is a future that I have come up with after considering for a long time. Perhaps it is still too immature and groundless, and there will certainly be many problems. But Senior Jean, don't you think that such a future is thousands of times better than the destruction of the Blood Demon sector when it goes down the path of active aggression? Jean Tuyi stared at Li Yao silently for a long time. Right when Li Yao thought that he had been convinced, Jean Tuyi laughed again. There was derision in every wrinkle on his face. The commander-in-chief of the coalition army said casually, "That is indeed a very impressive future. After hearing your words, it appears to me that this is the only way to fight against the Imperium of true human beings, isn't it?" "Exactly," Li Yao announced resolutely. "With my computational ability, this is the only approach that I can come up with to make all my compatriots survive. Therefore, no matter how difficult it is, and no matter how many obstacles there are, I will still walk down on the road without turning back. If I run into pebbles, I will kick them away. If I run into giant rocks, I will smash them into pieces." Jean Tuyi smiled. "Young man, I appreciate your sincerity and your genuine belief, and the beautiful future that you just described has slightly aroused my interest, too. But there is just one little problem. Do you think that the aggressive nation that I introduced just now is the Blood Demon sector?" Li Yao was dazed. "What do you mean?" "All the data I provided just now, and the insane, feverish nation I depicted, is not the Blood Demon sector but the Star Glory Federation, your motherland. The Star Glory Federation is an abnormal country born in war. It has been surrounded by enemies since it was established. For 500 years, wars have always been the main theme of the country. An enormous interest group that counts on wars has been created, too. To this day, hunting demon beasts and demons is still the pillar of industry. Of the top 500 sects of the Federation, 281 provide military services such as hunting demon beasts or resisting the demons as their main business. Such businesses almost cover 1/5 of the total job market of the Federation. Of cultivators, the ruling class of the Federation, almost 1/3 are combat-type cultivators. Even the non-combat-type cultivators are often involved in jobs that are related to war, too. For example, the producers of military magical equipment enjoy a higher social position than those who produce civil magical equipment. A culture-type cultivator tends to create the artworks depicting wars, too. Sometimes, they even join the army and boost the morale with battle hymns, which makes them warriors in a different sense. If you don't understand what an interest group is, just think about yourself, Vulture Li Yao. 10 years ago, after you killed dozens of nobles of the Blood Demon sector on Boneyard, I paid special attention to your profile. Just now, I brought out all your files and read them again. It caught my attention that one of your identities was Disabled Veteran. Since you are a disabled veteran, you must know how many benefits a veteran enjoys in the Star Glory Federation. Free usage of public facilities and transportation, tax reduction when operating a company or a sect, a high amount of disability allowance and retirement allowance every month. In the Federation, every veteran is an invisible magnate. You are very proud of such an identity, aren't you? However, I would very much like to know, when you are enjoying all the benefits that seem justified to you, have you ever considered a little question? Money does not fall from the sky. The Star Glory Federation has been at war for 500 years. How many martyrs and disabled veterans have been produced during the period? Where does the money that paid for your benefits come from? The martyrs are easy to handle. Their compensation is only one time. But as the technology advances, the studies of spiritual energy and biochemistry are both witnessing a high-speed development, and it is becoming more and more difficult for the wounded to die. Even if they die, there is a certain likelihood that they will be turned into spectral cultivators, who enjoy the same rights as living people do. The only result is that the disabled veterans and the retired soldiers of the Star Glory Federation grow larger and larger, and there is simply no way to cut them off. You have formed an enormous interest group. How can the position of soldiers be improved? Wars. Only wars. In peacetime, the soldiers in service are nothing better than a pile of garbage, not to mention the veterans. Do you see it now? Don't presume that only demons crave wars. Veterans such as you also yearn and need wars. Without wars, you are just a heap of CR*P. This is just a tiny interest group within the Federation. There are also the cultivation sects whose main businesses are to slay demon beasts and to resist the intrusion of demons, the combat-type cultivators who know nothing except for fighting, and the leaders who have dedicated all the resources of their sects into war bonds and victory funds. Do you really that they want the war to come to an abrupt end immediately? Let me put it more frankly. If total peace is indeed reached, where do you want so many combat-type cultivators to go? Playing magic in a circus? Vulture Liao, you are perhaps the biggest miracle of the Star Glory Federation over the past 500 years since it was born. You've advanced to such an unbelievable level after only 10 years. That is also the only reason I'm willing to waste so much of my time talking to you. However, whatever level you are at, you are still too young. You have no idea about true strength. You don't know the first thing about how the world operates. Your Star Glory Federation has always been an out-and-out war machine since it was established 500 years. It can only function normally with a great number of war benefits as the lubricant. 500 years ago, you destroyed the Far East Demon Kingdom and looted tremendous war benefits, which led to 100 years of brief prosperity. 300 years ago, when the war benefits ran out, you aimed at the Alliance of Demons of the Grand Desolate Plateau again. After 7 expeditions, you finally conquered the Grand Desolate Plateau. With the war benefits after you conquered the Grand Desolate Plateau, the Federation developed at a high speed for another 100 years. By that point, the entire Heaven's Origin sector was already your territory. There were no more demon kingdoms and demon cities that you could exploit more war benefits. But the interest groups that had expanded to the maximum during the hundreds of years of wars were not likely to just collapse by themselves. Therefore, you cast your eyes to the Blood Demon sector, preparing to use the internal organs of the Blood Demon sector to lubricate the gears and tracks of the war machine. Li Yao was so angry that he was actually laughing. Senior Jean, I did not expect that you would call white black like this. Even if the Star Glory Federation is truly a war machine, that is because of the threat of demons, isn't it? Are the Far East Demon Kingdom and the Alliance of Demons of the Grand Desolate Plateau any more merciful than the Star Glory Federation? Before we destroyed them, had there been 1 second passing by without them thinking of completely destroying us? During the past 100 years, haven't the beast tides of the Blood Demon sector always invaded the Heaven's Origin sector first? You are allowed to attack, but we are forbidden from counterattacking. Is that what you meant? I don't want to discuss who's right and who's wrong, Jean Tuyi said causally. I only want to talk about facts with a special cultivator like you. Which one between the Far East Demon Kingdom and the Star Glory Federation was the intruder and which was the defender years ago is a moot question right now. The fact is, no matter how innocent the Star Glory Federation was in the beginning, it has been nurtured by the blood and corpses of the 2 wars that both lasted 100 years. It is true that the Blood Demon sector launched countless trial attacks over the past decades, even including the large-scale attacks such as the Battle of Dawn. If you label us as invaders, I will admit it, too. But do you know when the Star Glory Federation issued the first war bond targeting the Blood Demon sector? Let me tell you. It was 142 years ago. Why? The reason was simple. 170 years ago, the Blood Demon sector finished the war against the Alliance of Demons of the Grand Desolate Plateau and finally conquered the entire Grand Desolate Plateau. The protracted war drained the resources of the Federation and put the government's finances on the brink of collapse. Development on the rough, unpopulated Grand Desolate Plateau required a huge amount of investment, but the federal government could not offer a penny. In order to raise money, the federal government had to issue a new construction bond, hoping to trade the monopolization of the resources on the Grand Desolate Plateau for the support of the major sections. But none of the sects were willing to buy it. Why? Because the entire Heaven's Origin sector had already been conquered. In the foreseeable future, peace and development would be the mainstream of the Heaven's Origin sector, and the social position of the Federal Army and the combat-type cultivators in the major sects would certainly plummet. That was definitely unacceptable for the interest groups who were parasites of wars. Therefore, they coerced the federal government into issuing a new war bond while the federal government was seriously lacking funds. Right. It is not very accurate to say that they coerced the government. In fact, in the Star Glory Federation, which had just secured a glorious victory and conquered the Grand Desolate Plateau, the combat-type cultivators and the Federal Army were enjoying greater prestige even. They were worshipped by all the enthusiastic citizens. They had control of the parliament. They were the federal government. In the end, the federal government issued a new bundle bond that was a combination of a development bond targeting the Grand Desolate Plateau and a war bond targeting the Blood Demon sector. According to their fancy description, in order to defend the Grand Desolate Plateau, they had to launch an attack against the Blood Demon sector, the nest of all demons, before they were attacked. All the cultivators and sects who purchased the bond would be granted motherlodes, lands and slaves after the Blood Demon sector was conquered. Maybe at the beginning, it was just an expedient that the military and the cultivators utilized to stabilize their position. They might not have been really interested in attacking the Blood Demon sector. But once the war bond was issued, the sleeping ferocious beast was awakened, and they could not control public opinion anymore. The cultivators and sects who bought the bonds became the most frantic supporters of the war. It must be noted that many of them were the nascent soul stage cultivators who boasted tremendous influence, if not control, over Parliament. Therefore, the first war bonds were issued for the development of the Grand Desolate Plateau. But in order to redeem the war bond, the Blood Demon sector had to be conquered. In order to conquer the Blood Demon sector, more money had to be raised, more resources had to be summoned, and an army of an even larger scale had to be maintained, all of which demanded a second, a third, a fourth bond. Jean Tuyi's lips cured into a vague smile, but there seemed to be sorrow in his deep eyes. At that time, the Star Glory Federation knew nothing about the Blood Demon sector. You compared us to the Far East Demon Kingdom, and the Alliance of Demons of Grand Desolate Plateau. You thought that the Blood Demon sector was an upgraded version of the Grand Desolate Plateau at best. You believed that we would be conquered in no time. Your madness did not pause until you learned the capability of the Blood Demon sector and realized what a formidable opponent you were faced with. But it was too late. The hiatus of the invasion plan against the Blood Demon sector led to the greatest economic crisis of the Star Glory Federation 107 years ago. 55 sects collapsed, and 2 nascent soul stage cultivators even killed themselves. I believe that you must have read about the economic crisis, which was later known as Black September, in your textbooks, but you might not be able to know the truth of the economic crisis from the textbook. Chapter 989 Another Choice. Li Yao opened his mouth, meaning to argue, but Jean Tuyi simply shook his hands and said, "You must feel that I am embellishing us and smearing the Federation and that I am talking as if the demons of the Blood Demon sector are all innocent rabbits, right? That is absolutely not what I meant." In fact, it didn't matter whether the Star Glory Federation issued war bonds targeting the Blood Demon sector or not. From the second that the Heaven's Origin sector was discovered, the Blood Demon sector has been actively planning invasions against the Heaven's Origin sector. However, 2 factors hindered the invasion plan. First of all, the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector were still too far away from each other back then. The super-large demon beasts, devilish warships, skeleton tanks, and demon emperors could not pass through the narrow, unstable wormholes. Even if they did, it was barely possible for them to survive in the Heaven's origin sector due to the lack of supplies. Secondly, the Blood Demon sector was seriously divided at that time. The Feather Clan, the Insect Clan, the Horn Clan, the Sea Clan, and the Claw Clan, the 5 main clans were conspiring and attacking each other every day. In the decades after the Heaven's origin sector was discovered, a civil war was fought in the Blood Demon sector in which the Feather Clan, the Insect Clan, the Sea Clan, and the Claw Clan joined hands and split apart the Horn Fire Kingdom, a country ruled by the Horn Clan, forcing the Horn Clan to become the vassal of the other 4 clans. So, as you can see, we were equally ambitious, and we wouldn't hesitate to swallow each other. The only difference is that the Blood Demon sector has developed to the peak. We are strong right now, but we are short of resources, and our future isn't very promising. Therefore, the Blood Demon sector decides to attack actively. In comparison, the Star Glory Federation is still developing. Your capability becomes higher with each passing day. Your resources are slightly more abundant than the resources of the Blood Demon sector, too. Therefore, you choose home defense. But are we any different from each other essentially? We are both, 2 cold, cruel, and yet nervous and paranoid hunters in your dark forest, who are willing to do anything for survival. Hee hee. Vulture Li Yao, even if your same origin theory is not supported by any proof, I still believe you because the 2 races are too similar. We are equally cruel, equally greedy, equally brutal, equally ambitious, trying to conquer everything that we see. Li Yao sniffed, with intense brilliance beaming out of his eyes, like a rooster whose glamorous feathers were standing up. Jean Tuyi smiled. I can see disdain and contempt in your eyes. Although you are saying that, human beings and demons are of the same origin and, human beings and demons are the same, deep down in your heart, you still feel that we are not the same, don't you? How can the unified, equal, free, and democratic Star Glory Federation be the same as the ruthless, bloodthirsty, backstabbing, evil demons? Isn't that what you are thinking? Let me tell you something. No race is born brutal. Everything is just a matter of resources. The Blood Demon sector does not have sufficient resources to feed too many experts. Therefore, when the number of the Silver Blood demons grows too large, the excessive part must be eliminated by cruel internal strife or by invading the Heaven's origin sector. It is like how 2 tigers cannot live on the same mountain. There can only be a limited number of tigers in a forest. If the tigers don't fight each other and there are more and more of them until their population surpasses what the environment can support, the entire ecological system will collapse. We have to be ruthless. We have to attack each other. If we don't, the only result will be that the number of the Silver Blood demons will grow exponentially, and all the resources will be drained in several decades. Then, all demons will starve. On the other hand, since the Star Glory Federation has been at war with foreign enemies for hundreds of years without rest, naturally, it is in your culture to be unified and to fight against a common foe. If we swap our environment and you'd lived in the barren Blood Demon sector all the time while we'd lived in the Heaven's origin sector surrounded by foes, you would certainly be as ruthless and heartless as us, and we would be as unified and hot-blooded as you. I've told you a lot of stuff because I am trying to enlighten you. It is useless to convince me, the Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army. It is even more useless to convince the entire Blood Demon sector. You must also convince the Heaven's origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and your ambitious compatriots who are craving to expand their territory and gain their fame by slaying demons. Trust me. It will be 100 times more difficult to convince them than to convince me. Senior Jean, Li Yao said solemnly, I don't want to discuss whether one is born kind or vicious. It is a question that carries no answers. If you really think that all the cultivators are such degenerates, I don't want to change your mindset right now. But right now, with the threat of the Imperium of true human beings drawing near, even the most ambitious cultivators who hate demons the most will still calm down and think about how to survive, won't they? Tuyi smiled. In your opinion, under the threat of the Imperium of true human beings, the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector and the Blood Demon sector should be united, right? The Flying Star sector boasts advanced universal sailing and space jump technology. The Heaven's Origin sector has been well developed and boasts a high construction ability and abundant experience in the operation of a superlarge government. The Blood Demon sector boasts state-of-the-art biochemical technology and can provide the strongest miners. We will work together to develop Boneyard, the resource planets of the Flying Star sector and even vaster worlds. That is the only way to fight against the Imperium of true human beings, right? Exactly. Li Yao replied resolutely. Then, Tuyi continued, what is the position of the miners of the demon race in the new alliance? Slaves? Li Yao shook his head. Of course not. Even though the two parties cannot be integrated shortly, we will still be able to reach a reciprocal agreement at least. Demon miners will be exactly like human miners. They will have their own salary, rights, and benefits. I believe that, after tremendous resources are excavated, both the civilians of mankind and those of the demon race will have a better life than theirs right now. Tuyi smiled and said, all right. Let's say that I believe the Imperium of true human beings does exist, that I believe that it is necessary for the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector to be united, and that the physically strong miners from the demon race who are more adapted to the harsh environment is an indispensable part in the fight against the Imperium of true human beings. Then, take a guess. If I were the Speaker of Parliament of the Star Glory Federation or the leader of the cultivators, what choice would I make when I am given such information? I could resist the pressure to force me to resign, stand the humiliation where I am labeled a spy, soothe fury of the public, and suppress the hatred that has lasted hundreds of years, just in order to reach a total peace with the Blood Demon sector. But as a result, the tremendous war bonds and victory funds will never be redeemed, a lot of sects and cultivators will go bankrupt, and the economic system that is built on conquering the Blood Demon sector will be on the verge of falling apart. As for the administration under my lead, there is no doubt that it will collapse. Yes. We are now able to develop Boneyard and the resource planets of the Flying Star sector on a large scale, but it will take decades for a virtuous circle to be created and yield high returns. The benefits are too far away to resolve the imminent problem. Besides, after the peace agreement is reached, demons will legally be equal to human beings. If demons are hired as miners, they will certainly claim salaries and benefits. Since they are going to be sent to places far away such as Boneyard or the Flying Star sector to work, how much do you think I should be paying them? The cost on every miner will certainly be extremely high. Besides, since we are all in total peace now and are prepared to fight against a common foe, then the major forces of the Blood Demon sector will certainly have a say in the future alliance, right? Who exactly will lead the alliance in the fight against the Imperium of true human beings? There are too many questions that cannot be solved by just the word peace. However, I do have a second choice. Two black flames suddenly burnt in the bottom of Tuyi's eyes. Baring his sharp teeth, he smiled and said, young man, let me tell you what I would do if I were the leader of the Star Glory Federation. Step 1, would publicize the threat of the Imperium of true human beings and send a delegation to the Blood Demon sector, hoping to reach total peace with the Blood Demon sector, exactly as you are going right now. Step 2, I would send a large number of delegations to the Blood Demon sector in the next 3 to 5 years. They would be offering mediocre technology to the demons while investigating and surveying the Blood Demon sector. In the meantime, I would develop the crystal suit and starship technologies through the large-scale communication with the Flying Star sector. Also, I would expand the crystal suit legions under the pretext of making preparations for the Imperium of true human beings. My aim would be to establish at least 30 crystal suit legions in 5 years. Step 3, 3 to 5 years later, with the comprehensive survey on the Blood Demon sector completed, the 30 crystal suit legions as well as the powerful fleets from the Flying Star sector would be ready, and the demons would have been intoxicated by the delicious wine named Peace. I would mobilize all the troops and attack the Blood Demon sector, destroying the central armed forces of the Blood Demon sector. Of course, a decapitation strategy could be played first. For example, I could invite the leaders of the demon race to the Heaven's Origin sector for a peace gala where I would kill all of them easily. There is no need to talk about such details. Step 4, after suppressing the resistance of the demon race, would group and train all the demons into slaves before sending them to mine on Boneyard or the Flying Star sector. If so, the war bonds and victory funds I issued earlier could be redeemed by the land of the Blood Demon sector, the towns of the demon kingdoms, and the slaves themselves, and the stability of the federal government and the economic system would be maintained. More importantly, slaves cost nothing. They could be driven to mine on Boneyard and the resource planets of the Flying Star sector however I wanted, until the last bit of strength in their bones is exploited. It would not matter even if they were exhausted to death on the glittering crystals they have collected. I believe that this is the only solution to collect the most resources in the shortest amount of time with a minimal cost in order to compete with the Imperium of true human beings. Sweating hard, Li Yao was lost for words while Jean Tuyi took the initiative of the conversation. He thought that everything would be good after he convinced Jean Tuyi of the threat of the Imperium of true human beings. It never occurred to him that, even if Jean Tuyi believed in the existence of the Imperium of true human beings, the guy could still infer an opposite, dark future different from what was on his mind. And he could not find any argument to fight back. You don't have anything to say now, do you? Jean Tuyi said coldly. Maybe, you can promise me that cultivators like you are kind-hearted and sympathetic, and you will never commit such a foul betrayal. But we are both clear that I cannot wager the fate of a whole race on your personal promise. We are talking about the future of a sector. Vulture Li Yao, you couldn't promise anything even if your cultivation was levels higher. Did you know? There's something that is quite ironic. The arrival of Flying Star sector, another world of human beings, motivated the Blood Demon sector to be united and fight a last war. It has significantly improved the Blood Demon sector's desire for war, too. Before, after learning the basic situation of the Blood Demon sector, the Star Glory Federation has always been in an awkward situation because the Federation will not be able to gain too many benefits even if the Blood Demon sector is conquered. The resources of the Blood Demon sector have been mostly drained by the demons. This is a rough land dominated by a rough people. Even if the Federation pays a high price to conquer the Blood Demon sector, they might not be able to exploit enough benefits from us to make up for the losses during the war. We are a burden for them. They cannot stop fighting us, but they cannot gain much after fighting us either. But it is different now. Although the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector are both worlds with a single galaxy where there are not many resource planets, the Flying Star sector does boast tremendous resource planets that are waiting to be developed. As a result, the Star Glory Federation's demand for slaves has soared. Every strong slave means countless crystals, ores, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Where can they capture almost infinite slaves? The Blood Demon sector, of course. Do you understand now? The arrival of the Flying Star sector has multiplied the possible benefits that the Star Glory Federation can gain from the war. Even the cultivators who are not very passionate about the war will be eager to fight after calculating the gains and losses. Vulture Li Yao, you thought that you brought hope of peace back from the Flying Star sector across the Sea of Stars. But in fact, you've brought back a dangerous crystal bomb that increased the determination for war of both sectors. There's no stopping it now. Li Yao was breathing more and more hastily. His hair was standing up, and blood streaks were all over his eyes. Hot steam was popping up from his body. He was in such a trance as if he was going to be mentally deranged. Listen to me. He scratched his hair hard, as if he did not know what to do anymore. Senior Jean, listen to me. Even if everything you said might happen, what you are doing right now will only make things worse. Jean Shinue and I have already figured what you are up to. You firmly believe that the Federation will attack the Blood Demon sector anyway when the time is right. Therefore, you have to attack before you are attacked and wage a final war through the Red Tide plan before the Federation is fully prepared, right? You are planning to ask part of the main force of the coalition army of demons and a great amount of cannon fodder to pretend that you are marching on a full scale from the regular route, namely the Dark Desolate Domain to the Grand Desolate Plateau and then to the Giant Blade Pass. But it is actually a fake army. They are not the real main force but decoys. Your real plan is to teleport the elite troops of the coalition army and all the demon emperors to the offshore counterattack bases left by the Far East Demon Kingdom in the pass through the Eye of Blood Demon before you stab into the heart of the Federation, right? Jean Tuyi did not even bother to blink his eyes. His every facial nerve seemed to be frozen, and there was absolutely no change of emotions. He said casually, "Don't try to elicit anything from me. I will not talk about any detail of the war plan. Whatever your plan is," Li Yao roared, "it won't work out. Your Red Tide plan is just a stepping stone for Elder Nether Spring Spore Stratagem." Jean Tuyi sighed and said, "Young man, you may find it hard to believe, but the Blood Demon sector actually has rules. Aside from the clandestine assassinations and setups, public accusations must be supported by evidence. How can I believe you when you are accusing a demon emperor without any valid proof? How will the other 10 demon emperors believe you? How will the insect clan of the Nether Spring Kingdom believe you? After all, Elder Nether Spring is still the leader of the insect clan." Li Yao hurried to say, "I don't any direct proof yet, but let me ask you this. Has Elder Nether Spring left you with a troop that will march into the Heaven's Origin sector with you?" "I'm 100% certain that the soldiers he left are spores, or rather, genetic bombs." Jean Tuyi pondered for a moment. His eyelids suddenly bounced as he mumbled, "When Elder Nether Spring left the Pantheon of Demons, he handed over the Nether Shadow Guardians, his best troop, to us." Li Yao was so excited that he almost jumped to his feet. He snapped his fingers and said, "That's right. I dare say that the Nether Shadow Guardians are the Spores. Perform a full examination on them, and you will certain find something very unusual from their cells." Jean Tuyi eyed Li Yao weirdly. Li Yao burst into anger. "After everything we've talked about, can't you believe me just once? I have been believing you all the time, young man, when you said the same origin theory or the Imperium of true human beings," Jean Tuyi said casually. "But I cannot believe you anymore because I have already performed a full examination on them." "Huh? Young man, don't presume that you are the only smart person in the world. Would I be so foolish as to assign the key tasks of the Pantheon of Demons to some random foreigners easily? Elder Nether Spring has indeed been acting weird recently, and it was quite unexpected for him to hand over his Nether Shadow Guardians to me. Considering the rumors about the demon god virus, I performed the most profound investigation on the Nether Shadow Guardians with an excuse at the earliest chance. My investigation included not only their cellular mutations but also their whereabouts over the past couple of years. The conclusion is that they are absolutely normal and not carriers of any virus. Also, they have been on duty around the Nether Spring Kingdom over the past couple of years. There's no way that they went to the gloomy Wind Islands in the North Pole. Even if your spores do exist and were produced in the Nether World in the North Pole, the Nether Shadow Guardians are certainly not carriers." Dumbfounded, Li Yao felt that his face was burningly hot from being slapped. I got it now. This is Elder Nether Spring's trap. Elder Nether Spring already knew that we would grow suspicious about the Nether Shadow Guardians. So, the Nether Shadow Guardians are just a smoke screen, a disguise. just because the Nether Shadow Guardians are good doesn't mean Elder Nether Spring is good. Believe me. Believe me. The Spores must be hiding in the Coalition army right now. Jean Tuyi was looking at Li Yao and Jean Xinyue with pity, as if he wanted to extend his hand out of the light beam and pat on Li Yao's shoulder to comfort him. Young man, you do have a lot of insights. I would be very interested in having a longer conversation with you, but there is no time now. Li Yao was dazed. What do you mean? Jean Tuyi smiled. There are two things that I haven't told you yet. Firstly, all your endeavors were futile. Nothing can be changed even if you convince me, because the final war between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector has already broken out, 1 minute ago to be precise. The Invincible Coalition army of demons has marched into the Grand Desolate Plateau through the Dark Desolate Domain and is about to attack the Giant Blade Pass for a second time. This time, we will win. The air that Li Yao exhaled was almost directly frozen. Secondly, while we were having a sincere dialogue, my subordinates have finally determined your precise coordinates. I have to say that you are indeed a marvelous genius in refining. Such a jumbled point-to-point communicator turned out to boast advanced anti-jamming and anti-localizing techniques that allow it to fake hundreds of false coordinates within a breath. Also, because of the interference in the sky, it took the experts of the Pantheon of demons such a long time to lock onto you. Li Yao changed his face color greatly. You've been tracing us since the beginning? Of course, Jean Tuyi replied calmly. Why would I waste so much of my time talking to you if I wasn't? You do not really think that I was appreciating you, do you? You don't need to look around thinking about your escape plan. Now that I'm telling you this, I have certainly imposed an impregnable dragnet about you that you can never breach. Right now, 7 devilish warships and 5 demon emperors have surrounded you, including Ape Fiend, Yuan Ryu, one of the strongest demon emperors of the Blood Demon sector. His son whom he had highest hope in was killed by you a few days ago. Ape Fiend versus Vulture. It's going to be an amazing battle. Capturing an ultra-level federal hero before the ultimate battles takes place. Well. I really can't think of a better way to boost the morale of our army. Li Yao's face suddenly turned pale, and blood seemed to be spurting out of his eyes. He looked around crazily, as if he was sensing the warships and demon emperors in the sky. A moment later, his face was more determined and crazier. Desperation. Li Yao's face was brimming with the heaviest desperation. He seemed to envision that he, his family and his enemy were slowly falling into a black swamp. If everybody was helping each other, it was still possible to crawl out of the swamp. However, although everybody was deeply mired in the swamp, they were still attacking each other, hoping to jump out of the swamp on the enemy's body. I will not let you capture me alive. Li Yao laughed miserably. The last bit of vigor inside his eyes gradually dispersed. What appeared in front of Jean Tuyi was nothing better than a walking zombie. The zombie softly repeated with his remaining strength, I will not let you capture me alive. The light beam in front of Jean Xinyue's eyes suddenly shone brilliantly like a supernova outbreak. Chapter 991 Black Fire Stone and the Sentinel, Part 1. When the dark night of Heavenly Path City was illuminated by the brilliant fireworks, on the Grand Desolate Plateau in the Heaven's Origin sector, Black Fire Stone felt that his head was rather dizzy because of the overly bright moonlight. The soft sand below his feet made him feel that he was stepping on the cotton. Staggering for a long time, he finally managed to keep his enormous body steady with his 2 hooves. Black Fire Stone took a long breath. The faintness that had only just faded away flooded back again. The air of the Heaven's Origin sector was so fresh and sweet that it was almost intoxicating for him. He kept inhaling and forgot to exhale until his lungs were about to explode. Holding his pounding heart, Black Fire Stone cringed and eyed the new world carefully with the companions around him. As a black blood soldier at the bottom level, he had visited the Heaven's Origin sector countless times in the illusions with his companions of the same troop, but the real feelings he had after he was teleported to the world could not be simulated by any narcotic drugs. The sky was so stable, the moon was so bright, the breeze was so gentle, and the air was so sweet. Even the dust that was rolled up by the wind did not seem to carry any venom or poison, much less the hateful blood-sucking gadflies. Black Fire Stone could not understand why human beings call the place Grand Desolate Plateau. Compared to the Blood Demon sector, was it desolate at all? In Black Fire Stone's opinion, the place should be called. Black Fire Stone extended his four thick, short fingers and scratched his tough scalp, grinning and leaving the question behind. As black-horned loading bulls, a branch of the Black Blood Demons, Black Fire Stone and his brothers had never been good at thinking. It was their habit to not think about the things that they could not figure out. All they had to do was to listen to the Lord's command. Black Fire Stone bulged his big eyes and looked for his lord. He found himself in the middle of a white, overwhelming desert. Behind him was the stormy, volatile, dark, desolate domain. But in front of him, it was a flat plateau without the least hindrance, except for the few lone sentry posts where lights of panic were flashing. After the merging of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector accelerated, the dark desolate domain, as the melding point of the two sectors, grew larger and larger. Right now, it had already taken up 1/3 of the Grand Desolate Plateau from the north. It was much easier to rip apart a wormhole in the sky of the Grand Desolate Plateau, too. At the cost of an insignificant number of crystals, it would be enough to send a devilish warship or a demon emperor to the Heaven's Origin sector. Of course, Black Fire Stone did not know such complicated issues. He only noticed that colorful light balls were appearing in the air all around him. At first, the light balls were shivering like fireflies, but very soon, they expanded into giant torches more than 10 meters in diameter. When the dazzling brilliance dispersed and faded away, countless demons had already shown up in the Heaven's Origin sector. Black Fire Stone was too unintelligent to remember the names of the demons. He had never seen so many bizarre-looking companions, either. Sometimes, he even doubted whether or not the newcomers were his companions because they looked too strange. Some of them were hybrids of lions and tigers. Some had 4 wings and almost 10 eyes with long tail made of colorful feathers behind them. Some were round like balloons floating in the air with layers of sharp thorns on their bodies. When other demons accidentally touched them, they would shriek ear-splittingly, and their body size would significantly expand, with their sharp thorns turning into red. Those guys did not seem easy to deal with. If he ran into them in a forest, Black Fire Stone would certainly run away as fast as possible. But right now, Black Fire Stone knew that they were on the same side. Boom! 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 Fulminations that sounded like dull thunder broke out in midair. Dozens of light spots resembling fireflies condensed into a magnetic field of mystic rays almost 100 meters in diameter. An enormous object was taking shape quickly in the magnetic field. When the mystic rays dispersed, under the pale moonlight, an enormous insect that was almost 5 floors tall, with black shells all over its body and a long horn dozens of meters long at the center of its forehead, appeared. Hum! The black shells all over the insect's body were shivering rapidly, spurting out streams of intense demonic energy, as if 100 awe-inspiring flags were flapping on his body. Black Fire Stone could not help but tremble. Although he did not know what the name of the insect was, as a member of the Horn clan, it was his natural instinct to revere and worship the divine beasts with great horns. Moo! 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 Black Fire Stone and his companions of the same troop echoed with the giant insect. A while back, Black Fire Stone had still been a little bit scared of the brutal human beings, but he was fearless now. Such an awesome insect whose horn was dozens of meters long was here. Could the enemy ever defeat such a godly beast however brutal they were? Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! The Lord who had golden horns and was wearing a black combat suit and dark red armor finally showed up. He waved the super-large hammer carved with beautiful patterns hard and roared, "Brute hammer troop, gather immediately. What are you stupid bulls dawdling for? Are you King planning on living here forever? The evil human beings have occupied the Grand Desolate Plateau, the territory of demons, for 200 years. They burnt out cities to the ground, annihilated our compatriots, and destroyed our civilization on the Grand Desolate Plateau. Right now, after destroying the Grand Desolate Plateau, they are trying to extend their evil hand to our home, the Blood Demon Sector. The evil human beings are launching an invasion against the Blood Demon Sector in secret. They are going to destroy the Blood Demon Sector in the same way they destroyed the Grand Desolate Plateau. They are going to kill our family the way they kill the demons of the Far East Demon Kingdom and the Grand Desolate Plateau. To protect our family, and to defend our homeland, we must cut off the evil hand and eliminate all the malicious human beings. Human beings are cowards who only dare launch their flying swords and crystal cannons from behind their city walls. But we are the blood descendants of the Pangu clan. We are the children of Kwafu, Gongon, and Nuwa. This is our last war. The glorious pantheon of demons is awaiting us in the clouds. Even if our body is destroyed, our soul shall be resurrected in the glorious pantheon of demons to realize the eternal immortality. Obliteration, rebirth, immortality. Obliteration, rebirth, immortality. Black Firestone's tiny ears pricked up as he tried hard to listen. To be honest, he did not really know what the Lord was talking about. He glanced at his friend, One Ear, who had grown up in the same village with him and was enlisted together with him half a year ago, and noticed that his friend was grimacing at him in confusion, too. Black Firestone grinned in amusement. He was quite happy knowing that his friend was as silly as him. After living in the military camp for half a year, Black Firestone, who was naturally endowed with enormous physical strength, did not have many complaints. But the propaganda 3 times a day and all the talks about evil human beings and glorious pantheon of demons were giving him quite a headache. He did not know exactly what the complicated words meant. He only vaguely learned that human beings were not satisfied when they had the best land in the universe. They were still trying to burn down his cottage, kill his wife, and cook his children for supper. Before, Black Firestone did not know exactly what the best land in the universe was. But right now, breathing the fresh air on the Grand Desolate Plateau, he seemed to have realized what it meant. Human beings were calling such a wonderland Grand Desolate Plateau. What would the places that were not desolate in their eyes look like? Black Firestone was suddenly grabbed by fury. Although he had worked hard in the military camp for half a year, he had never forgotten his experience when he looked for food in the barren land. He could not understand why human beings would be unsatisfied and still want to take over his small, pitiful village when they already had such a fabulous place. Look! The aspens here did not bite, and the cacti would not shoot out venomous thorns. What a beautiful place! If he could build a village with his brothers in this place, there would not be a second place in the universe that he would want to go to. Black Firestone could not understand it. Then again, it was his habit to not think about things that he could not understand. He only knew that he did not want human beings to burn his cottage, kill his wife, and make his ugly children into soup. Bring forth the scarabs, the golden-horned lord suddenly shrieked. All the blue-horned loading bulls were excited. The scarab was a treasure when they were in the military camp. Only the black blood demons who trained themselves hardest and fought the craziest would have the privilege of getting a dosage. They did not expect that every one of them would have one shot. A fat, round, translucent green beetle was given to Black Firestone. Black Firestone moved his nose over and took a greedy breath of the scarab after slightly rubbing its bottom, then he stuck the scarab to the back of his head. Chi! The mouth part of the scarab pierced into his head like lightning, injecting a tremendous amount of nervous stimulant into his brain. The stimulation on his brain nerves made Black Fire Stone roar loudly, and his body size expand. His skin was shattered, and yet he did not feel the slightest pain. He had never been more comfortable in his entire life. In a trance, he was seeing all kinds of illusions. Poor village. Purple sky. 3 bloody moons. The shrieks of his kids at night because of hunger. His wife's warm body. The golden-horned lord pointed at the sky and shouted, "Do you see it? The glorious pantheon of demons is awaiting us in the clouds. I see it now. I see it now. Moo. Moo. Moo." Everybody in the Brute Hammer troop was echoing. Black Fire Stone did not see it. Ever since his wife appeared in the illusions, he could not see anything else. He bit his tongue hard and gritted his teeth to kick away his wife from his brain. Then, he bulged his eyes, which were completely bloodshot, while he stared at the gray, gloomy clouds. I see it now. I see it now. The glorious pantheon of demons. Obliteration. Rebirth. Immortality. His companions of the same troop were shouting one after another. Even One Ear was shrieking that he had seen it before shaking his tail gloatingly toward Black Fire Stone. Black Fire Stone was a bit uneasy. It was said that only the demons whose hearts were pure and loyal to their ancestors would see the pantheon of demons in the clouds. Black Fire Stone thought that he deserved better. He had always been loyal to his ancestors. Although he was not very clear who his ancestors, namely Pangu, Gonggong, Kwafu, Hui, among others, were and what they did exactly, was he not the one who paid the most ancestral tax every month? Also, he had been obedient and never violated any of the ancestral rules that the lords had told him. This is all that silly woman's fault. Black Fire Stone cursed in his heart. Because of anxiety, his eyes were packed with blood streaks quickly. Noticing that he was the only one in the entire Brute Hammer troop who could not see it, Black Fire Stone felt that his eyes were red and swollen and that the world was swirling before him. In his fury and apprehension, he seemed to see a colorful glow in the middle of the clouds. I see it. I see it now. Black Fire Stone did not know what the glorious pantheon of demons looked like, but he was weeping in excitement. That is the pantheon of demons, our destination in the sea of stars. The gold-horned lord was waving his hammer while he roared, "Let's go, warriors! Show the cunning, cowardly human beings the awesomeness of the blood descendants of Pangu." At the front, countless crimson fireflies were leading the way. The black-horned loading bulls, the shooting star iron bulls, and the iron-tailed brute bulls, all the bulls seemed to be exuding flames. The demonic energy spurting out of their nostrils condensed into rolling red clouds in midair. Together, they launched a messy, disordered charge toward the sentry posts of the human beings. Black Fire Stone's head had been burned by the nervous stimulant. Lust for killing was quickly replacing his calmness. It was even more difficult for him to picture what the glorious pantheon of demons looked like right now. According to the lords, as long as he fought valiantly, he would be able to ascend into the glorious pantheon of demons, and he would never have to worry about how to till his barren farmland that was rife with venomous thorny grass and double-tailed scorpions. There was endless ambrosia in the pantheon of demons. He would need to farm no more, mine no more, and just enjoy his life every day. Black Fire Stone had no idea what ambrosia was. He only guessed that it must be something very delicious. But Black Fire Stone did not even know what something very delicious actually tasted like. Since he was born, everything Black Fire Stone ate could barely keep him fed. His food had never been anything remotely close to delicious. For some reason, in the last moment of his consciousness, a shining, greasy grilled chicken suddenly jumped out. It was a picture of a human village that he had seen in his illusions. It was a big, big, big village, so big that Black Fire Stone did not even know how to describe it. He had forgotten all the other details about the village, except for the greasy grilled chicken that was being roasted carefully and appeared succulent with oil dropping down non-stop. The picture had been etched to his brain, and he even remembered the burning sound when the grilled chicken oil dropped to the firewood vividly. At every tough night in the military camp, after missing his wife and his 2 children, Black Firestone had been pondering one question. How did the grilled chicken taste exactly? Was it as fresh as bitter grass bug or as crisp as red fern root? Of course, Black Firestone had seen chicken and captured chicken before, but he had never had the privilege to eat one because they were too precious. Moreover, the lords did not allow them to. The lords declared that bulls were born to eat grass. At the very least, black-blood bulls should eat grass. They could get a few bugs to fill their stomachs but nothing more. It was an ancestral rule. If he ate meat and violated the ancestral rule, he would not be able to go to the Pantheon of demons after he died. Not just him, his wife and his children would be forbidden, too. I wonder, is there grilled chicken in the glorious Pantheon of demons? The ancestors will allow me to feast upon meat there, won't they? Black Firestone thought a lot of things as he rushed forward. The Black Blood soldiers did not carry weapons or armor. Their mission was to charge at all the sentry posts, bastions, and fortresses after they were teleported to the Heaven's origin sector and clear the obstacles for the following troops of the coalition army. Or rather, they were asked to stuff the firing posts with their body. Black Firestone was running fast. His burning head made him feel as if his blood was boiling. He seemed to have grown wings, and his soul gradually left his ugly, clumsy shell. Thinking about the greasy grilled chicken, he was more and more energetic. Like a roaring gust, he quickly surpassed all of his companions, including One Ear, and charged at a human sentry post that was protected by more than 10 crystal cannons. A confused smile popped up on Black Firestone's face, but he shook his tail toward One Ear in retaliation for his friend's mockery a moment ago. That was just One Ear, whose limbs were so soft that the guy could never outrun him. What a great waste of the muscles. No wonder his wife chose to marry him instead of One Ear, whose horn was thicker and bigger. If I really make my way to the Pantheon of demons in the sky and meet grilled chicken, I will certainly save half for my wife and kids. Black Firestone frowned. With the few active brain cells he had left, he pondered carefully how he could smuggle a grilled chicken out of the Pantheon of demons. He had never stolen anything in his life before. One of the crystal cannons in the human sentry post in front of him shot out streams of dazzling, colorful brilliance, exactly the same as the glorious Pantheon of demons he had seen in the clouds a moment ago. This is odd. Why is the Pantheon of demons in the middle of human beings' cannons? Black Firestone was baffled. Then he found himself flying high in the sky. His mouth was suddenly sticky, wet, and sour. Is this the taste of grilled chicken? Black Firestone struggled, trying to roll his tongue to taste the fabulous flavor more carefully. He straightened his arms and waved crazily in midair, hoping to snatch the greasy, delicious grilled chicken. In the human sentry post on the other side of the battlefield, a sentinel, with a long beard and a big red nose that betrayed his drinking problem, was watching the dense, continuously growing red spots on the light beam. He spat on the ground and mumbled, "I'm truly King unlucky." After the Battle of Dawn, since most of the towns and military bases of the Federation on the Grand Desolate Plateau had been demolished, it was impossible to maintain a long supply line or to build an enormous war base in the north of the Grand Desolate Plateau. Now, the Federation had retreated to the Giant Blade Pass, where the elites were gathered. In the meantime, more resources would be dedicated to the construction of the Crystal Suit Legions. On the vast desert in the north of the Grand Desolate Plateau, the only defenses were the sparse sentry posts. The sentry posts were established not for the purpose of resistance but to send out alarms and the details of the intruders when the army of demons appeared. The federal soldiers in the sentry posts knew their responsibility and their fate when the demons came. But that was how a war went. The magical equipment of the Star Glory Federation was not so developed that it could completely replace the Sentinels on the Grand Desolate Plateau, where the spiritual and magnetic environment was complicated. The only thing that the Federal Army could do was reduce the duty duration of every Sentinel, who would be replaced every 7 days. For every Sentinel, as long as they were on duty for 7 days, they would be given a 1-month holiday and allowed to reunite with their family. But the Sentinel here had been on duty for 7.5 days. The guy who was supposed to take his place had encountered a thunderstorm on his way, which had damaged his carrier. The vehicle was undergoing emergency maintenance. Therefore, the Sentinel was forced to persist for 1 more day. But the intruders were already here. The Sentinel was trembling hard. All of his fingers were dancing. He was apparently a thick-headed, unemotional man, and yet he was crying sadly like a little kid who had been wronged. F***ck. Crying, the Sentinel cursed, F***ck. 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 The Sentinel injected a sedative into his neck while crying before he picked up a cigarette. Then, he turned on the crystal processor and quickly inputted everything that he observed. As the data and pictures were sent to the rear in the form of waves, the Sentinel was more or less relieved, only to find that his snot had almost dripped to his lips. The Sentinel wiped off his tears and snot with his dirty sleeve. Then, he brought out his personal crystal processor from his pocket. As if he were touching the most precious gem in the world, he triggered a light beam. This place was the frontier of the Grand Desolate Plateau. The electromagnetic environment there was too complicated for the soldiers to talk to the heartland of the Federation directly. Besides, the Federal Army had its regulations, too. Soldiers were allowed to bring their crystal processor but not be connected to the spiritual nexus. What the Sentinel triggered was just a 3D photo stored inside the crystal processor. In the photo was a smiling girl whose hair was curled and 2 vigorous boys. The bigger boy was even grimacing at him. The Sentinel smiled. Then he suddenly recalled that he had told his wife that he had quit smoking. He hurried to extinguish the cigarette and picked his teeth with his tongue. It was not until then that he kissed the illusionary mystic rays, breaking them into shattered ripples. The Sentinel put the crystal processor down. He turned around and picked up a crystal cannon. Such fixed crystal cannons could be controlled by the central crystal processor in the sentry post. He only needed to sit in front of the light beam and monitor the progress. However, the Sentinel still changed one of the crystal's cannons from the auto mode into manual mode. Generally speaking, a crystal cannon required 3 soldiers to be operated manually. But the Sentinel gritted his teeth and bashed the crystal cells into the magazine with all his strength. Hum. 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 Electric arcs were dancing on the 3 rails of the crystal cannon, which spread to his arms and ripped apart his skin, flesh, and nerves. The tears of the Sentinel turned red. Glancing at the broken ripples on the light beam for the last time, he took a long breath and moved his head to the scope of the crystal cannon. With his left eye narrowed, he locked onto the demon that was leading the charge. It was a mad bull. He was running so fast that bloody sweat was seeping out of his body. The bloody sweat was then vaporized by the heat, making his enormous body even more hideous. The mad bull was grinning hideously. His eyes, which were about to bulge out of his head, were brimming with madness. Bright yellow saliva was flowing out of his mouth, suggesting that he had been starved for a long time. It was not hard for the Sentinel to imagine what would happen when such a devil marched into a town. The Sentinel touched the trigger rune array of the crystal cannon hard with his fingers, or rather, fingerbones, before he mumbled, "Bring it on, B*****stards." When Jean Wanyun ripped apart the clouds in the sky of the Grand Desolate Plateau leading his Gold Eagle troop, he did not see the glorious pantheon of demons. What he did see was the coalition army of demons that was surging like tides from the underground and marching on the vast desert in destructive waves. In just one moment, the 10 or so sentry posts of the Federal Army were swallowed. The intruders dyed the gray desert black. The battle progressed quite well. The obstacles ahead had been cleared. The first batch of low-level demons had already steadied themselves and established a defense line. Behind the defense line, teleportation arrays of an even larger scale were being built. Stripes and runes that took up hundreds of square meters were blossoming like brilliant works, guiding the way for the expedition army of a different world like burning torches. The low-level demons and the smaller skeleton tanks could be projected to the Heaven's Origin sector through the wormholes. However, the demon emperors and the super-large devilish warships could only be teleported by constructed teleportation arrays, which would be the temporary bridges between the two sectors. In the war between the two sectors, teleportation was the most critical step. It equaled to the beach landing in ancient wars. Jean Luanyun's Gold Eagle Troop, which was made of 13 silver blood demons of the Gold Crow Kingdom and 13 biochemical beasts, had been assigned the task of ensuring the safety of the air during the beach landing and to clear the possible hostile scouts. In the previous instances that the Blood Demon sector waged a war on the Heaven's Origin sector, the Claw clan, the Horn clan, and the Insect had been the main force, most of which were pure ground troops. Only the Insect clan boasted certain units that could attack from the midair, such as ghost-face silver mosquitoes or colorful locusts. This was the first time that the Ace Air Force of the Blood Demon sector had shown up in the sky of the Heaven's Origin sector openly. Jean Luanyun could not help but feel his heart racing and his blood boiling when he thought about that. He was already determined to let the cultivators riding on flying swords know who the real dominators of the sky were. Intense spiritual waves have been detected 170 kilometers away. The Gold Eagle, Jean Luanyun's biochemical beast, keenly sensed the enemy from the south. The biochemical brain twitched violently while it searched for similar frequencies in the memory unit. Very soon, the biochemical brain reported a result. The frequency of the enemy's spiritual waves is very similar to the waves when certain arts of the Agile Electricity sect of the Heaven's Origin sector are functioning according to our database. The Agile Electricity sect is one of the top 500 sects of the Star Glory Federation. They boast an amazing skill named Heavenly Vision Technique, which grants them better eyesight than many high-resolution crystal cameras. Jean Luanyun understood it now. They were the scouts of the enemy. Continue analyzing the firepower of the enemy. Pay special attention to the wind shear. Enter the turbulent area on our left flank and cover our demonic energy with the chaotic wind. Rapid fire when we are within 30 kilometers. Jean Luanyun issued commands to his subordinates. Through the biochemical nerves, he adjusted the angle of the feathers of his Gold Eagle precisely, accelerating its speed to a new height, while he dashed toward the cultivators of the Agile Electricity sect. When he was 120 kilometers away from the enemy, the Gold Eagle finally detected their details. 22 venomous bee-armed shuttles have been detected. The armed shuttles of this model are usually maneuvered by ordinary soldiers. 7 cultivators have been detected, including 4 in the refinement stage, 2 in the building foundation stage, and 1 in the core formation stage. When core formation stage popped up in Jean Luanyun's head, he sensed excruciating pain. A flying sword. Over-the-horizon attacks were the advantage of the core formation stage cultivators. When they were still more than 100 kilometers away from each other, and neither of them had locked onto the enemy, the core formation stage cultivator shot out a rampant flying sword toward him. Jean Luanyun seemed to be able to envision the flying sword that was surrounded by electric arcs and darting toward him unstoppably through the clouds and wind. Schwa. 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 The eyes of the Gold Eagle were covered in multiple layers of membranes, and its pupils were enlarging and shrinking incessantly, triggering the optical cells on the retina to the maximum. The trajectory of the flying sword was determined in the blink of an eye. Detailed information jumped out of the biochemical brain, too. The Mystic Moon 3 flying sword is 1.7 meters long and weighs 55 kilograms. The body of the sword can accommodate 7.5 kilograms of crystals of the electricity class. The maximum shooting range is 150 kilometers. The best shooting range, 80 kilometers. The greatest feature about the flying sword is that it is surrounded by 4 tiny, servant swords as stabilizing fins. The Master Sword and the Servant Swords are restricted by the magnetic field. Together with the 3 groups of vector thrusting rune arrays, the flying sword can change the point of attack at the last phase of its trajectory. It is very difficult to dodge. The flying sword was designed for air wars. It boasted of heat tracing, demonic energy tracing, automatic aim, and multiple attack pattern technologies. Jin Wanyun sensed that he had been locked onto. He sniffed, and his lips curled into a confident smile. Over-the-horizon attacks were always what the cultivators were best at. However, once he was within 30 kilometers from the enemy, and when a close-distance dogfight began, it would be showtime of the demons. Bring it on. My gold eagles are entirely different from the ghost-face silver mosquitoes and colorful locusts that you dealt with in the past. Swoosh! Jin Wanyun rushed exactly toward the Mystic Moon 3 flying sword at the full speed. In the end, he was even able to see the shining edge of the flying sword with his own eyes. When the flying sword was about to pierce through the biochemical beast in him, he suddenly plummeted, manipulating the gold eagle as if he had hit an invisible wall. He dived toward the ground vertically, but he left dozens of golden, glittering feathers in the sky, which were simulating the demonic energy of a gold eagle. A clone of demonic energy as a decoy. However, the Mystic Moon 3 flying sword also turned a sharp turn in front of the false clone of demonic energy and came after him again. This is an expert. Jin Wanyun was excited. The enemy truly deserved to be a core formation stage cultivator. At the last moment, he adjusted the direction of the flying sword with his telepathic thoughts. Also, the performance of the Mystic Moon 3 flying sword was rather impressive. It was traveling at 3 times the speed of sound, and the distance was so short. Still, it managed to make the turn. Jin Wanyun was doing his best. The gold eagle dashed rapidly in midair as if it had been caught in an invisible swirl. The flying sword surrounded by purple electric arcs closely followed him. It was shrieking and rushing in circles behind his back, too. Suddenly, the Mystic Moon 3 flying sword staggered, and the tip of the sword trembled violently like a spring. Jin Wanyun smiled and took the opportunity to release a cluster of scarlet venomous gas, wreathing the Mystic Moon 3 flying sword. Corroded by the venomous gas, the crystals stored inside the flying sword were detonated very quickly, and the blade broke into a dazzling fireball in the sky. Everything was superb about the Mystic Moon 3 flying sword, except that it had a great weakness. When it was hovering rapidly in small circles, the performance of its sensation rune arrays would drop significantly, thereby hindering the sword from perceiving the subtle changes in the air. Jin Wanyun took the advantage of the weakness and led the Mystic Moon 3 flying sword to a turbulent area that he had discovered earlier. In such a way, he successfully resolved the over-the-horizon attack from a core formation stage cultivator. While he was dealing with the flying sword, his teammates had already lunged close and attacked the human being scouts. They were exclusively silver blood demons riding their biochemical beasts. They were definitely the most terrifying existences in the sky. The ordinary soldiers piloting the venomous bee-armed shuttles were no match for them at all. The few refinement stage cultivators were retreating quickly under their attack, too. Only the 3 cultivators in the building foundation stage and the core formation stage who were wearing crystal suits could still fight back. However, after Jin Wanyun, as a demon king, dodged another 3 flying swords and blew up 2, and when he was finally 10 kilometers away from the core formation stage cultivator, the brief impasse was completely shattered. When Jean Luanyun lunged toward the core formation stage cultivator with every feather on the gold eagle standing up like daggers, he happened to see that a red sun was rising slowly amid the magnificent clouds in the east, dyeing the sky into a plateau of blood and an ocean of fire. The spurting red sun was as brilliant and glorious as the future of the blood demon sector. Yuan Jubian stood above the clouds, staring down at the earth coldly with his hands behind his back. As a demon emperor, he was the supreme commander of the coalition army of demons in the north during the All-In National War. Below the clouds, his troops were pushing forward unstoppably. The Gold Eagle troop of the Feather Clan had cleared the airspace 1,000 square kilometers nearby. The Heavenly Might Bronze Bull Legion of the Horn Clan had crushed the biggest stronghold of the Federal Army in the north of the Grand Desolate Plateau. The Fierce Wind Fiery Leopard Legion of the clan had even marched 500 kilometers ahead as if nobody were in their way. However, Yuan Jubian knew clearly that all their endeavors were futile. The Gold Eagle troop, the Heavenly Might Bronze Bull Legion, and the Fierce Wind Fiery Leopard Legion were all the elite troops he had right now. The remaining insects and beasts, which seemed hideous and overwhelming, were nothing but neatly camouflaged cannon fodder. He was commanding a suicidal attack that was destined to fail. His sole mission was to lead the false main force and march toward the Giant Blade Pass rampantly, so that all the elite troops of the Heaven's origin sector would be nailed to the Giant Blade Pass. He was even expected to bait the enemy into the Grand Desolate Plateau and crush his own army. Everything was meant to pave the way for the real main force in the southern battlefield and the Red Tide Plan. So what? Yuan Jubian smiled while he was watching. He mumbled, even if the Gold Eagle troop, the Heavenly Might Bronze Bull Legion, and the Fierce Wind Fiery Leopard Legion are all that I have, I will still make every soldier and cultivator of the Star Glory Federation remember my name, Yuan Jubian, in the 1,000 years to come. He was amused by his own declaration the moment he said it. He shook his head in self-mockery. He almost forgot that there would be no more Star Glory Federation in 1,000 years. It would be completely devoured by the blood demon sector, with no bones left. Yuan Jubian had every faith in that. He believed that the slowly rising, splendid sun not far away would soon belong to them and the demon race. While Yuan Jubian was rushing forward with the fake main force of the coalition army of demons, Heavenly Path City, the heart of the blood demon sector, was in chaos. In the dark night, 7 devilish warships were like tiger sharks that suddenly leapt out of the black water and bared the sharpest tusks after lurking in the deep sea for a long time. 5 demon emperors also unleashed thunderous demonic energy both in the sky and on the ground while they locked onto the place where vague spiritual waves were being sent out. Ape fiend Yuan Ryu was 3 meters tall. He was an out-and-out ancient ape which had burst into fury. Turning into a streak of brightness, he darted toward Vulture Li Yao's shelter first. However, the moment he rushed into the ragged valley, a cottage that was deep inside the valley suddenly emitted the most dazzling brilliance like a supernova outbreak. For a moment, the dark night of Heavenly Path City was illuminated into broad daylight. Mystic rays soared into the sky like a volcanic eruption. The light blossomed into sparks that enveloped both the 5 demon emperors and the 7 devilish warships. The 5 demon emperors did not foresee that Vulture Li Yao would be so determined. Caught unprepared, they hurried to retreat. Thankfully, the bombs had been arranged in such a way that the damage was focused in the enemy's nest and did not hurt them at all. After a series of ear-splitting explosions, both the demon emperors and the devilish warships were totally unharmed. The only thing left was a steaming crater almost 10 meters deep on the ground. It appeared as if a shooting star had smashed down vertically from the sky and demolished the shabby building without dealing any damage to the houses nearby. The 5 demon emperors looked at each other in bewilderment. They released their telepathic thoughts carefully to explore the debris, only to discover that the bottom of the deep pit was still thousands of degrees hot. Seeing that it was not good, he detonated such a powerful bomb to kill himself. He didn't even leave a bone to us. The guy was so brutal even to himself. What a shame. If he had hesitated for several seconds, we would have had a chance to capture him alive. The commander-in-chief was too incautious. How could the enemy have been a regular cultivator when he had stirred trouble in the Blood Demon sector for such a long time without being captured? Reminding the enemy at the critical moment? What was the commander-in-chief thinking? His face gloomy, ape fiend Yuan Ryu clenched his fists hard, and cracking noises echoed from the bones. His canine teeth pierced deep into his lips, but he did not say anything. He did not accept the outcome to be like this. Such an outcome was even more unacceptable than one in which he was killed by the enemy after a fierce battle. Ho! Ape fiend Yuan Ryu finally could not contain himself any longer. The golden hair all around the Demon Emperor's body was standing up, and his chest was expanding like a balloon while he bashed his heart hard and uttered deafening roars. The blast swept over like a hurricane and collapsed the houses hundreds of square meters nearby. 30 kilometers away, at the highest point in another messy, dilapidated neighborhood, Li Yao opened the window slightly and observed the view far away through crystal cameras with super high resolutions with great interest. We seem to have been discovered. His lips curled up. You father did indeed dispatch tremendous soldiers to block and kill us. Thankfully, they are all distracted by the decoy right now. Let's take the opportunity to escape out of the city according to Evacuation Plan D. Li Yao threw everything in the room that was indicative of their identity into his cosmos rings in 3 seconds before he dragged Jin Xinyue to rush in the dirty lower district of the city. The coalition army of demons had only just examined the area. Also, their attention was distracted by the great explosions far away. Therefore, their vigilance was very low. The two of them did not meet any obstacles while they were moving forward in the ragged alleys. 15 minutes, they had already made their way to the suburbs of Heavenly Path City. Half an hour later, they appeared in a spacious cave deep inside a hill. It was not until this moment that Li Yao took a long breath in relief and grinned at Jin Xinyue. Thankfully, we've got out. It was not a complete failure at all. Jin Xinyue, on the other hand, was eyeing her master as if he were a ghost. Half a day ago, Jin Xinyue had been rather doubtful. She wondered why Li Yao went through the unnecessary trouble and spent 2 days making a decoy when their persuasion plan was already very thorough. It was true that the point-to-point communicator for miners through which they talked to Jin Tuyi was hidden in the half-basement in the depths of Heavenly Path City. However, Li Yao had modified the point-to-point communicator and connected it to a biochemical brain. The biochemical brain was connected to another biochemical brain in another shelter 30 kilometers away through brainwaves. Just like crystal processors could be connected wirelessly into a local area network, biochemical brains could be connected to each other, too. The mechanism they adopted was the magnification of brainwaves, which was similar to telepathy. The information could be transmitted through the mutual oscillation and interaction of the brainwaves. In Heavenly Path City, the biochemical brains of countless demons were releasing such brainwaves to the outside world incessantly in brain nets large and small. It was difficult to lock onto a certain brainwave if the frequency of the brainwave was unknown. Li Yao sent his telepathic thoughts to the secret hideout 30 kilometers away through the biochemical brain next him before the signals were translated into spiritual waves and delivered into the commander-in-chief's residence by the crystal processor. Jin Tuyi might have thought that Li Yao was talking to him in the very secret bureau, while the truth was that the secret bureau was just a platform and a transfer station. It was not their real shelter. Of course, Li Yao did not forget to leave certain toys in the transfer station, including powerful crystal bombs and everyday items that were contaminated by their blood and cells. What Jin Tuyi was searching for was a feeble spiritual wave. Never would he have guessed that he should be actually looking for a weird brainwave. Jin Xinyue was rather baffled. Was Li Yao not a refiner? He should be adept at magical equipment. But how did he know how to connect a biochemical brain to a crystal processor? However, Jin Xinyue was baffled more by the fact that Li Yao's awareness that the negotiation would fall apart than by the technical details. Jin Xinyue was a saintess of the Pantheon of demons. Naturally, she was very prudent, too. If she had plenty of time, she would not hesitate to deploy 10, or maybe 20, transfer stations to hide her tracks. But the situation was already urgent at that time, and every second counted. Yet, Li Yao wasted too much time preparing the decoy. He seemed to have foreseen that the negotiation would certainly fail, and her father would certainly attack them mercilessly. But the real question was, if he had foreseen that her father could not be persuaded, why did he waste so much time and risk sneaking into Heavenly Path City? Had he come here for nothing more than a sincere conversation with her father? That was highly likely. Jin Xinyue had thought that she completely understood Li Yao's plan, but right now, she realized that she had only seen the tip of the iceberg before and did not know Li Yao's real plan at all. Master. Hesitating for a long time, Jin Xinyue could not help but ask, "You knew that you would not be able to convince my father?" Li Yao's hands turned into a cluster of brightness on the light beam as he was analyzing the files that he collected a moment ago. He replied casually, "More or less. But everything is possible. Your father perhaps would have been convinced if he had a brain concussion a moment before our dialogue." Jin Xinyue was even more confused. "Master, you seem to know my father very well, and you have predicted his every move, haven't you?" "Wrong. I do not know your father well." Li Yao stared at the light beam without blinking his eyes. "I only know myself very well. I know exactly what I can do and what I can't. I am a refiner. I have a shallow understanding of combat and explosion. They are my advantages. But my advantages certainly do not include the expertise in convincing other people in a debate. However, your father is different. He has been the leader of the Feather Clan for many years. He controls one of the 4 superpowers of the Blood Demon sector. He has been elected by so many demon emperors as the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons. He has also managed to talk all the demons into uniting and carrying out his highly risky Red Tide plan. Taking all the factors into consideration, your father's expertise in persuasion and propaganda must be so awesome that they border on terrifying, right? Let's say that the full mark is 100. Then, my ability in persuasion is 30 points, at best, while your father's is 95, at least. It would have been easier if we had undeniable proof, but we have none. Everything is just our deduction and speculation. You wanted me to convince your father to believe in peace with empty words? That is like asking me to be humiliated. That was the same as you asking your father to compete with me about the arts of refining, in which case he would stand absolutely no chance of winning. To be honest, I have already done an excellent job by shouldering the pressure and not being brainwashed by your father. Let's leave your father, a great man of the time, aside. My hollow opinions, such as peace or unification, couldn't have convinced a few middle school students who happened to have read a few novels, could they? Jin Xinyue was utterly dumbfounded. She stammered, then, what was everything we did for? Why were we talking to my father at all? Blinking his eyes, Li Yao replied unhurriedly, like I said earlier, to communicate with your father, of course. But you knew that my father would not be convinced. The purpose of communication is not necessarily to convince the other party. One will be able to collect information of paramount importance from the process of communication. In fact, through the communication just now, I have retrieved the most crucial information from your father. Chapter 995 Truth of the Red Tide Plan. Jin Xinyue found it hard to believe. Have you? Of course. Li Yao finished the preliminary analysis of the information and was able to focus his attention on talking to his disciple. Do you not feel that we have come back with loads of important intelligence after sneaking into Heavenly Path City even though our persuasion plan failed? Forgive my stupidity. I only vaguely felt that you were completely overwhelmed by my father. It was like that I was hung up and whipped hard in the face by your dad, right? I dare not think like that, master. Li Yao waved his arm in excitement and snapped his finger. It was exactly my purpose to be whipped by your father. After we delivered the oyster to your father, he must have studied my background carefully. But all the files about me that can be found in the Blood Demon sector stopped 10 years ago on Boneyard. At that time, I was nothing more than a building foundation stage cultivator in my 20s. I was too young, too naive, and too simple-minded. It means that your father did not know exactly what I am right now. Nor did he know what drastic changes I have gone through in the past decade. What I was going to do was strengthen and build up his presumption with all the childish theories, groundless assumptions, and illusionary plans so that he would consider me to be nothing more than a retard who was lucky enough to experience many fortuitous events only to think that he was the savior of the world. Then, your father would inevitably have the feeling that he was whipping me, savaging me, and playing me. A great man like your father must usually be flawless. Perhaps, only when he felt that he was completely on the winning side would he reveal the tiniest loophole about himself. Jean Xinyue's mouth was opened wider and wider. So, you talked about so many things with my father just in order to ease his alert so that he would confess his secrets? But I feel that my father remained extremely calm to the last second and he did not give away any secret at all. What crucial information have you got, master? Li Yao smiled and extended his index finger. First and foremost, we have confirmed that the Red Tide plan hasn't been started yet, and there is still time to stop it, which is the foundation of all our next steps. If we had found out that neither your father nor all the other demon emperors were in the headquarters of the Pantheon of Demons when we reached Heavenly Path City, then we really would have been doomed because it could only have indicated one thing, that they had been teleported to the Heaven's Origin sector for the ultimate war. There would have been nothing that we could do except wait and watch, right? Jean Xinyue thought for a moment and shook her head. That's not right. Didn't my father say that the war has already begun? What has begun is only the feint. Li Yao said enthusiastically. We are both very clear that the key of the Red Tide plan is distraction. The whole plan can be divided into two phases. The first phase is the fake attack the northern front, where the cannon fodder troops who are pretending to be the main force will attack the north of the Star Glory Federation from the traditional route of the Dark Desolate Domain to the Grand Desolate Plateau to the Giant Blade Pass. The purpose of the fake attack is to stall all the elites of the Federation in the Giant Blade Pass. Or even better, they are also luring the elites of the Federation to chase after them on the Grand Desolate Plateau. It will be best if a second Giant Crab plan is carried out, where all the Crystal Suit Legions are asked to hunt down the cannon fodder, in which case the rear of the Federation will be weakly defended. Then, the real main force of the Blood Demon sector will appear in the heartland at the southeast of the Federation and give the Federation a critical attack. The strategy of distraction requires a time interval so that the main force of the Federation will be baited to somewhere as far away as possible. It's a simple logic, isn't it? Jean Xinyue thought quickly and immediately understood what was going on. You do have a point, master. Since the fake attack has only just started, there is certainly some time left before the real attack begins. However, how are you so sure that the main force of the Blood Demon sector has not been teleported to the Heaven's Origin sector in advance? Chances are that they are lurking in the counterattack bases of the Far East Demon Kingdom in the East Ocean of the Star Glory Federation. Shook his head, Li Yao said, that's highly unlikely. I don't know how many elites your father has organized for the Red Tide plan, but in order to sabotage the heartland of the Federation, even if they are 1 in 10,000 elites, there should be hundreds of thousands of them, right? How many resources will a million experts with their powerful biochemical beasts, skeleton tanks, and devilish warships consume, and how much demonic energy will they emit every day? Do you think such an enormous troop can hide below the eastern coastline of the Federation for half a month without being discovered? Then you are underestimating the scouting ability of the Star Glory Federation. Confidentiality is the top priority for the Red Tide plan. Your father wouldn't have done such a stupid thing. Therefore, the elites of the coalition army of demons must have gathered somewhere in the Blood Demon sector. They are preparing themselves and waiting to be teleported. Of course, this is just my speculation and is not supported by any proof. It is also possible that your father has chosen a stupid and straightforward approach. Therefore, our sneak-in was also a minor test. Test? Exactly. Don't you feel that it was a bit strange? A couple of days ago, you introduced the defense system of Heavenly Path City in great detail to me, but judging from the defensive forces we encountered today, while the air defense was immaculate, the ground forces were far from satisfactory, weren't they? Jean Xinhua was dazed. That seems to be true. The airspace was impregnable with the Mirage Falcons, Ghost Face Silver Mosquitoes, and Ghost Jellyfish. The Demon Emperors and the Devilish Warships arrived very fast, too. In comparison, the ground forces were sparse. We barely met any trouble when we escaped. As you said earlier, the ground forces deployed around Heavenly Path City included the 8 Desolate Venomous Dragon Legion of the Claw Clan, the Furious Tide Thunderous Beast Legion of the Claw Clan, the Tyrant Beetle Legion of the Insect Clan, among a few other elite troops. But today, we encountered none of them. The ground forces we met were just small fries, Li Yao remarked. Jean Xinhua immediately understood. The elite troops deployed in Heavenly Path City, which equal to the garrison of the capital city in the Star Glory Federation, have set off in advance to the last rendezvous point. Of the remaining troops in Heavenly Path City, Ghost Face Silver Mosquitoes, and Ghost Jellyfish are for one-time use and do not need to be brought, and the Mirage Falcons, the Devilish Warships, and the Demon Emperors are all fast enough to arrive at the rendezvous point at any time. Li Yao smiled. See? You've read a lot of information, too. But that is still not the whole of it. Although all the elite troops have left, so many Devilish Warship and Demon Emperors, even including your father, are still lingering in Heavenly Path City. Such a national war is the last attempt of the Blood Demon sector. Your father and the rest of the Demon Emperors will certainly command and fight on the front line. Their future depends on the outcome of the war, and they will have to do their best without any reservation. The fact that your father and Ape Fiend Yuan Ryu are still in Heavenly Path City proves my previous hypothesis that the main force of the coalition army of demons hasn't been teleported to the Heaven's origin sector yet. They are still being gathered in a certain place in the Blood Demon sector, and they will not be teleported until their commanders arrive. See? Isn't such information crucial for us? Jean Xinhua blinked her watery eyes in a daze for a long time. She had always considered herself smart and quick-minded, but in front of her master, she felt that her brain was consistently one beat slower. Thinking for a moment, she hesitated before saying, "What can we so even if we know such information now? Can we still stop the Red Tide plan?" Li Yao smiled evilly. "About that. We'll have to count on the most important information that I've elicited from your father. That is the truth of the Red Tide plan, or rather, what the real Red Tide plan is." Jean Xinhua was so surprised that she almost jumped up. Isn't the Red Tide plan a strategy of distraction where the main force of the coalition army of demons will be teleported to the Heaven's origin sector through the secret wormholes constructed by the Far East Demon Kingdom in the past and stab into the heartland of the Star Glory Federation with the fake attacks in the northern battlefield as a distraction? Li Yao squinted, with brilliance of admiration beaming out of his eyes. Do you really think that the Red Tide plan is as simple as that? Jean Xinhua felt that her head was dizzy. Is this simple? Is this not the truth but a disguise for the real Red Tide plan? Li Yao sighed and said, assuming that this is the truth about the Red Tide plan, how do you know it? Jin Xinyue frowned. The Red Tide plan is my father's lifelong work. As his daughter, I discovered it by accident. You said yourself that your father is an emotionless machine and an out-and-out man of determination. Do you really think that he cared about blood relationships? Li Yao said casually. Moreover, you killed your stepmother, his beloved wife, and you did a lot things that jeopardized the interest of the Gold Crow Kingdom. You were even secretly planning to assassinate him. He knew everything you did. But instead of killing you immediately, he eased his alert and let you get access to the Red Tide plan. Did you not feel that it was weird and suspicious? Cold sweat was popping up on Jin Xinyue's head, and two sharp scalpels seemed to be cutting her brain. She shuddered beyond her control and mumbled, "You are right, master. On second thought, it does seem a bit weird. With my father's meticulousness, how could he have exposed his most critical plan to his ambitious, disobedient daughter? Not just you. In fact, over the past couple of years, in order to persuade more tribes to join the Red Tide plan, your father had to inform part of the content of his strategy to the experts. Therefore, in the leadership of the Blood Demon sector, the Red Tide plan was not really a big secret at all. Li Yao calmly observed. A plan whose lifeline is confidentiality has been learned by so many people so many years before it is really implemented. Is it really a sound plan? Jin Xinyue took more than 10 deep breaths, and yet she could not stop her teeth from biting her lips. Panting, she asked, "Are you suggesting that the Red Tide plan I discovered was exposed by my father on purpose and that it was not the real Red Tide plan but just another distraction? Do you not feel that, for the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons and the nominal leader of the Blood Demon sector, the Red Tide plan is too simple and straightforward, bordering on childish?" Li Yao asked in return. Jin Xinyue's chest was fluctuating fast, and she could barely focus her eyes. She mumbled, "Has father been lying to everybody? Then, what is the real Red Tide plan? How did you learn it, master?" For a moment, Jin Xinyue even suspected that her master and her father were in the same gang. Sitting cross-legged, Li Yao rubbed his temples to ease the explosive pressure caused by the rapidly functioning brain, and he analyzed calmly, "In order to crack the Red Tide plan, I've been contemplating one question. How exactly can you teleport 1,000,000 soldiers to the heartland of the Star Glory Federation? The Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector are being merged right now, like two eggs that are crushing into each other. The Dark Desolate domain was the point of impact for the two eggs. The eggshell here has been broken. Naturally, the egg white and the yolk inside can flow without obstruction. Therefore, it is much more convenient to teleport through the Dark Desolate domain. Or rather, natural, stable wormholes are appearing without anybody doing anything. However, after passing through the wormholes of the Dark Desolate domain, the coalition army of demons will find themselves in a boundless Grand Desolate plateau, which causes tremendous pressure to their logistics. After the Battle of Dawn, the human towns on the Grand Desolate plateau have been abandoned, and all the citizens have evacuated behind the giant Blade Pass. The coalition army of demons will not be able to find any prey even if they want to plunder. Therefore, it is impossible to march in this way. Even if the Blood Demon sector spares no warriors, they will be merely committing suicide. Your father had to look for a different approach. On the surface, he located the secret wormholes established by the Far East Demon Kingdom in the past and tried to infiltrate the Federation through the inconspicuous paths behind it. Jin Xinyue frowned. Did my father not? You will know the answer after you analyze it, Li Yao replied. First of all, the Far East Demon Kingdom created the wormholes for the few nobles to flee to the Blood Demon sector. Then, how large and stable would the wormholes have been? It is one thing to teleport a few thousand nobles to the Blood Demon sector in different batches over several years, but it is a whole different thing to teleport 1,000,000 soldiers, who are armed to the teeth and boast colossal war potential, to the Heaven's Origin sector instantly. The Far East Demon Kingdom was not very strong. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been demolished by the Star Glory Federation. When they were struggling to survive, were they really capable of establishing wormholes of such enormity? And would the wormholes have been so well built that they are still stable after 500 years? Passing through wormholes is highly dangerous. One moment of carelessness, and all the troops will be lost in the storm of the four-dimensional space. One wave is enough to obliterate a top expert. Wouldn't it be awkward for a demon emperor to pass through the highly unstable wormhole, only to discover that their heart, liver, spleen, lung, and kidney had been left on the way? It is almost like a bridge between two cliffs that was constructed 500 years ago and is now beyond repair. The valley that the bridge is in has level 9 storms all year around, which could destroy the bridge at any moment. Furthermore, below the bridge is an abyss that nobody will survive. Right now, your father is asking hundreds of thousands of soldiers to cram onto the bridge. Is there something wrong with your father's head? Jean Xinhue opened her mouth, only to come up with no rebuttal. Also, Li Yao continued, your father's Red Tide plan claims that the counterattack bases left by the Far East Demon Kingdom 500 years ago will be used as the bastions for the march of the coalition army of demons. But as far as I know, the Star Glory Federation has explored the relics of the Far East Demon Kingdom far and wide, and no intact counterattack bases were ever found along the coastline. Let's say that the Far East Demon Kingdom left some sort of counterattack base in an inconspicuous place in the coastline. Then we are back to the question. Are the bases reliable enough after being scourged by seawater for 500 years? Is there enough room for so many soldiers? Are the rune arrays and the demonic artifacts still functional? Besides, although the Far East Demon Kingdom also belonged to the demon race, their biochemical technology was slightly different to that of the Blood Demon sector. Are the assets that the Far East Demon Kingdom prepared for their counterattack perfectly compatible with the experts, the biochemical beasts, and the devilish warships of the Blood Demon sector? I don't believe that your father has never thought of such problems. So, my real question is, do the awesome, secret wormholes of the Far East Demon Kingdom, allegedly leading to the eastern coastline of the Federation, really exist? Jean Xinhue was dumbfounded as if she had been struck by lightning. She hurried to say, but if the wormhole does not exist, how is the coalition army of demons going to be teleported over? Li Yao squinted and murmured, that's exactly what I've been reflecting on. Is there a certain way that the best troops of the Blood Demon sector can be projected to the heart of the Star Glory Federation instantly? For example, is it possible to build a certain super teleportation array and rip apart the soft barrier between the two sectors? Jean Xinhue hesitated for a moment and shook her head. There isn't such technology in the Blood Demon sector. The largest teleportation array we've ever built is the Eye of Blood Demon. It took us 10 years to build the Eye of Blood Demon, at the cost of almost all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the Blood Demon sector for teleportation arrays. Right now, we have neither resources nor technology to construct a second super teleportation array. But the Eye of Blood Demon is the opposite of the Red Tide plan's demand. It can project a few elites to 10,000 light-years away, but it can't project 1,000,000 soldiers to another sector, however close the sector is to us. Li Yao smiled. Yes. More than 10 years ago, the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector discovered Boneyard 10,000 light-years away almost at the same time. In order to explore the unknown planet, the two sectors dedicated all the available resources to super teleportation arrays that allowed ultra-long distance projection. In the Heaven's Origin sector, we built the Heaven's Artillery. In the Blood Demon sector, you built the Eye of Blood Demon. It was through the Heaven's Artillery that I was teleported to Boneyard. The best demon generals of the demon race, led by Wang Ji of the Kingdom of Lion Butchers, were teleported to Boneyard through the Eye of Blood Demon, too. Later, I slew Wang Ji and was teleported into the depths of the Sea of Stars with Skeleton Dragon. The rest is history. The designing purpose of the Heavens Artillery and the Eye of Blood Demon was to explore the great universe. Therefore, it was the distance of teleportation that counted but not the maximum capacity. For the convenience of our discussion, let's compare most of the teleportation arrays to two different types of slingshots. The first type of slingshots, let's call them distance slingshots, can throw a stone weighing half a kilogram 100 kilometers away. The second type is weight slingshots, which can throw a huge rock weighing a ton 500 meters away. Distance of projection matters in the first case, and the mass of the object to be teleported matters in the second. Are you following me? Jean Shinua nodded. It was rather a shallow metaphor. Both the Heavens Artillery and the Eye of Blood Demon belong to the first type, the distance slingshots, because they are devised to send only a few elites somewhere far, far away, right? Yes, Jean Shinua agreed. But the Red Tide plan requires the second type, the weight slingshots. The Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector are close enough to each other. The excessive distance is too much of a waste. What is needed right now is the loading capacity to accommodate a huge number of soldiers. With the resources and technology of the Blood Demon sector right now, I don't think it's possible to produce a weight slingshot that is large enough. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had to break into the Heaven's Origin sector through the dark desolate domain every time. Li Yao blinked. Do you think the two types of slingshots can be modified and transformed into each other? Jean Shinua was dazed. Pondering, she replied, the designing mechanism of the two types of teleportation arrays, the distribution of rune arrays, and the construction methodology are all different. They can hardly be modified into each other, can they? You're wrong, Li Yao said. Do you know how I returned from the Flying Star sector? The normal space jump technology of the Flying Star sector was not enough for me to return to the Heaven's Origin sector or the Blood Demon sector freely. But in the Flying Star sector, we discovered a mysterious planet named Ice King, in which there was an enormous super teleportation whose sole purpose was to boost the planet, allowing it to make a short-distance jump within the Flying Star sector. Despite the size and the mass of a planet, it could still be teleported through the teleportation array. Wouldn't such a teleportation array be a weight slingshot? Jean Shinua's eyes suddenly shone. It sounds like one that my father is in dire need of right now. A super teleportation array that can send hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Precisely. But at that time, it was not a weight slingshot that we needed but a distance slingshot, like an upgraded version of the Heavenly's Artillery or the Eye of Blood Demon, so that my few companions and I could return to our home across the Sea of Stars. Therefore, the experts of the Flying Star sector performed a full upgrade on the teleportation array on Ice King. Eventually, its mode was changed from a planetary warship into a super long-distance universal slingshot. Do you see where I'm getting at? Master is saying that, since a weight slingshot can be modified into a distance slingshot, it is definitely possible to do the conversion the other way around and modify a distance slingshot into a weight slingshot. The Eye of Blood Demon, the only super teleportation array of the Blood Demon sector, is a distance slingshot that highlights the distance of teleportation but overlooks the maximum capacity. However, after a series of transformations, it is very possible to modify the Eye of Blood Demon into a weight slingshot, which, although unable to cover a distance of 10,000 light-years, can totally teleport 1,000,000 soldiers to the Heaven's Origin sector, our next-door neighbor. The more she talked, the more excited Jean Shinua became. She trembled as she exclaimed, "That's right. It has been baffling me how the wormholes built 500 years ago remain stable to this day without being discovered by the Federation. Besides, are the wormholes large enough to teleport so many soldiers all at once? If it is not the wormholes of the Far East Demon Kingdom that my father is counting on but the Eye of Blood Demon, everything makes sense now. As it turns out, The real Red Tide plan is to teleport the elite troops of the coalition army of demons to the counterattack bases of the Far East Demon Kingdom in the East Ocean of the Star Glory Federation through the Eye of Blood Demon. You're wrong again, Li Yao said calmly. You made exactly the same mistake like I did in the beginning. When I figured out things about the Eye of Blood Demon, I also thought that your father would teleport all the elite troops into the East Ocean of the Star Glory Federation through it. Very soon, I realized that I was being unforgivably stupid. If the Eye of Blood Demon could really break the barrier between two worlds, why would the destination be set at the East Ocean of the Star Glory Federation? Why shouldn't the troops be directly teleported to the capital city of the Star Glory Federation? One shot in the head, one stab in the heart. Jean Xinhue was astounded by the dreadful hypothesis. Schwa. 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 Li Yao turned on almost 10 light beams with his hands that were shivering in excitement, displaying the maps of the southeast area of the Star Glory Federation. Pointing at the zigzagging coastline and the few light spots that represented super-large cities, Li Yao ardently introduced, "Look. This is the terrain in the southeast of the Star Glory Federation. We can clearly see from the map that the capital city of the Federation does not border the ocean. In fact, it is hundreds of kilometers away from the coastline. In the middle of the capital circle and the East Ocean are several major cities, such as Floating Spear City, Purple Cloud City, and Magnificent Cloud Special District, all of which are the famous towns of training in the Federation where countless cultivation sects are headquartered. Even if the regular army is moved away, there is still a great number of fighters and cultivators among the civilians. According to the sham Red Tide plan, the coalition army of demons will have to demolish Floating Spear City, Purple Cloud City, Magnificent Cloud Special District, and all the other major cities in their way before they finally get to the capital city of the Federation. However weakly guarded the rear of the Federation is, and however invincible the elite troops of the coalition army of demons are, how long do you think it will take for them to breach the major cities and the headquarters of the cultivation sects? There's no doubt that the local fighters and cultivators will not hesitate to spill their flood to block the coalition army of demons. 1 day, 2 days. It must be noted that cultivators move very fast. For a cultivator in the core formation stage or the nascent soul stage, it is as easy as pie to ride several thousand kilometers on a sword in 1 day. When news that the coalition army of demons lands on the coastline is out, even if the time is too limited for the army to mobilize, the cultivators will certainly be able to return to the capital city within a day or two. There is also a possibility that is even more appalling. The Federation has known about the Red Tide plan since long ago. A great army has been gathered on the eastern coastline of the Federation, ready to strike the coalition army of demons the moment they are teleported over, like the well-prepared soldiers in the ancient times who attacked the enemy when their enemy was halfway through the river. As a result, the coalition army of demons would be annihilated on the beach. Think about it. Even you know so many things about the Red Tide plan. Is it really a top secret? Are you so sure that the Star Glory Federation knows nothing about it? Therefore, after having a super teleportation array like the Eye of Blood Demon, why on earth would your father teleport the troops to the East Ocean of the Star Glory Federation? According to the original theory, it is because the exit of the secret wormholes of the Far East Demon Kingdom is in the East Ocean, and there are some sort counterattack bases in the depths of the ocean. But as we have analyzed just now, both of the two reasons are invalid. The wormholes and the counterattack bases are equally groundless. Based on such findings, I have come up with the real Red Tide plan. The fake troops on the northern battlefield of the Grand Desolate Plateau are indeed decoys and a distraction. But the so-called counterattack bases of the Far East Demon Kingdom in the southern battlefield are false, too. They are smoke grenades. They are the second layer of strategical deception hidden in the first layer of strategical deception. They are the decoys concealed in the decoys. If the Star Glory Federation is fooled by the first decoys and deploys the main force in the Giant Blade Pass and the Grand Desolate Plateau, it will be all good. But if the Star Glory Federation has learned of the sham Red Tide plan and moved most of the main force to the eastern coastline, preparing to annihilate the elite troops of the Coalition Army of Demons as they teleport over, under the illusion that their enemy will come by way of the wormholes in the East Ocean, their endeavors will still be futile. Your father, the commander-in-chief of the Coalition Army, has never thought to attack from the East Ocean like an idiot. His real plan is to teleport the elite troops of the Coalition Army of Demons, dozens of demon emperors, and hundreds of devilish warships directly into the capital city of the Star Glory Federation, or, if possible, to the rostrum of the Parliament of the Federation. This is the ultimate version of the Red Tide plan in your father's head. Jean Xinyue's breath and blood almost froze at the same time. Li Yao, on the other hand, was sweating hard in excitement as if he had just finished a remote practice with a top expert. Hot steam popped up out of his head and condensed into mist. Not entirely satisfied, he remarked, "Did you know? Since the moment you mentioned the Red Tide plan to me, I always felt very uncomfortable. I felt that I was on the verge of a precipice, and I would fall into the abyss if I took a step further. I spent many a night contemplating and finally figured out the source of my unease. It was because the apparent Red Tide plan was too simple, too tawdry, and too easily cracked. As the saying goes, like father, like son. You are just a minor saintess in the pantheon of demons and a junior in the level of Demon King. Still, you were bodacious enough to compete with me with your wisdom and courage. With that in mind, would your father Jean Tuyi be as incapable as he appeared to be? Was he stupid enough to not notice how hilarious the Red Tide plan on the surface was? It was not until a few days ago, when I finally figured out the head-shooting, heart-stabbing, real Red Tide plan that had been concealed in the darkness all the time, that my anxiety was finally allayed. Unstable wormholes of the Far East Demon Kingdom, the counterattack bases, the major cities of the Federation standing on the Y-Euro, all the obstacles have never existed in the first place. They are all distractions and smoke grenades, disguises that your father has thrown out. The purpose of the Red Tide plan since the very beginning, sole and unchanged, has always been the capital city, and the capital city of the Star Glory Federation. This is more like a plan that the Supreme Commander of the Coalition Army of Demons should make. Li Yao's delirious appearance somehow scared Jean Xinyue. She could not help but move slightly away from him. Breathing hard in disbelief, she asked, "But isn't this too much a coincidence? The critical part of my father's Red Tide plan is a weight slingshot, and he happened to have found one of use to him?" Li Yao extended his thumb and index finger, making a gesture of twisting a screw. He twisted it clockwise and then anti-clockwise. Reverse thinking. Try to think reversely. The core of the Red Tide plan your father concocted is a weight slingshot that does not exist in the Blood Demon sector, and your father happens to know the ways to modify a distance slingshot that does exist in the Blood Demon sector. All the modification work happens to have been completed at the most urgent moment. Normally speaking, there are indeed too many coincidences. But what if you think reversely? Can we hypothesize that your father received the technology, or legacy, about a certain super teleportation array decades ago before he concocted the entire Red Tide plan with the super teleportation array as the core? Jean Xinyue was frowning so hard that her facial organs were kissing each other. "Master, do you have any evidence for your hypothesis?" Weird brilliance was shining in Li Yao's eyes. He seemed to be dismantling a piece of magical equipment skillfully, ripping off the components that were only the size of seeds, and placing them on the ground so that everybody could see them clearly. "Ever since I learned that your father was the commander-in-chief of the Coalition Army of Demons, I knew that there would be a confrontation between us. Therefore, I collected his files and guessed his personality. Also, communicating with you after so many days, I got a lot of inside information about him, too. As a result, I have discovered a lot of interesting facts.
It is my understanding that the Feather Clan is best at teleportation arrays and space jumps in the Blood Demon sector, right? Jean Shinua nodded. The Feather Clan worships speed and mobility. Is there anything that is faster than teleportation arrays? Therefore, the Feather Clan has always attached great importance to the production of teleportation arrays. We've collected a lot of prototypes of ancient teleportation arrays, too. The 12 demon emperors of the Pantheon of demons have different duties, Li Yao said. Since decades ago, your father has been responsible for the affairs regarding the exploration of the world fragments and the Sea of Stars. If we compare him to the post in the government of the Star Glory Federation, he would be the Minister of Universal Exploration and Development or President of the Occult Orbs Fellowship of the Blood Demon sector, right? Her father's job was not a secret. Jean Shinua nodded. Since the Feather Clan is most adept at teleportation arrays, it is only reasonable that my father took the duty. Although the specific title was different, my father was indeed responsible for the affairs in those regards. But they are someone else's duty now that he is the Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army. Does it have anything to do with the Red Tide Plan? Li Yao was smiling more and more mysteriously. After I learned the two facts, I pursued further and made a shocking discovery. As it turned out, more than 10 years ago, it was your father who insisted on the construction of the Eye of Blood Demon and the exploration of Boneyard. Let's review what happened more than 10 years ago. The Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector discovered Boneyard, which is around 10,000 light-years away, almost at the same time. Since Boneyard was the residence of Skeleton Dragon, an ancient ferocious demon from 40,000 years ago, the Blood Demon sector had more information about it. I remember that the Federation did not know the real name of the planet and called it Ultimacy at that time. However, after the discovery of Boneyard, neither the Blood Demon sector nor the Heaven's Origin sector started the exploration immediately. It was because a distance of 10,000 light-years was too vast. With the technologies of the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector, it was quite questionable whether or not the resources on the planet could be developed efficiently, if resources were detected at all. Therefore, even in the Blood Demon sector, which had more knowledge about Boneyard, the debate over whether to explore the planet or not remained unabated for a long time. You were scared that the resources you devoted to the exploration would prove to be a waste. Eventually, it was your father who convinced all the other demon emperors to gather the resources of the Blood Demon sector and start building the super teleportation array Eye of Blood Demon. In order to initiate the project as soon as possible, your father even promised that the Gold Crow Kingdom would contribute 1/3 of the total capital and resources, didn't he? Jean Shinua thought for a moment and nodded. At that time, I was still very young, but the incident left quite a deep impression on me. Although my father was one of the 12 demon emperors, he was not the one with the highest personal strength. Furthermore, the national capability of the Gold Crow Kingdom was incomparable to that of the Nether Spring Kingdom or the Kingdom of Lion Butchers. Therefore, he had always kept a low profile until then. Like I said last time, my father is very good at compromising. But the project of the Eye of Blood Demon was what he had been most insistent on since I had memory. He even smashed the table in the headquarters of the Pantheon of Demons, declaring resolutely that it was a rarely seen opportunity and that there would certainly be major discoveries on Boneyard. Since he was responsible for the universal exploration of the Blood Demon sector, his voice was apparently the largest in the issue. Also, the Gold Crow Kingdom was providing most of the resources. Therefore, the other demon emperors all agreed to the plan, however unwilling to, in the end. It was not until the Blood Demon sector got started with the Eye of Blood Demon that the Star Glory Federation began building the Heaven's Artillery, Li Yao observed. Perhaps the Federation was not interested in Boneyard at first. But after noticing that the Blood Demon sector was taking actions, they were forced into an arms race. If they did not join the competition, wouldn't the Federation have been caught in an awkward situation if some earth-shaking magical equipment had been excavated from Boneyard when the demons monopolized it?
All in all, your father was the proposer and the greatest endorser of the exploration of Boneyard. That's right, Jean Chinue confirmed. But the exploration proved to be a fiasco in the end. Li Yao sighed. Let's leave the trap of Skeleton Dragon aside for a moment. Even after I brought away Skeleton Dragon through teleportation, the exploration project on Boneyard was still put on hiatus after a few years because both the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector discovered that it was tremendously difficult to develop a planet 10,000 light-years ago on a large scale with their current technology. Water too far away cannot quench one's current thirst. If a lot of resources were devoted to the development of Boneyard, chances were that their home would be demolished by the enemy before the resources on the planet were brought back. In the decade that followed, small-scale explorations were conducted on Boneyard, but the missions were mostly restricted on surveying, prospecting, and the collection of mineral samples. The Heaven's Artillery and the Eye of Blood Demon did not play roles deserving of their cost. Sure enough, they could be used to develop the world fragments at a shorter distance, but it would like butchering a chicken with a cleaver designed to dissect a bull. That is the conclusion I came to based on the Fire Ant King's theory and yours, as well as the public information. Is there anything wrong about it? No. Jean Chinue shook her head. The incident was a major blow for the Gold Crow Kingdom. I remember that my father was severely impeached, too. Everybody said that he was too reckless and wasted so many resources on a useless Eye of Blood Demon. Not only were so many Silver Blood Demons killed in the attempt, the teleportation array never played an important role later either. It was a great failure. However, if we hadn't built the Eye of Blood Demon, the Federation might not have established the Heaven's Artillery at all. Therefore, I think we drew even in the end by wasting equal quantities of resources on nothing. Anyway, the incident depressed my father for several years. He became even more low-key in the Pantheon of demons. It was not until after the Battle of Dawn, when the Continentalism that the Nether Spring Kingdom and the Kingdom of Lion Butchers enshrined seemed impractical, that my father, as the Master of the Air Forces, was elected as the Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army of Demons. Li Yao sneered. Do you really think that your father's insistence on the project of the Eye of Blood Demon was a feverish, reckless decision? Jean Chinue was stunned for a moment and then fell into deep thought. Since your father was the Minister of Universal Exploration and Development of the Blood Demon sector, he must have had abundant experience in the exploration of world fragments. Would he have neglected the cost issue, which wouldn't even escape a countryfolk's attention? Would he not have known that the technology of the Blood Demon sector at that time was not advanced enough to develop a planet 10,000 light-years away on a large scale? On the very contrary, I believe that he knew it better than anybody else. If he knew it clearly, why did he? Jean Chinue suddenly bit her tongue and shuddered. She had figured out everything. Li Yao smiled. You've thought it through, haven't you? Assuming that, starting from the very beginning, your father has insisted on the construction of Eye of Blood Demon not for Boneyard but for the capital city of the Star Glory Federation. Then, everything we discussed just now makes perfect sense, right? Jean Chinue felt that the solid world around her was falling apart in that moment. Everything she was familiar with was turning into something different. She seemed to have walked into a dark, deep ocean where she could not tell the truth behind the lies. She could only follow Li Yao closely and stagger forward in the deep sea, looking for the unpredictable brightness with the guidance of the monster-like master. Li Yao took a deep breath, with solemnity and admiration in his eyes. When he heard the original version of the Red Tide plan, he had indeed looked down upon Jean Tuyi and thought that the commander-in-chief of the coalition army was just so. However, after he figured out the whole picture, he found it impossible to calm himself for a long time, too. Jean Tuyi was definitely a great man who was as smart as Yan Shibei, Xiao Xuanzi, and Bai Xinghe. He was a worthy, respectable opponent whom Li Yao needed to deal with by activating every brain cell. In a trance, Li Yao felt that his soul was attached to the younger Jean Tuyi decades ago in the Blood Demon sector. He said slowly in a deep and coarse voice, "All the information has been cleared. Now, I will try to sort out the information and restore the more reasonable storyline. According to my speculation, your father accidentally retrieved brand new, groundbreaking technology about teleportation arrays decades ago. The Feather Clan had always been a fan of teleportation arrays. Your father was also the supervisor of the exploration of world fragments in the Blood Demon sector. It is not entirely unreasonable to think that he unearthed a new legacy by accident, right? The moment your father found the legacy of the super teleportation array, his mind was greatly stirred. Naturally, the very first thought that came to the mind of anybody who got such a legacy would certainly be whether or not it was possible to teleport the best troops to the enemy's heart with such a technology. However, it was easier said than done. The most critical factor was confidentiality. Such an assault plan, which was similar to the decapitation strategy, would lose all its destructive power if it was leaked in advance, in which case it would mean the doom of all the elite troops that had been teleported. It was a pity that such a super teleportation array would certainly cause a great fuss when it was built. The protracted project, the consumption of astronomical resources, the concentration of manpower and materials. As long as his enemy was not a complete idiot, they would certainly find out what he was up to. Therefore, your father did not report the technology to the Pantheon of demons at the earliest chance in order to build a super teleportation array. Instead, he waited patiently for a better opportunity. Maybe, during his waiting, he further studied the legacy. He chewed it up, digested it, and etched it into his brain. Perhaps, he also came up with many incredible plans with the legacy as the core. I don't know how long he waited, but he was finally given a chance in the end. The discovery of Boneyard gave him the perfect excuse to build the Eye of Blood Demon openly. On the surface, it is a distant slingshot designed to teleport a limited number of elites to 10,000 light-years away. But I believe that, as the supervisor of the project of the Eye of Blood Demon, even if your father did not participate in the designs and construction of the teleportation array in person, he definitely had a certain way to leave an interface on the Eye of Blood Demon so that it would be able to change the mode of teleportation someday in the future. Then, the most dreadful weapon to use against the Heaven's Origin sector was completed without alarming anyone. Why didn't your father activate the Red Tide plan the moment the Eye of Blood Demon was constructed? I don't know, but I estimate that it must have something to do with the distance between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. 10 years ago, the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector were still in the early phases of the melding. The eggshell between the two worlds was still very solid without too many gaps. Despite the awesomeness of the Eye of Blood Demon, the precision and stability of the teleportation could not be guaranteed. Therefore, your father concealed his claws and his teeth and continued waiting. Even though everybody despised him, even though he suffered a major setback, even though he was mocked for the big and useless cleaver for bulls that he had crafted at a great cost, he still grabbed the handle of his cleaver in the darkness like the most fearsome assassin, waiting for the perfect moment to launch the critical attack. Because he was the only one who knew that he did not build a cleaver for bulls but one that was ambitious enough to butcher the dragon. Li Yao could not have admired Jean Tuyi more. I don't know why your father kept it a secret to all the other demon emperors. Perhaps it was because the struggle for power among the demon emperors of the 4 major demon kingdoms was too fierce. Since neither the Gold Crow Kingdom nor himself could not be called the strongest, he would certainly lose the initiative of the whole plan. But there is an explanation that I think is more likely. Your father is a very proud man from the bottom of his heart. He despises the simple and straight tactics that the Kingdom of Lion Butchers and the Nether Spring Kingdom have adopted, which is to sweep across everything on the continent after invading the Grand Desolate Plateau through the Dark Desolate Domain. He feels that all the other demon emperors are idiotic teammates. Therefore, the Red Tide plan, which requires absolute confidentiality, could not be known or carried out by them. Your father wants to win the war and conquer the Heaven's origin sector by himself. Li Yao recalled Yen Shibei, the schemer on Iron Plateau of the Flying Star sector. Jin Tuyi and Yen Shibei seemed to be the same type of person. They both wanted to reverse the situation purely on their own. To some extent, Li Yao was such a type of person, too, was he not? It was exactly because they belonged to the same type of person that Li Yao had guessed what was on his mind precisely. However, Li Yao continued, although the Eye of Blood Demon was ready, your father was still facing another issue, which was the mobilization of the army when the Red Tide Plan was implemented. To assault the capital city of the Star Glory Federation, the soldiers and the strategical assets required couldn't have been few. It was very difficult to keep the rendezvous of 1 million soldiers and almost all the demon kings and demon emperors a secret. Therefore, to cover up the real Red Tide Plan, your father threw out the seemingly intimidating but in fact deeply flawed, false Red Tide Plan. He misled everybody by talking about the secret wormholes and counterattack bases of the Far East Demon Kingdom. As a result, even if the Star Glory Federation discovered that the elite troops of the Blood Demon sector were being gathered in an unusual way, they would only concentrate all the forces on the eastern coastline, hoping to resist the enemy at the border of the nation. They were determined to stop the coalition army of demons from going on a rampage in the important cities in the southeast of the nation. But they did not know that the coalition army of demons would not land on the beaches or attack the major cities. Instead, the army would be directly teleported into the heart of the capital city. The capital city of the Star Glory Federation is not only the political center of the nation but also an important base of training and magical equipment production. Of the top 500 sects of the Federation, more than 220 are headquartered in the capital city. The capital city also boasts the largest warehouses for crystals and factories to produce crystal suits, as well as 4 of the 9 elite universities. Should the capital city be taken by force, it would certainly be a major blow for the Federation. Li Yao took a deep breath. The glimmers in his eyes were bouncing non-stop as he envisioned the coalition army of demons sabotaging the capital city of the Federation, which was wreathed in furious flames. Squinting, he mumbled, "Everything is set except for some luck. Your father has lain low for decades until today when all the favorable conditions have appeared. Firstly, after years of melding, the distance between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector is much shorter than 10 years ago. Enough cracks have been crushed on the thin eggshell to make the Eye of Blood Demon play its role and teleport all the troops to the capital city of the Star Glory Federation precisely. Secondly, the failure of the Battle of Dawn forced the diehards who favored continentalism to back off for now. Your father was finally elected as the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons and authorized to mobilize all the resources and troops of the Blood Demon sector. Thirdly, the arrival of the Flying Star sector made the Blood Demon sector more united under your father's command than ever. He now has even more reasons to launch the false Red Tide Plan. Perhaps, everybody will think that the so-called Red Tide Plan is nothing but an insane last attempt of a gambler who has lost all his leverage. But they do not know that the gambler, who seems crazy on the surface in fact boasts the calmest, most meticulous mind. The national war is definitely not a last attempt when there are no other choices but a shocking attack which has been carefully calculated and thoroughly planned for decades. Jean Xinyue listened so attentively that her pupils shrank violently when she heard "shocking attack," as if a sword had really pierced through her heart. Li Yao sighed. As a citizen of the Federation, I feel quite fortunate that such a formidable enemy as your father was born in the Gold Crow Kingdom, which was only mediocre among the 4 major demon kingdoms, instead of the Kingdom of Lion Butchers or the Nether Spring Kingdom, which were much stronger. I feel fortunate that he was not elected as the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons until today. If he were the master of the Kingdom of Lion Butchers or the Nether Spring Kingdom, if he were the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons 20 years ago, perhaps the Star Glory Federation would be no more at this moment. Li Yao finished his speech and licked his lips in great satisfaction. His eyes seemed to have pierced through Jin Xinyue and reached the sky of Heavenly Path City 100 kilometers away. He felt that he could see the man who was lurking in the Commander-in-Chief's residence, the most terrifying demon he had ever seen. Entertaining. It was truly entertaining to spar with such an expert. Jin Xinyue frowned harder and harder. She felt that there was a swirl in her head that was about to swallow all her brain cells. Before her head was completely befuddled, she extended her hands and slashed them in midair. Wait. Wait, wait. Wait, wait. Master, you are talking so vividly and impressively as if you have been following my father over the past decades and witnessed everything in person. But on second thought, I realize that it is nothing but your speculation, Master, which is not supported by any valid proof. Good point. Li Yao nodded and replied solemnly, everything I said just now is purely fictional. I was merely telling a story. Jin Xinyue gawked at him, speechless. However, Li Yao continued, although it is fictional, I deduced everything by choosing the most plausible possibilities based on the given information. It was not entirely made up. That is the problem, Jin Xinyue said. Let's say that you've chosen the most plausible possibility in every step of your deduction. But, possibility is just a possibility, after all. Even if every possibility has a 5% error from the truth, when dozens of possibilities are multiplied, the error will still be shockingly huge. Are you even 50% sure about your entire extrapolation? Not exactly. Li Yao shook his head. I was only 30% confident about everything I said just now. That is why I paid a trip to Heavenly Path City on purpose and confirmed with my father. Jin Xinyue was dazed. You did? How could you have confirmed with my father? It is not like you can ask my father directly. Yes, I can. Li Yao nodded matter-of-factly. That's exactly what I did. Jin Xinyue stood on her feet. Excuse me? Li Yao turned on a light beam and replayed the conversation with Jin Tuyi a moment ago. Take a look carefully. Jin Xinyue craned her head close, bulged her eyes, and stared at her father on the light beam. In the picture, Li Yao was shouting with the utmost fury and anxiety, you are planning to ask part of the main force of the coalition army of demons and a great amount of cannon fodder to pretend that you are marching on a full scale from the regular route, namely the Dark Desolate Domain to the Grand Desolate Plateau and then to the Giant Blade Pass. But it is actually a fake army. They are not the real main force but decoys. Your real plan is to teleport the elite troops of the coalition army and all the demon emperors to the offshore counterattack bases left by the Far East Demon Kingdom in the pass through the Eye of Blood Demon before you stab into the heart of the Federation, right? Schwa. Jin Xinyue froze the picture and replayed the clip again. She mumbled, that is exactly what you asked, Master. You mentioned the Eye of Blood Demon to my father directly. Of course. Li Yao said. I am always outspoken, and I ask everything I don't know about. What's there to be shy of? However, Jin Xinyue held her breath and continued watching, only to discover that Jin Tuyi did not even bother to blink. His every facial nerve seemed frozen, and there was absolutely no change in emotions. He said casually, don't try to elicit anything from me. I will not talk about any detail of the war plan. Jin Xinyue narrowed her eyes, with a circle of golden brilliance glittering and spinning around her pupils rapidly, while she focused her attention on the video clip and watched it multiple times. My father didn't give a response. I know that an expert such as Master must be adept at reading micro-expressions. When I was in the Pantheon of Demons, I also learned how to determine whether or not somebody was telling the truth by examining the twitching muscles on their face, the enlargement and reduction of their pupils, the frequency of their breath, and even the speed of their sweat being secreted. But as a demon emperor, my father had perfect control over his every muscle. I am very certain that, after Master threw Eye of Blood Demon toward him, his micro-expressions did not change at all. His face and his body were like a frozen lake where there were no ripples at all. Therefore, what kind of answer have you read from my father's unchanged face that confirms your deductions, master? Li Yao smiled slyly. He held his arms and enjoyed Jin Tuyi's frozen face on the light beam one more time. He shook his head. Same as you, I read nothing. Your father deserves to be the expert of experts. His manipulation over the muscles on his face was incredible, and his micro-expressions were completely under his control. Even the shivering of his eyelash and the tiniest movement of his pupils were highly controllable for him. From his face, I would either read nothing or read a wrong answer or a misleading one that he released deliberately. Chapter 1005 Purposes. Jin Xinyue felt like she was trapped in her master's mind with no way of escape. However, Li Yao said, although I couldn't read anything from your father's face, it doesn't mean that I could not read his mind. Jin Xinyue found it hard to believe. Read the mind of a demon emperor who was dozens of kilometers away and on the other side of a light beam? For a moment, Jin Xinyue was of a mind to lunge forward and cling to her master's thigh, exclaiming and begging him to teach her such an incredible technique. Li Yao grinned. Do you still remember the beginning of our conversation? I said that I knew my advantages very clearly. What I've always been best at are simply fighting and refining. In the field of persuasion, your father would be hanging me up and whipping me mercilessly. On the other hand, in terms of the arts of refining and magical equipment, it would be your father who is hanged up and whipped, right? When I was back in the Flying Star sector, I saw a piece of marvelous magical equipment named the Truth Cabinet, which was a military polygraph left by the Star Ocean Imperium. As a fan of magical equipment, naturally, there was no way that I would let go of such an ultimate treasure. After I became the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau, I specially dedicated part of my time to the most profound research on the Truth Cabinet. Although it is impossible for me to produce such a piece of precise magical equipment, I can still copy a few rune arrays from it, duplicate a few functions, and make a counterfeit. Did you think that it was a simple, point-to-point communicator for miners that I'd inserted into the Star Spot Red Fire Oyster and delivered to the Commander-in-Chief's residence? Jin Xinyue could not help but bulge her eyes and open her mouth. Li Yao's eyes were narrowed into the shape of 2 fish hooks. On the surface, it was just a point-to-point communicator for miners that I threw together from the debris of a lot of magical equipment. In order to assemble the debris of different types, I added a lot of messy units to connect them. However, a few inconspicuous rune arrays hidden in the units endowed the magical equipment with a special function, to monitor the heartbeat and the flow of blood nearby and send the data back in the form of spiritual waves. Therefore, it is much more than a point-to-point communicator for miners, it is also a polygraph. Everybody has a comfort zone. When your father was talking face to face through the light beam, he knew that I could see him clearly, and he also knew that experts of our levels were definitely adept at reading the micro-expressions. Therefore, he must have been managing his facial muscles precisely in case what was on his mind was exposed on his face. However, as you said just now, the remote communication at a distance of dozens of kilometers gave him an illusionary sense of safety. He couldn't have realized that I could sense his heartbeat and flow of blood on the other side of the light beam. From the very beginning, I pretended to be a hot-blooded, bombastic dumbass. He was taking the initiative in our conversation all the time, and he lambasted me hard on my groundless theories. The more he lambasted, the more at ease he became. Eventually, he inevitably felt that Vulture Li Yao is just so. On the other hand, at the last moment of our conversation, I threw out Eye of Blood Demon toward him, pretending that I had lost control over my emotions and burst into fury. You see, after hearing Eye of Blood Demon, your father did not change his facial expression at all. Even the enlargement and constriction of his pupils were still normal. However, his heart was beating 11% faster, and the speed of his blood flow was 7% higher. Although he adjusted his heartbeat and flow of blood in only 0.4 seconds and regained his cool, it was already enough for me. Think about it. If the Red Tide plan is truly unrelated to the Eye of Blood Demon, when your father heard Eye of Blood Demon, he should have been confused or simply neglected the words outright, right? The acceleration of his heartbeat and flow of blood is only indicative of one thing: I found out his biggest secret. Jean Xinhue listened attentively and gave no rebuttal. You were quite right. Your father's face was like a frozen lake where there were no ripples whatsoever. However, no matter how frozen a lake appears to be, it is impossible for all the water in the bottom of lake to be frozen. There are always undercurrents flowing by. Therefore, I made thorough preparations and even snuck into Heavenly Path City at great risk in order to have a dialogue with your father, not because I was trying to convince him but because I wanted to listen to his heartbeat. Nothing more. Jean Xinhue was deep in thought, remaining silent. After a long time, she was suddenly back to herself from the trance. The sharp brilliance in her eyes condensed again. Master, I have 2 questions. Firstly, how could you be so sure that the hidden, telltale rune arrays would not be discovered? Because they were refined by me, Li Yao replied. Perhaps, if all the experts of refining in the Blood Demon sector were gathered, and they spent a day and a night studying my work, it would have been possible for them to see the flaws in it. But since your father only had a few hours and he could not inform too many subordinates of the issue, there is no way that he could find it out. The answer that was barely an answer rendered Jean Xinhue speechless. She extended another finger and asked, secondly, right now, it's great that you have guessed everything right, but what if your speculation was wrong? If my father gave no response at all after you said Eye of Blood Demon and there was absolutely no change in his micro-expression, heartbeat, or flow of blood, what would you do? You wouldn't have given up, would you? Li Yao shook his head and said solemnly, I certainly would not have given up easily. Do you remember the crystal bombs we installed at the transfer station? Jean Xinhue nodded. I do. They were detonated to fake our death. Li Yao's eyes turned into fish hooks again. Faking our death was only one of their purposes. The crystal bombs had another usage that was much more important. When I crafted the batch of crystal bombs, I added a special ingredient to them, which was the powder I produced based on dragon wet grass, ice silkworm dew, and more than 30 other materials according to an ancient prescription. The powder is highly sticky. It will not be washed away easily when it is stuck to the surface of an object. Although it is invisible and odorless and will not emit any waves under normal circumstances, one will be able to notice it at a fairly long distance as long as one is wearing special glasses. Therefore, it is safe to say that the powder is designed for tracing. Similar powder is often utilized in the vaults of the banks in the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector. If you spray the powder on the precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures and marrow crystals, you won't worry about any robber growing interested in them. Jean Xinhue frowned and said, there is such powder in the Blood Demon sector, too. Also, it is much more advanced here than in the Heaven's Origin sector. We know very clearly the formulas of such powder in the Heaven's Origin sector and the corresponding examination methods. Li Yao smiled. Of course, the powder I produced was not the powder you can buy on the streets of the Heaven's Origin sector. It was based on an ancient prescription that has been lost for a long time. Also, 3 materials that do not exist in the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector were added to the powder, which made it much more inconspicuous than normal powder. It is unlikely to have been discovered. This was my plan from the beginning. With our identities and our sabotages over the past month, we were essentially the most wanted criminals of the Blood Demon sector. If your father intended to capture us, he certainly would have sent the best experts. Possibly, several demon emperors, the elite troops, and a few devilish warships would surround us. Those demon emperors, elite troops, and devilish warships would certainly be joining the ultimate war according to the Red Tide plan, if my guess was correct. After all, once the Red Tide plan was activated, it would be make or break for the Blood Demon sector. There was no need to reserve strength. One more warrior means a higher likelihood of demolishing the capital city of the Star Glory Federation. Then, those demon emperors, elite troops, and devilish warships were bound to go to the final rendezvous point together with your father. As long as they were contaminated by the tracing powder, we would be able to find where the real elite troops of the coalition army of demons gathered by tracking them. Jean Shinue thought hard for a moment. However, how were you so certain that those demon emperors would not wash off the powder during their shower? My crystal bombs were specifically designed to spread the powder as far away as possible when they exploded, Li Yao explained. All the demons, their weapons, and their devilish warships were contaminated. Let's say that all the demon emperors have mysophobia 1 and take 3 showers every day, to the point that they are essentially shedding their skin every few hours. It is not like that they will wash their weapons multiple times a day, right? Alright. Suppose that they have sanitized both themselves and their weapons both inside and outside, or they have returned their weapons to their cosmos rings and will not use them again. Are the devilish warships that are contaminated by the powder going to be cleaned so easily? There are only several days to go before the Red Tide plan is to be activated. In such a short amount of time, only regular maintenance can be performed on the devilish warships. Is there any reason for them to clean the shells of the devilish warships completely? Therefore, as long as we were not too unlucky, there would be at least one demon emperor, one weapon, or one devilish warship that was contaminated by the tracing powder, right? Let me conclude what we now know. After sneaking into Heavenly Path City, we have confirmed the activation date of the Red Tide plan, pried into the distribution of the armies of Heavenly Path City, confirmed that the Red Tide plan is related to the Eye of Blood demon through your father's heartbeat, sprayed tracing powder upon many demon emperors and heavy devilish warships, and faked the scene of our death, misleading all the demon emperors into thinking that we killed ourselves in the explosion. Although the persuasion failed, we have achieved the 5 aims of my plan. Is there any problem when I said that we have come home with loads of trophies?